welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you on a midday afternoon, Wednesday, hump day here, or Thursday, Wednesday, I'm right here. You're getting through it, but you're checking me out as well, and I appreciate you for that. I always do, you know that. On my side of things, we got ourselves our Seahawks weekly roundup. This is a new show we created this year on Wednesday here just to get a chance to go back through the prior week. Maybe there was some stuff that we didn't have a chance to really look at or turn over as far as Seahawks news. A little bit of a chance to take one final last look at the game that we just played. Maybe a little bit of a look to the future and just some odds and ends. I just like it from that standpoint. We kind of go all around the world here on Seahawks Weekly. So buckle on in as we're going to go through a variety of different things here to kick off the show. If you're walking in today, please hit that like button and let's just kind of get right into it. I had a great night last night going over onto the NFC West Roundtable show. It's a weekly show I'll be on on a weekly basis here going into the future. And if you guys get a chance, please do check that out. But it still does become very clear coming on the other side of this show that I did that there still is this very undying perspective out there that exists in regards to Geno Smith, that, not only is he not a good quarterback, but, that in many of the multiple guys in the show mentioning to me last night, that there was an expectation from them coming into the season that it was only a matter of time until he was going to get benched for Sam Howell. The pervasive narrative out there is one that has existed within our own community as far as the 12th man, and hearing from folks that do feel this way. And I think that he has finally, Geno, won some people over and begun to bring over even those folks that were maybe a little bit ardent in that camp of he just can't do it. But nonetheless, it is still out there. It still does exist. It was a reminder last night going out there on the channel of how crazy the narrative would seem to be from my perspective on people's view of it versus what it really is. And I'm not saying that you have to have a view of him being great on it, but that they're looking at him as still bad. That's my thing. They're still into that end of the scale of it in their viewpoint of him, which to me is just astounding. He comes out of this last game, of course, as the players noted, that he put the team up on his back. This man, in many ways carried you in through this game. There's a lot of other people that helped out and did their part in this football game. But Geno Smith played as close to a perfect football game as you could ask for. Not one throw off target, according to advanced stats in this game. Said again, not one of his throws off target in this entire football game. And that's having to make a lot of high-level throws at times, under pressure, under duress. Did he put the ball on time every time, made the right decision, no interceptions, no turnovers. And the part that I'm going to, I guess, get to enjoy on this is I'm already starting to get to enjoy this, because I said I was going to start to enjoy this at the start of the year. Now I'm starting to already get to enjoy it, which is going to be able to watch all the people now, all of those folks knee-deep in their narratives, slowly having to walk it back. Because it's going to become to a point this year that it'll be, I think, pretty undeniable, especially if we can start to improve that supporting cast and structure around Geno. I think Grubb is already building in nice little wrinkles here that weren't in there prior. That's helping Geno out. Now, if we can just get the supporting cast all up to snuff in a place where you're not, a failing unit, especially onto one positional group in one element of what they're doing, Geno can even further rise up, even further fly, even further be better. But it's just going to be fun to watch this one twist and turn from my perspective of things, as I was again reminded last night to kind of nail in some of this. We're going to do a little bit of some fun with some numbers here, fun with some graphs and charts. You guys like graphs? You guys like charts, right? Everybody does on that side of things. We got the offensive EPA through 2 weeks. And on these kind of graphs, these four-corner graphs, if you like to think of it like that, you typically want to be up in the upper right-hand column of things. That's when you're doing things well. So you've got defensive EPA crossed with offensive EPA on this graph. So both sections are representing kind of both sides of the ball for you here a little bit. And indeed, your Hawks are on the good side of it. You can see the Saints and Chargers up there running away with it in a lot of ways where they're at, the Bills, but you can see we're in very good company, showing you that this isn't necessarily just a ghostly kind of start here from your Seahawks, or that they sort of have just had a little bit of a shell game, and that's why they've been able to pull this off. Defensively speaking, your cornerbacks have played very well. The bottom side of this graph is yards allowed per snap, as it's got then the passing rating allowed. Sorry, that got cut off a little bit. Don't know why it's cut off there. Let me see if I can pull it out a little bit. I can't, sorry. But that's passer rating allowed on the left-hand side of the column chart. So how low can you keep that rating? Because it goes lower as it goes high, the rating on the left-hand side of the chart. And then the yards allowed per snap. tells you obviously how many yards you're giving up per snap in coverage. And as you look up in the top upper right-hand column, you've got some very good names up there, guys that aren't shocker in being up there. Jalen Johnson for one, but then we got our Tariq Woolen right in there. And as you know, highlighted in yellow here on this graph as well, just a little bit lower than Tariq Woolen, Trey Brown and Devin Witherspoon are also performing really well. This is around names like Trent McDuffie, Marlon Humphrey, Trayvon Diggs. These guys are all in that kind of area of things. So shows you that the cornerbacks are also playing very well here through the first couple of weeks of the season. Some more little graphs here. Pressure numbers from edge alignment. So this is your average time to pressure. And then this would be the pressure percentage. So how often do you get the pressure and how quickly can you get the pressure? How quickly can you get the pressure on the left-hand side? And how often can you get the pressure on the bottom hand column here? So if you take your eyes again to where do we want to go, upper right quadrant of the graph, you'll notice again, like we did in the last one, some very nice names up in that upper right-hand quadrant of that graph, including even a rookie Jared Verse there for your Rams, who seems to be performing very well. But Boye Mafe, Trey Hendrickson, up over on that side, showing you some of the quality of how they're bringing it. So you're bringing pressure here, where your pressure rate's up very high. But if I've got a team that's playing a lot of quarterbacks early on that are holding the ball and patty caking a lot, then maybe they're getting that pressure because they're able to have a little extra time to do so. But in this case, what you're seeing here is that Boye Mafe is generating this pressure fast, quickly. So he's generating a high rate, and he's generating it very quickly post-snap. Another name you might see over there is Derek Hall. If you look up in this right-hand quadrant here, you'll notice Derek Hall is in there sort of just a little bit above Jadeveon Clowney, just to the left of Joey Bosa, as Derek Hall would be, typically. as we'd like to see him, just all sandwiched in between all those names, Aiden right here, Derek here, Jaden below, Joey Bosa over here. Kind of nice. I'll get a little tight end for you guys who might be on the phone on this one to see on this, but see up here where Derek Hall is there, right up in that spot. So a good little place for Derek Hall to be. Your two young second-round edge rushers are getting the job done, which is fantastic to see from their perspective of things. Adjusted EPA. So this is that marker that's supposed to take in all of those different factors in there to get you a bottom-level line on your quarterback play. How well is he really doing when you put it all into the blender and it spits it out, so to speak, on this? So adjusted for pass protection, receiver drops, dropped interceptions, luck on interceptable passes. So that's the stat of the interceptable worthy throws, fumble recoveries, and interception returns. Given credit for expected yards after the catch only, not accounting for defenses faced. Okay, so that's how this adjusted EPA is put together. Kyler Murray, Derek Carr, top of the pops. No shocker right there, but bam, you got Geno Smith right in there at third. So nicely put there with Geno Smith. Josh Allen right behind him, and Malik Willis after his one game played in there, and Stafford behind as well. So Skylar Thompson, interesting of note. Seahawks are playing the Miami Dolphins this week, and Skylar Thompson, as if you look over there at the bottom of the list there, adjust your eyes over to the right-hand column. To the very bottom, you will know that notice that Skylar Thompson is at the bottom of that list, just below Bryce Young. If you're looking for maybe a little bit of an indicator, I give the kid you got to give him some room. He probably wasn't getting many reps in practice the prior week. 2024 quarterback accuracy and average separation. So how much separation is your wide receivers getting? And then how good is your accuracy on this one? So ideally, you'd like your receivers on this bottom hand column line to be getting a lot of separation on their route, so that the quarterback's not having to throw into a tight window. And so a guy like Derek Carr, if you look over here, is getting a lot of separation on his route. He's doing a good job of being on target with that separation, but he is getting a lot of separation on the route. And when you look like below this on this chart, a Trevor Lawrence, a Deshaun Watson, Lamar Jackson, they're getting reasonable amount of separation as well, but they're not necessarily being as accurate in their ability to hit those routes. So let's go looking up to the top of the chart here. And what you'll notice at the top of the chart on this is you have Geno Smith at the very tippity top. Very tippity top. Now, this is not one of those quadrant levels where it's good to be on the far right side necessarily. I mean, you'd like to be on the far right side, but being on the far right side isn't necessarily indicating you're playing this better than any other quarterback in this sport because you're at that spot. It's meaning you're being given actually a little bit of an advantage, that bottom average separation line. Geno Smith is actually not getting a ton of separation here on some of these wide receiver routes so far and what he's done, yet you see where his accuracy is at. Now, some of this I might argue is a bit of the spread system and some of the concepts in spread, and it's going to be the short passing game, less separation, that type of thing. But nonetheless, he's being accurate without the benefactor support of necessarily huge separation all across the field in what he's throwing to. Just kind of the bottom line point on that one. So some fun little stats there, I thought. Some further things here showing you with Geno Smith that I think a lot of what's coming along here too so far is that though the pass protection has not quite been right there, though the running game has not quite been right there, Grubb is in here. And Grubb is getting his fingerprints in around Smith. Smith is indeed a really nice fit for the spread concepts. And what I mean by that, I'll show you a couple of different things here to kind of give you an indicator of this. Look at the heat chart. Look at this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful heat chart. Okay, this is the Wolverine meme. Okay, I'm just in bed looking at look at how they got the heat chart all across. If you guys know that meme where Wolverine's laying in bed and looking at the picture, it's just like that. Because before we might have seen this heat chart where you'd have no green dots in the middle, where you might have all the green dots to just one side of the football field, and those dots all outside the hash marks at that. Not the case here. Not the case here. Instead, you got this thing peppered kind of all over the place. This is what you get with Grubb, where he's going to test you everywhere. A lot of short passing, as I just spoke about a second ago. That's what you're going to get with the spread concepts that are built in and baked in within this scheme and system. There's also a lot of drops here for where his completion percentage could have gotten up even higher in this game and was not able to do so because of those drops. But interesting little heat chart here from Geno on that side of it. Time to throw. A little bit of another, just want to give you an example of a Grubb fingerprint coming into play here. Geno Smith 2022. Took the average time to get rid of the ball was 2.79 seconds, which is respectable, but probably right around, as you see here, 23, usually around league averages year to year is where that would be. As you see, 2023, he's still about this little bit tick below it, but he's at 18. So a little maybe on the slower side, I guess, mid to lower side on how long you're holding onto the ball. Some of that was, I think, the intention of the prior offense to try to really maximize its capacity to push the ball deep and down the field, and that takes longer for those routes to develop. But then you come around to 2024, the onboarding of the spread scheme. What do you see here now? 2.49 seconds, which looks like the difference between Star Wars when they're just flying along in the ship to when they go into hyperspace and everything goes okay? And this is going to help out Geno tremendously. We've seen it's already helped out Geno tremendously. And once you can actually get the pass protection in place, look out. This is why I say this is something that's not just doing well right now, but should only, as a needle, continue to upwardly trend, in my opinion. Bottom line on this, last note on this with Geno Smith on the day he had and why I thought it was so impressive here and where he's had to start out so impressive. It's the PFF scores as well. We pair everything already that we know about him and what he did, and not just this past week, but to start out this year. And where he's kind of been, quite frankly, overall, because PFF's been pretty kind to Geno in general. But as you see here, Geno Smith right there in the thick of it, third overall quarterback ranking in the NFL right now by PFF. He is having a very good start to the year. It is only 2 games. There are going to be some stiffer tests coming up here down the line, and we'll see where it all shakes out. But I feel really good about how he's playing to start out here in this new offense. And if this supporting cast up front, the running game can just get consistent, the pass blocking can just lock in, because these things that we're dealing with so far this year have been recent issues we've dealt with. It's not that we haven't had a running game totally in prior years. It's just been so inconsistent. You'll have a game from Walker for 100 yards, and then you're kind of not able to get anything out of it for much for a game or two. And then the pass protection just isn't able to really, really lock it and hold up. So hope it can go well this upcoming week against the Dolphins. They don't provide a huge test here, but hopefully Geno can keep the good times rolling here, and it's a fantastic start for him. The pressure numbers have been absolutely impressive for your Seattle Seahawks coming out here so far to start things. They are not a top 10 blitz rate team right now. They're not, I don't think, even a top 15 blitz rate team in this NFL period. They don't have Uchenna Nwosu even on the football field so far. Byron Murphy's just starting his NFL action and learning how to do what he needs to do. And yet, your team is leading the league in pressures through 2 weeks. And that's with a team like the Vikings, for instance, who does do a lot of that manufacturing stuff with Brian Flores, who is going to be willing to blitz a little bit more. Now, you're running the games, you're flipping the coverages, you're doing a lot to confuse quarterbacks in a lot of ways, but it's also these guys up front getting the job done. Plain and simple, pure as it comes, they're just beating their man up front. I showed the Boye Mafe stat with him generating that fast pressure and how quickly he is doing so. He is one of your league leaders in pressures generated, quarterback hits. Leonard Williams as well, right there in that category, especially for a guy that's a defensive tackle. But very impressive. You haven't even started to heat him up yet, as they like to say. Haven't even started to heat him up yet. And yet you find yourself top of the NFL in pressures. We're going to, I think, have a very good, much like the offense and Geno there. This is a thing that's only, I think, going to trend upwards, I would think. I don't think it's going to get worse from here unless you have, some injury problems that come up. Let's touch on a little bit of some news that popped up today. That was one that I wanted to, not today, but yesterday, I think that this news popped up, and I wanted to touch on this a little bit with you guys. Because this is what I had mentioned at the time of the pick for a lot of the Jalen Carterites that existed out there 2 years ago during the draft. And I said at the time that I'm as big a pro Carter guy as you're going to find. I think he is Cortez Kennedy reborn. I think he's going to be a great player in this league based on what I'm seeing on the tape. But I have no access to the character records. I don't have the private investigators down there in Georgia. I don't have the sources at Georgia. I don't have the coaching contacts at Georgia. And we didn't know the background with this kid. That was the part that was always the part that I said, we've got to show a little trust to the general manager when it comes to these kind of decisions that we know are influenced by that background. Just in the same way that the next 4 teams behind us who didn't pick Carter were also influenced by that background. And then we hear now this last week that Jalen Carter was benched this last week for due to being late to a team event last week. And I don't know if this is the only incident that he has encountered since coming in there to Philadelphia here. I'm not sure. And hopefully it's not. Hopefully the guy will be a great player for years to come because his talent is, I think, undeniable. But that was the worry and concern there. And that is why also on draft day and why many of us on draft day said you got to trust in this Witherspoon pick, because when you're picking 5 overall 6, you can't be rolling the dice. There's no rolling the dice on number 5, 6 overall picks with the character concerns. And this team had recently been bit in the butt with a similar kind of guy who had a background that you were a little worried about coming through, and you got nothing for that one. And so still this day, feel great about that Witherspoon pick. But it was also the thing I had to tell people that were trying to last year when Carter was playing really well to say, you got to pop your brakes on this, because remember, this is a long-term thing. It's not just about Carter getting through his rookie year and keeping himself clean. It's about whether or not you're able to kind of toe that line going down the next foreseeable future here. And that's the part that I think does still remain a little bit maybe in question. We'll see how that situation goes out there. All right, let's start turning this around over to some of our segments of the week here. And let's start it off with the PFF grades of the week. All righty. Let's dive on into these PFF grades and get down to Funky Town. Down to Funky Town. Offense first here to kick it on off. Geno Smith, no shocker. You have the kind of game he did. No off-target throws. I don't even know he's only at 83, to be quite honest with you. Almost like they didn't account for the drops that went down on that side of it. But Geno, nonetheless, your top-rated player on the day for your Seahawks on the offensive side of the ball. Jackson Smith and Jigba caught everything but one ball that came his way. Another guy just with one more catch probably would have vaulted his score up even much higher, but still had an outstanding day, maybe the best day for him. I think it was the best day for him as a pro since he started out in his young career. Only 14 snaps from Jake Bobo, but he did the most with them how he could. And what was most notable about that was it was really what he was doing as a pass catcher, running routes, than as a run blocker in this one. They didn't like his run blocking as much. Charles Cross, another solid week. Not as kind of maybe sparkling as week 1 with Denver, but still solid. And he is your highest rated left tackle in football after 2 weeks, is Charles Cross by PFF. DK Metcalf, 67.5 grade. That's a little bit above average. That's going to be due to a couple of those drops despite having the 100 yards receiving. And you're going to get dings receiver drops, I'm sure, with PFF. Christian Haynes had a little bit of a weird day. He was kind of a monster as a run blocker, which surprises me because I thought he'd be more well attuned to the pass protection stuff early on, but it was pass protection that gave him the most issues. And I'm going to show you one play in particular here in a few minutes that's really going to illustrate this kind of hurt and sting a little bit, and maybe have some people tapping a little bit of the brakes on Haynes being tossed out there right now instead of Bradford necessarily. Now, Bradford didn't do great himself, 59 overall grade. and got a little better as a pass blocker this week, but then dipped down just a tiny bit as a run blocker. But he was overall consistent between the two. Neither was atrocious, let's say, on that side of it. So he held up well. Another guy, I'm going to have a couple cut-ups to show you of him, some fun pancake blocks. The upside on this guy is still very real, and what he can do and his tenaciousness and just level of finish he brings to the position is very impressive. Charbonnet had a tough day in his rating, but I think this fits to what we saw out there. Were you given a lot to work with? No. Did you do a lot with what you had to work with? Not really necessarily. You didn't do anything extra necessarily. Pass protection was dinged here pretty hardly at 25.5. I thought he had a couple of moments where he was solid in pass protection in this game, but this is, of course, going to be taken over the course of all 37 throws or whatever it was, 44 throws, whatever it was Geno had. So you've got to factor in that a little bit on that. And it's not just a couple of those nice plays you might get as splashes, highlights where he's out there really blocking the guy. It's the consistency there. Connor Williams, not the greatest game, a little dip below average on his side. When you look at the bottom level here, your tight ends across the board. It's never good when your 3 tight ends or your 3 lowest rated guys, but probably some of the reason that you weren't able to get much done in the run blocking game is those guys didn't get a lot done as run blockers in this game either. Tyler Lockett might have been graded poorly, but he is going to be my underrated hero of the week for the second straight week to start off this season, and I'm going to show you why, but I think many of you already know on that. Stone Forsythe had a tough day at the office, both ends. Pass blocking, run blocking wasn't great. Wasn't awful. You're in the 50s, you're not awful. I think 40s and low years where you're more awful. Same thing with Laken Tomlinson. So not surprising grades, I think, for what we saw from what we saw from the team during the game. Travis Gibson got a little bit of his first kind of cup of coffee out there with the team, and he actually popped to my eyes on a couple of snaps. He's big and violent with how he goes about his business. Highest graded guy, but only had 7 snaps, so we don't want to make too much of it. Rashawn Jenkins, I said on the breakdown that he had the quietest 9-tackle day I'd ever seen. He did show up a little bit more in watching the All-22 where you got a little bit more of a feel for him and what he was bringing, and he had a really good day at the office from the safety position. Leonard Williams has been great this year. He was great last year. Great signing. Boye Mafe on the rise. We know that this guy now can be a guy that certainly can be a consistent all-around defender for you. Can he push into star territory? Daniel Jeremiah thought he was scratching on the surface of superstardom a couple of weeks ago, and he hasn't anything to dissuade that off this last week's performance, and Boye just keeps coming forward. So hopefully that knee contusion is okay. It was a little bit rough watching the 22 tape, watching him limp around on that contusion, because as soon as he did, they got him off the field, then you didn't see him again. So I hope he is okay. Tariq Woolen has been outstanding, one of your highest-rated corners by PFF in the sport right now. Has given up almost a minute amount of yardage in coverage through 2 games. Jaron Reed has been solid and just put his workman hat on, doing what he needs to do. 1-tech, 3-tech, whatever. Take up blockers. I'm here. I got you. Derek Hall's been good as well in with that. So we go down, swing it down to kind of more the bottom end of the list. 13 snaps for Kayvon Wallace, not on the field for a lot. Didn't do a lot by PFF's marker on it. Jerome Baker, probably fighting through injury, wasn't able to perform at his best. Probably one of the reasons that they sat him down. Jonathan Hankins, I thought, played pretty good at my eyes on the 22, but they didn't like as much of what he did on that. Byron Murphy, yes, got his first sack. Had a couple of other nice plays. Did have a few other plays there where he just got kind of caught up and wasn't able to do a lot. He did have one double team that pushed him a little bit off the ball. So the grade on this one isn't completely surprising on that side of it. I thought Dodson played better than he was graded. I thought Knight played better than he was graded, but they didn't like the inside linebacker play either on this game, which is kind of interesting on that side of it. Special teams, Julian Love leading the way for you on special teams with a real nice grade. Why? Well, you got that blocked kick. That's going to help you. Kayvon Wallace, Jake Bobo, Nehemiah Pritchett, guys you'd hope would be in there doing their job if you're not starters, being out there running around, doing your job on the other side of it. So they held up well. D. Williams, strangely graded low on this. I thought he would have had a higher grade, but who knows how they even grade these special teams ones, They're just weird. Now, it was a couple moments I could bring up for this next segment, and this is meant to be a fun segment, not meant to be taken seriously by any account. Just something that I enjoyed as an old segment on the ESPN days, and some days you have, funner ones to kind of peel through than others, but there wasn't necessarily as many boneheaded kind of points in this game for many of your Seahawks players. Not that there has been so far, but there wasn't in this to look for or find necessarily. So I had to kind of dig deep a little bit on this one. And this is a segment I have pulled from ESPN called Come On, Man. Come on. Where you just go, come on, guys. You know better on this one. Last week, Seahawks dial up, pressure look. They get your guy, Witherspoon, heat-seeking missile, heat-seeking spoon, hitter spoon, spoon tang, coming off the edge. He's about to light blow Nix up. And he just sort of kind of runs right past him. Hey, his corners aren't used to blitzing. They haven't done a lot of that before. It's understandable, right? So you come back in the coaching room this week. Woolen's there, Witherspoon's there, Trey's over there. Okay, guys, you're going to be blitzing now. And they go, yeah, we got that, coach. Yeah, okay. And when you do, you're going to be free. And they go, yeah, we got that too, coach. We're with that. I'm ready. I want to go get some sack numbers on. Call me all pro. I get 4 interceptions and 5 sacks. You know what I mean? Let's go, coach. Okay, good. We're on the same page. So you're running off the edge. You're free. You've got the beeline to the quarterback. You with me so far? With you, coach. This is easy. You got me doing complicated stuff back here. This is like, ABC, 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. Key moment of coaching this week as we go to the Patriots. Just, I need you to just make sure this one real thing, because we've got the first part completely clear. One real thing here. Witherspoon last week completely just, guys, you ever watch Pulp Fiction? No, yeah. Okay, the moment he comes out of the bathroom and he's firing, and he fires and he's got them literally at point blank range. And he goes, do, and he shoots. And then all of his bullets are out, and he's got a dirty, hairy weapon in his hand. And then the other characters are looking, and behind them are nothing but bullet holes, but there are no bullet holes in them. You're like, yeah, okay, that can't happen this week. You got him dead to rights. You got to go. No bullet holes behind. Right at the guy, okay? Everybody got that? Because one of you guys is going to get a sack this week. Who wants a sack? Everyone raise their hand. Okay, somebody's going to get a sack this week. Do not fly by him. We are not buzzing towers this week. No one's going Maverick on this, okay? You grab the tower and you pull the tower to the ground. I want Godzillas in here. No Mavericks. But instead, Tariq Woolen, free shot at the QB. Now, this isn't completely Tariq's fault. Tariq is having a very late tight end scramble his happy ass back across the formation post-snap to get over there and just barely touch him. At the same point in time, I'm going to climb onto the back of Jacoby Brissett like a backpack here, and you're going to have to peel me off like the alien face hugger to keep me from not getting this sack. And it's a little just too easy slide off, you know what I mean? Perfectly dialed up, right in his sights. And for a second straight week, your cornerback slides off the back of the quarterback. I don't know how. But you got to make the sack here. Got to find a way, just hold on. Just jump onto the guy. Can't be slid off. Woolen's going to get used to this. He's going to get better at this. He's going to have a couple sacks before the season is done. It's not the biggest of moments, not the baddest or worst mistakes on a day where the defense played overall pretty damn good football. But Tariq Woolen, come on, man. All right, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. And this is going to be next play call of the week moment. This is a segment I call the play call of the week. Just that play call. It hit a little bit different.
This one hit different.
The play call this week is one where I actually just uploaded this, a very actually kind of an in-depth little video for you guys, about 8 minutes long. I'm not going to play it here because it's already a long enough segment here off the rip when I do this with you guys. But do get a chance, if you guys haven't already, to go check out the video I just posted on the channel today about an hour and a half ago that's on this very play, because I get a bit more in depth on it. I've got Dominic Foxworth's soundbite in regards to this play. There's a lot of unpacking within this thing, and it's got some depth and history and connection back to your Seahawks team from 20 years ago. It's a time is flat circle kind of situation on this one, which is why I love this play, on top of it being a brilliant play call here from Ryan Grubb. So let's take a look at this one. And this is a play call from the last game that got DK Metcalf wide ass open down the football field, as open as we ever see DK Metcalf. As I say in the video, It's a little bit like with DK. He's that great white shark that's got those Remori fish that are always under their around their gills and around their fins and just always hovering to eat off little pieces and chunks of what they can get. That's what it's like with these little cornerbacks always around DK Metcalf. So you rarely do get to see him actually wide open. But here, that indeed does happen. And a big part of why they happen is because of an adjustment, a wrinkle that already you're seeing from Grubb that we wouldn't have done in prior years. And that adjustment here is DK Metcalf in the slot. This is going to set up confusion. You got him. No, you got him. No, you got him. Look at these two Patriot corners on the outside. Neither of them are looking at DK. They're both saying, like, if we don't look at him, does that mean that we then have to still cover him? Or can it just be like he then stops existing? It just go way off the field then at that point for us maybe? But indeed, that's not going to be the case. You're going to end up hitting him over the top on this play. Neither end up picking up DK. Geno lights it up, dials it up over the top. Touchdown. It's a fantastic play. No doubt about that, first and foremost. To set this up, to have DK this way, this is the confusion you create with him in the slot. I've often said it's much easier to deal with him when you talk about trying to deal with getting after him on the outside. Where you got safety help over the top. But let's unpack a little bit more of this play really quickly. And I won't go as exhaustive into this because, again, I just dropped that video today that I think really you guys would like if you check it out because it really gets into some of the depth of this. The Seahawks are going empty here. And the Patriots are showing a cover zero blitz. Cover zero blitz is we're going to send as many guys as we can send up around the line of scrimmage prior to the snap. And then we're going to have man set up on the outside. So if you have 4 wide receivers, we'll have 4 guys on the outside. We'll send everybody else around the line of scrimmage. And we'll run man on that outside point. If you got 5 wide, like the Seahawks are showing here, well, then we're going to need the 5 on the outside to deal with that. But what we're going to attempt to do with a cover zero blitz is to get the numbers game down in the line of scrimmage box. So the Seahawks have no running back in the backfield. They have 5 offensive linemen. The Patriots have 6 defenders down near the box. So they have 1 more defender than you have an ability to block. This tells the Patriot defenders on the back end that then we can squat down on those short routes because the longer developing routes will not have time to get there. A crossing route, for instance, is off the board by our measure because that quarterback is going to be under too much duress. He's going to have about a second and a half before our guard's going to hit him in the chops. So I don't have to worry about those routes. I can sometimes, even though I'm one-on-one out here, especially playing off coverage, I don't even have to necessarily play it deep like a cover third responsibility. I can kind of squat up on this route. I can kind of think, hey, the quarterback's probably going to drive to a hot here, and then I can drive on the hot. Maybe I can go get a pick. Maybe I can go get a pick 6. So this is what's telling the defenders that prior to the snap. Now, what Grubb does that's so extra kind of smart in this mold is he moves Noah Fant into motion prior to the snap and then turns Noah Fant into a pass protector. So Fant, top of your screen, he's moved in motion. He becomes the pass protector, and now this gives you the numbers, right? So now instead of it being 5 on 6, it turns into 6 on 6 post snap. What this motion man also does is watch the Patriot motion defender up top, okay? I just want you to, on this play now, the guy that is mirroring Fant, I want you to lock in and watch what he does over the course of this play for a second, okay? Just the mirroring defender. And remembering, they're in likely man coverage here. Okay? So he's in man coverage. Does it look like he picks anybody in man, or does he just get kind of caught in no man's land? Because this is a play that goes back to Bill Belichick. It's a Bill Belichick special. Because the Denver Broncos in 2005 had a very good defense, Champ Bailey locking things down, and they did not have a very good pass rush. Shanahan was there at the time as the head coach, and so what they would do is dial up a lot of cover zero blitzes, trust their man cover corners on the outside to hold up, Champ Bailey being one of the best that's ever played this game to do that kind of role and play in that kind of position, and teams got very overwhelmed by this cover zero blitz. So they get to the division title game against the New England Patriots, and the Patriots and Belichick, always cooking something up, Billy, always cooking something up. They see these cover zero blitzes and they're like, how do we handle this? And so what he comes to understand is he's looking at, or I guess he theorizes, is we'll bring the slot receiver in motion and we will have him block the end blitzer, and that will buy us enough time, not just because he's taking out the blitzer in this moment, but because also it's a 2-for-1 with what you're doing with both taking away the movement, the motion man. Let's go back to the play again here. So the Patriot defender that's in motion that ends up in no man's land, he's your one, right? And then Noah Fant, who he ends up blocking here on the edge, is your number 2. So you get a 2-for-1 on the play as far as the offense is concerned to then open up for enough time for this play to develop and go, and for Geno to be able to sit back on a basically 7-step drop to hit DK down, because you got to have enough time for DK to get through all of the garbage there. Now, Charles Cross almost messes this whole thing up, because Charles Cross down blocks and tries to help out with the center when he needs to be picking up that other blitzer. So you see that other blitzer flashing to Charles Cross's left here. Fant's picking up his guy. You almost left a pathway open, a door open there for Geno to get hit. But part of that is also explained. And just looking at the play again, because of the fact that motion ends up throwing everything off. The motion ends up throwing off the edge defender, makes him a step slow for just a second. Watch his get off where he's going from, I got a free run to, what's this? What the hell was that? Where'd this guy come from? Whose guy is that? Right? Whose guy is that? Just a little bit of just a slight, I got to slow down and set up on this guy. And then if you notice the blitzer here being that linebacker, that late linebacker, he's not really supposed to be running this as a delay. Cover 0 blitzes, everybody's supposed to come at the snap. I think he gets delayed a little bit here because as Noah Fant's coming in motion, he's got a real possibility here with these number games that he's got to pick up Noah Fant if Noah Fant leaks out of the backfield and goes to the flat. So he can't just get downhill in his blitz. So Fant picks up the blitzer and you almost end up with a 3-for-1 in this situation by just the motion. First, the Patriot moving in motion who ends up in no man's land. Then Keon White, the edge rusher, who gets stuttered a little bit in his pass rush. And then the blitzing Patriot defender who's a little late to get there on his blitz. Look, by the time when Geno throws this, look where he is. He's never been touched on this play, but by the time he throws, he's still 2 yards away from Geno Smith, that blitzing defender. And again, in cover 0, you're supposed to have everybody at the snap go at once. This is not supposed to be a delayed blitz. But I do believe that it's Noah Fant's pre-snap motion that throws him off into believing that he might have to pick Fant up, and he has to first verify and recognize, wait, Fant's staying in? Okay, he's staying in. I can keep blitzing. Fant leaks out. Now I don't get to blitz anymore. So a beautiful play call. Well executed overall. I do think part of why Charles Cross blocked down here too was because of the fact that the guy did stutter his blitz. Charles is expecting a cover 0 blitz hot. He's gonna come fast, but instead that's not what goes down here. And so he's even a little bit shocked by how delayed the blitzes of the outside linebacker. But a fantastic play call by Grubb. And a play call, again, born out of Bill Belichick's mind that he's using on a day back against the New England Patriots. And if you want one little extra final layer to this one of connection between your Seahawks and Patriots, 2005, the Patriots unveil this in the division title game, this strategy against the Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos are able to beat them, though, because as Dominic Foxworth said when recounting this, they didn't have good enough guys to block that guy up. Their receiver who comes down to block couldn't hold up enough for Tom Brady to have enough time to hit the deep receiver down the field. They also probably didn't have the skill position players on the outside to really get it done either on that. So that was a way where they knew how to attack the Broncos, but they didn't have the parts and pieces to get after it. Next week, the Steelers are coming into Denver. Steelers come into Denver, and Dominic Foxworth directly says they steal this strategy from the back of Belichick. They go, hey, we can use that. We've got Hines Ward. Our Hines Ward blocks like you will not believe. He'll get after it. He'll get that block laid. And Ben will stand in there tall, and he'll get the ball delivered. And they were able in that game to utilize that strategy a couple times. I show a few clips in that video I dropped here about an hour and a half ago just on this, but they were able in that game to win, Foxworth believes, on the back of using Belichick's strategy. And then what happens from there? The Steelers go to the 2005 Super Bowl to face your Seattle Seahawks, and then, of course, win against your Seahawks in one of the most controversial games in NFL history. But one could have only wondered, Belichick doesn't invent the strategy. Do the Steelers still then beat the Broncos on the road in the conference championship game? And if they do not, do then the Broncos go to that Super Bowl game with Jake Plummer at the helm? And would not Mike Holmgren and Matt Hasselbeck have plenty of ways and means to deal with the cover zero blitz. I think they would have. No Belichick play, no Belichick special. Maybe yet another Seahawks Super Bowl win you might have had. We'll never know, but just a fun part of this play call, and a part of it I really like to hear unpacked. Shout out to Seahawks reporter Bob Condota for initially pointing that out, by the way. Great little nugget, man. Great little nugget. Let's keep it moving here, and let's go on to a little bit of the fun side. I have not been able to get Little Hawkeye predicts quite yet. A little bit busy week for them on that side of it, so we will be getting that prediction right before the game this upcoming week. I promise you on that. But the thing that we do have, Pumpkins picks. This season, the plan has been to use both the power of the child and the animal to psychically find out which direction our Seahawks are going this season. Fun little exercise. I thought we could just check it out. So far, both of them, 2-0, 2-0 collectively, 4-0. So Pumpkin has been right out the gate. We get the Miami Dolphins this week. Let's see how she picked it up. I just played the wrong one. God darn it. Sorry, guys. I picked the wrong one. That was week 1. That's my bad. Did I not get my deal on this? There we go. Sorry. Reset. Reset it. So you'll see it on the 2 cards. You got the always home team on the right, away team on the left. We got the Dolphins on the left, Seahawks on the right. That's how this is set up. I know I don't have a high quality camera, okay? It's only so fancy. Pumpkin comes out the gate. Down the middle she's going here. Could go either way. Let's see what the overhead cam's got. Oh! There we go. Seahawks victory. You can write it down. Write it down. So see, 3rd straight week to start out the season. Pumpkin's going 3-0 Hawks, and I think that's a W for Pumpkin right there. I'm telling you, man, the power of the child and the cat combined is unstoppable. I will get that prediction from my nephew here this week before the game, and I will get that to you soon. But so far they've been pretty right on it. I'm just going to say on that. There wasn't a lot of super big hits this last week. Pretty good tackling overall from the Seahawks team. It was, I think, overall pretty solid defensive performance, but I had to kind of pull pretty deep to find your biggest hit of the week.
The biggest hit of the week.
And this one's actually going to come from a unusual sort of direction on this play. And it's going to be from Leonard Williams on the inside. Boye Mafe is having maybe the most impressive start here to begin things on that defensive line. But right there with him is Leonard Williams here, who has been worth the price of admission, as they like to say. And a play that is also a little bit set up here from how Mike McDonald can get very creative in his alignments of the defensive line, and then how he has his defensive linemen working together in their pass rush. Take note on this play of Jaron Reed, who slants hard there to the left post snap, pulling that center and guard, and he ends up with 3 men blocking him on this play. Probably not ideally what the Patriots would like to do. And this is a little bit initially set up, by the way, from the stack front look that you might give. I know this has nothing to do with the hit of the week. I just do like this play as well from what you saw from the guys. But what you notice here is it's that double A-gap mug pressure. I've told you guys before. What does that do? It causes the protections to get pulled. It's the beauty of it. Offenses are going to slide the protections. They're going to change the protections. They're going to account for those blitzers. They're going to think they're going to come. It's just a natural kind of way they want to lean when it happens. And you see the evidence of this by the fact that you end up with Jaron Reed, Jaron Reed can get it done as a pass rusher, don't get me wrong. But if I got Jaron Reed, Boye Mafe, Derek Hall, and Leonard Williams rushing me, and I got a triple team one of those 4 guys, probably Jaron Reed is not the first guy that I get to. But it's that pass protection. It's the fact that that back has already been set up to go attack those double A gap linebacker look that they're giving you prior to the snap. So he's already gotten locked into that. That's already where he's been told to go. I go where I'm told. I do what I'm told to do on the play. And so he gets stuck in there on Jaron. Leonard Williams gets his one-on-one. Leonard does just a pure bull rush to get to the backfield on this one. It's not anything fancy, just I'm going to be more power. I get one-on-one. All right. And that's what happens when you one-on-one him. That's why you have to dedicate these double team blocks. That's why our linebackers are going to be able to move free and easy here as the season goes along. Coach are going to watch this tape and they're going to go, okay, our guy can't be doing that. That's going to destroy our offense, not to mention break our quarterback. As you can see on this play, the big hit part of this is the hit of the ground. Leonard Williams takes him down with such a force that Jacoby Brissett probably took an extra about 15 seconds here to get up. He is slammed hard here to the turf. And it's not, I don't think, a knee thing there. I think it just hurt. It just hurt. But you bring him down with force. Beautiful play call on top of this. I wish I had a bit of a harder hit to give you guys, but there's just good stalled tackling, not as much hitting. But this one is fun play and also very interesting how you end up with Jaron Reed as the guy getting triple teamed on this one. So it's a hard hit of the week on that one. Let's keep it moving here to our underrated hero of the week, our reigning champion, the man, the myth, legend, Tyler Lockett. Got it done last week with some clutch catches at big moments in that football game. He was clutch for you again here in this football game. And he did it in a little bit of a different way. There's an old story Dave Niehaus always liked to recount through my youth. You would often go to this, and it was the story of Willie Mays and what Willie Mays would tell reporters about his game, because Willie Mays was a very good hitter, good all-around player back in the day, but a guy that was a great outfielder as well. He's got one of the highlight catches in Major League Baseball history that's always replayed, the over-the-shoulder grab. And Mays would always recount to the reporters that even if I have a day where maybe I'm not hitting the ball as much and able to impact the game in that way with my bat or on the base paths, that I will find a way to do it with my glove, with the defense. And Tyler did a little bit of that same kind of thing here in this game. First, you're going to have him set up in the slot, running a little fade route to the back of the end zone, and he is going to get pushed over here for a PI. Now, as I said in the live cast, does he initiate the contact? Does the defender really push him this hard? Does Tyler lean back with the push, like you'd lean back in the chair? I don't know. It's crafty. It gets you the PI. It gets you the ball down at the 1 yard line on a day where offensively you were having to kind of find whatever you could find and peel out whatever you could peel out. Gino doing a fantastic job here of hanging in as long as he can just to get this throw off to at least a catchable place to where the official has to call it. Good job on his part as he gets blasted on the throw. But Tyler, crafty, able to get some yards on a play, even when he's not catching the ball, able to give you some productivity on a day, even when he's not able to get his bat on the ball, get you a double, get you a single. Well, okay, I'll affect it with my glove. And he continued to do that on this day with this other play here. And this little I want to show a little tighter there for you guys on the angle, by the way, there of him in the slot. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. It's probably a pretty good call. Officials gave us some rope on this with where the ball lands too, I think a little bit. It wasn't the worst of games officiated for us in our favor of this on this side of it. Then you've got him coming back down here later now, again, out of the slot. Same kind of thing, slot fade. Gino throws it down there, back shoulder, can't quite complete it, but again, you're going to get the PI call. Again, we're going to see just not able to necessarily generate. This is the same thing they did twice last week with the back shoulder throws. Chemistry between Gino and Tyler is top notch. They've been playing with each other for years now. Gino puts it in a perfect spot for only Tyler to really make a play on the ball. He knows the corner's not looking back for it or going to look back for it. You get another PI call down in this game. This is where you need it on this drive, where every little bit's mattering. So 2 PI calls in the game. Then he comes back here just before you finally get your final field goal here with a nice little zipper route. It's not really a zipper route, actually. It's just more of he breaks off the initial route. That's that old Russell Wilson vibes era of playing off script and just getting creative with it. But clutch catch at the moment here gets you down into real certain field goal range. You go from the outer edges of field goal range down to field goal range. This pretty much cemented it at that point. Tyler, not a big day statistically, but getting the job done. And to me, your underrated hero of the week. Guy who's a follow-up candidate for that, by the way, just off this one play, in my opinion, is a Devin Witherspoon. There's a broken play in the backfield where Boye Mafe has every opportunity to go get this play and make it happen here. I mean, Boye just can't believe his luck. And, Maffe's played a lot of snaps through the first couple weeks, probably a little tired in that point in the game. You got the running back breaking through, looking like he's going to bust one. This is a big play here because Witherspoon doesn't make this tackle. Do the guys behind? Maybe, maybe not. I'd like to think they would, but he's the guy making the tackle. And it's by this tackle that you're set up then for you to be able to stop the field goal attempt. The Julian Love's blocked attempt comes a few plays later, whereas if this guy goes and gets the touchdown, that doesn't occur. You don't win the football game. Huge play here from Devin Witherspoon with the hustle to get down the field and still keep this drive alive for the Seahawks defense to get a stop. So runner up there for your underrated player of the week there. I thought he was impressive on that side of it. Very impressive. Let's get back to just one other play call I want to show you here in this game. A couple other play calls, actually. I just want to show you from this game to kind of finish up my point on that. We've got a lot of folks that are pushing for Christian Haynes, and I do get it. I'm not against it. I don't hate it. I understand it. Okay? So Christian Haynes is going to be 64, your right guard on this play. And I don't want you to watch first. Don't look at Geno. Don't look at where the ball goes. Just look at what happens for a couple times that I run it, what happens with Christian Haynes on this play in pass protection. You've got a 3-man front from the Patriots. That's not a lot of guys. But Haynes gets overwhelmed right at the snap. We're real clamoring for Haynes right now because Bradford hasn't necessarily been great. Like I said, understandable. I get it. But just switching out doesn't necessarily equate to success. He gets beat here about as fast as you possibly can be beat here off the guard position. And why is this bad? Why is this not good? Because Geno hits his back foot throw here, and Geno would like to throw this ball right about here, but he can't step up into this throw because he's going to have a Patriot right in his face. And look at DK at the bottom of your screen. Watch DK here. See that? You see how there's no safety help over the top from the Patriots? There is no safety help up there. He's got Gonzalez smoked. If Geno puts this ball out in front, you're going to tell me Gonzalez is going to catch back up to DK to get to the ball? Unless Geno underthrows it. And the ball actually does end up underthrown. Geno's got to first evade the pass rusher and then try to get a half-hearted throw off, which he can't really kind of step into and really fully uncork. And so the ball ends up going short. Play at normal speed here again. You can see the ball ends up just dialing short, almost gets intercepted at that point. But he wanted to throw this because he knew he had DK Metcalf so wide open on the play. It's just that the pressure was too quickly in Geno's face. So I get the pull at times to get Christian Haynes in the game. I do. But you're going to get rough with the bad. There's other rookie guards starting in this league that'll give you some good moments. Dominic Pooney in his first week for the Niners gave him a really good performance. Was great against the Jets. Came back this last week against the Vikings, and he struggled like hell. You're going to get some ups and downs on that if you go that direction with it. And Bradford might be a little bit more of a certain commodity, I guess, in what you're getting. A couple plays here that are just fun from him that I want to show from you guys. So lock in on 75 on this play, okay? Watch what he does. Moving in space, getting to the second level, attacking, defender ends up on his back. Guy's got to move in space, fluidly do that stuff. Yeah, he can do that. The upside of Bradford, the type of blocks he can kind of lay if he can put this together on a consistent basis, keeping this nastiness on the offensive line and the benefits that could bring. That wasn't just it. He sunned up Keon White, too. 75. Just next to Stone Forsythe. Watch what he does. Boom. Sorry, I can't get you the best of angles on it from this one. I want to get a close one because the 22 guy was drinking before he shot this. But watch 75 plant him. Boom. Gets up and lets him know. One-on-one, no help. A growing problem in this league, Keon White. Plants him right on his back. The ability with Bradford is coming together, I think, with time. Or he's got the ability, but it's really about the refinement and getting his technique right. And I think that will come with time. But you do get these moments on tape too with what he does, where he can show you that upside. And the guy didn't start a whole lot of college football games. But he's throwing around Keon White right now like it's big brother, little brother style there. So a couple nice little pancake blocks there from Keon. And I probably just wanted to show this as maybe a little bit more of a reason you might see the Seahawks oftentimes here be going to the Bradford instead of him on the other side of it. All right, let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let's go ahead and get to our segment here. I had a nice time last night doing this and chopping up with them, but let's get to the tracking of this NFC West. Always good to keep an eye on the foe. Always good to keep an eye on the foe. Got to see what they're doing, see what they're up to. We got our guys this week actually playing against each other. So that's kind of fun. But let's start out with the first game here. If I can get my deal right here. Live show, folks. Live show. Why is it looking so weird? What the hell happened here? Huh. Okay. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right. Niners, Vikings up first. Vikings able to surprise the Niners this past week. And you looked at the surface of this game and you went, well, how'd this happen? First up, Christian McCaffrey having some calf Achilles injury worries there. I don't know how deep the severity is, but he has now gone on IR for them. So they are in a position right now where they're not super scrambling. I mean, Jordan Mason has been very good for them through the first 2 weeks. He's gone over 100 yards in each of the first 2 weeks, looking strong for them in that offense and running really well. Brock Purdy didn't play bad. He 28 of 36, 319 yards, and so he was able to get his completions and able to work the ball around. The Vikings were able to just do enough. Kind of a fluky game for me on my side of it. You have a 97-yard touchdown throw in this game where Jair Brown, second-year player for the Niners, he's still finding his way, and he gets caught kind of moving up a little bit on the play for an undercutting route rather than staying clean over the top, and he leaves the door open there. Kid will learn in time with that. And then they had a fumble punt. Just a really close game in general. The Vikings just did kind of enough all around the edges. They were able to finish it up with a game-winning drive where they didn't have any of their receivers, no Addison, no Jefferson, no Hawkinson on the field, and yet Darnold was able to construct a drive to go down and beat them with a field goal at the end. 10 a.m. games for some of these teams. You get that little bit of that malaise. That's a little bit of what I put on top of it. The loss and the lack of McCaffrey changes a little bit of the scope of that team. I also think that they've been a little bit dissuaded by some of the recent defensive tackle additions that they brought in there. I don't think that Hargrave is necessarily giving them ultimately the performance they'd hoped he was going to give them when they brought him over from the Eagles. And then this last year they got Malik Collins from the Houston Texans, and I don't think that he's necessarily played great for them out the gate either. So the Niners are trying to still kind of find themselves right now as a team and what they're going to be, and if they can get back into that championship stride. They've not been bad. I do not think that at all, and I think that they're still a team that this West still runs through them. And injury-wise, they don't have anything that's necessarily super significant, though Deebo Samuel did come out this last game beaten up, and we'll see where the McCaffrey thing goes. Hopefully it's not going to end up turning into some kind of season-long kind of issue for them, but definitely that is a changed team if you see them from that standpoint of if they don't have McCaffrey. As good as Mason is in running for him, he's not quite the weapon McCaffrey is. I think you can kind of better defend them a little bit on that side of that with the other end of it. One last little note on this too with this game. This is the second time that the Vikings have beat them in 2 years, the Niners in Minnesota. Not to mention, I think it's been 31 years since the Niners have won in Minnesota. And I think Flores is giving you a little bit of more of that blueprint for going at Brock Purdy and going at this offense and stack boxes and running those creative blitzes and making Purdy have to extra process as much as possible and him going through his reads. And it wasn't a bad game played by him, but I think that that's definitely where you start to try to kind of box them up as you can. Let's take a look at the other game that was played between the Rams and the Cardinals. And this was a game where the Rams came into this really beat up. They were not in good shape coming into it in this game. They were getting by as they could on the offensive line. They had no Puka Nuka. You're going to be in some tough shape. It got even worse from there. It seemed like every other series they were having another guy go down. The offense just a complete work in progress. And it didn't allow them to be able to function their offense. The Rams came into the season wanting to run the football. They're not trying to turn Matt Stafford into high volume Matt Stafford this year. They wanted to lower down the volume of attempts. They invested in that offensive line, so that would be the pathway to them getting to victory. That's where it would start from there, because they couldn't rely upon the defense to be dominant with as young as it was. And instead, what's happened here is that the offense has not been able to really run the ball as well. Cardinals did a good job in that game of really stopping down the run from the Rams' perspective in this one. But the Rams were not able to execute their offense of running those power runs up the middle, hitting a bunch of duo blocks, just trying to kind of get downhill on you. It wasn't really working. And then now on the outside, you have only Cooper Kupp to really worry about. And the Cardinals did a good job of committing 2 defenders in coverage to cinching down on Cooper Kupp, which a lot of teams don't do for some weird reason. When they don't have the playmakers on the outside to really challenge you on the other side of it. And that then gave Stafford nowhere to throw to. Had no running game, couldn't go to his main man that he wanted to go hit. And then you had later on, Cooper Kupp ends up getting injured. It just was kind of all bad for the Rams. And now they go to the 49ers, and there's really a real view here of them going 0-3. And I don't know if there's been a team in the modern NFL history that's gone 0-3 and made the playoffs. The Rams are not looking in great shape right now this season. They've got guys going on IR all over the place. They're beat up all the hell. And this was a game where I thought that was as much first the main story. I know everyone wants to give Kyler Murray his roses coming out of this game, and rightfully so. He's played a really good game and started out pretty strong here for the Cardinals to begin things off. But that was not a Rams team at the full height of their proverbial powers coming into this season. And that part, I think, has to be kind of built in a little bit because their defense is not going to carry them. Despite what Ram fans will try to tell you, that defense was not built this year to try, be in a position to carry them. And if you lose Puka and you lose Cooper, that receiving core is kind of cooked at that point. But Budda Baker played a phenomenal game out there for the Cardinals. He was flying around. He looked like what we had kind of hoped Jamal Adams would look like when we brought him in here. I mean, his impact on the game and what you saw him doing to that Rams offense and the run game on that was very, very impressive. Shows you why he's one of the best safeties in the league. No doubt about it. The Cardinals side of it, they do some very, I think, simple things to you, but they're very effective things. They're going to try to hammer you in the run game if they sense that you got a light box. The Rams, like a lot of teams, are going to run that 4-man front that you guys know I hate, or the 2-man front you guys know I hate, where you got the 2 defensive tackles here, and then the 2 stand-up edge rushers, and then you're going to leave a lot of room there in the running game in the A and the B gap, and especially the A or B gap there for them to find some holes in the running game naturally just by your alignment. And the Rams run a lot of that. And the Rams will run that with Kobe Turner and Braden Fisk down there. It's going to spell trouble for you in trying to stop the run if you're going to have those guys down as your... I don't know if Kobe's really going to be as pure a one-tech down there for you as much as he's better about getting upfield and getting into the backfield, and Braden Fisk probably much of the same way. So they attack that. And so when the Rams would then counter down with a 3-4, then the Cardinals would counter back to the passing attack. So it was a little bit of you go this way, we go that way kind of thing. And it worked pretty well for the Cardinals. I also think that there's a bit of this baked into the Cardinal offense, which we've been well acquainted with back in the days of Russ, which is he is a great improviser and he can make plays back there in the pocket, unlike probably just about any quarterback in the sport. But as we know, it's sometimes a hard thing to sustain and on a weekly basis be able to pull the rabbit out of your hat. Sometimes you just reach into the hat and you're clutching at air. Whereas if you're working on time in an offense and you're consistent in the offense and you're within the scope of an offense, you can do that on a weekly basis. We'll see with Kyler. He's in his 6th year. He's in that place right along where we saw Russell at, what was it be, about 2016, 17, where he was still at the height of his powers from as far as his physical ability goes. But you knew he had also drawn up mentally in what he was seeing and that he had grown his game from the quarterback standpoint on how to pick little things up in the game and be a bit more effective as a quarterback. So you get a bit of that great cross-section there before you get a couple years down the line where the quarterback might start to lose some of those lower legs that gets them around so well. But Kyler played a great game. James Conner is still the truth as running back. Hard to bring down. Big, tough runner. Showed it again in this game. And very impressive win by the Cardinals. Not to take anything away from them. They do look improved here on this side of it, but I just come back and say, hey, at the end of the day, teams go too far with injury sometime. It becomes too much. You have 1, 2, you sustain it, 3, 4. We got still ways to 5, 6, 7, 8. You get to too far down the injury bridge, and it becomes too many. The NFL rosters are not big enough to have enough depth to be able to call upon if you get devastated by injuries. As I would say, the Rams are very close to being on the place of that being kind of the case for them right there. Thank you for watching today. Please do hit that like button for me if you could. I would really appreciate it, as we are doing a great job here with that, by the way, on the growth and stuff. We're around past 17,000 subscribers here, on the road to 18,000 and 20,000. We're coming. So thank you to all the new subscribers on that. I really appreciate that. Good Doggy, Jeremy James, Patrick Mulready, thank you for subscribing today. Gunnar Caldwell, appreciate you on that. A little behind the first don't know here, and again, it'll be a bit of a truncated show. We're gonna have to kind of keep these Wednesday ones tight, because I'm gonna be doing two shows Tuesday, show here today, 2 shows on Thursday, and then we got all the Sunday shows. So got to catch my breath here on some of these spots, but I'm gonna chop it up with you guys for a little while today. So we'll see where you guys' head is at. Zale, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Who has the higher ceiling purely on traits, Mafe or Hall? Do you think they'll be able to pay both if they pop with all the other stars? I think the boy Mafe is going to have the higher upside. I like Hall's upside. I think Hall rounds into more of a player I thought that Mafe could be when we first drafted him. I think Mafe has extended himself above that kind of look, meaning that I saw a guy in Mafe initially that would be a upper level run defender off the edge in this league that could get you somewhere between 11 to 13 sacks a year off the edge. A really capable player, all around really good, very solid. Right on the edge of being kind of star, but not star quite, maybe. Now, Mafe, I think, has extended beyond that. I think he's a guy that might be a guy we're looking at truly who can get you to that 15, 16, 17 sacks a year with the really good run defense. Hall is a guy that does provide somewhat of a similar skill set, being that it's all around. And as a run defender, I think he can be just as good as Mafe. I think as a pass rusher, he's probably more into that, though. 11 to 13 sacks is the upside on him when he kind of gets to that place of things. Whereas Mafe to me is just continues to just rise and rise and rise now. As far as being able to pay him, it's going to be a little bit harder to predict. I do think that the team will be able to retain many of the young stars on this team as they look, or the young emerging players right now. I think you're going to be able to keep. Some of this is going to be informed by the quarterback position and how much you're allotting to that position. If you're allotting into that 50 million territory of things, a guy like Hall might be the guy that gets kind of an odd man out on this one, where you pay Woolen, you pay Witherspoon, you pay Mafe, you've paid Leonard Williams, you'd pay a Byron Murphy, but maybe a Hall would be the guy you'd say is a little more expendable, that we can find that skill set without having to give it $25 million a year. It's a little early to tell. I would say on that, it's just a little premature with it, but that would be my guess with it. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. He says, hope I wasn't too much last night. Just frustrating to see information dismissed with a no. Yeah, I don't think so, Jordan, because I think you and I were in the same headspace last night, and I was just kind of coming into that house for the first time, and so I was trying not to be Rick James with muddy boots and messing up the NFC West Roundtable's couch. But at the same point in time, there's things that get said sometimes where you just go, I can't let that pass. That's not going to be able to float. That's a no-go for me on that one. And that some of the discussion and where they were at last night was that way. And as we come down with Geno, as you saw from those guys in that show last night, and I have a lot of respect for all three of them, Jesse especially, and that they know ball. And it's not an indictment of your other football knowledge, but just on this one, as I told them last night, I think that that they're missing the boat as many have on this one, and that so much of this reaction to Geno comes down to kind of an emotional reaction thing, or a kind of a gut instinct thing. And I understand we want to all lean into our gut. We all want to rely on that gut. But you got more information than just your gut to make a determination about all players, not just Geno. And I think if you're making any determination about any player just with your gut involved with it, start using words like he is what he is, never be that guy, not the court, these weird terms like that. well, then you're not getting the full-fledged story of it. And I was going to push back against that, especially. So I was with it on, you could see on me, man. I was in the same place from an energy standpoint. I didn't want to necessarily be there, but I thought there was some out-of-pocket stuff being said. And it's like, we're 2 years down the line of him, playing like this. And I've had multiple conversations with Jesse on this as well. And you always come back to asking them questions that they can't give you the answers to. It's like, who's the quarterback in this league over the last 2 years dealing with the constraints would have done well? You saw last night, I asked it twice, never got an answer on it. I've rarely got an answer from anybody else on this. And I think it's because it's kind of a good question. Over the last 2 years, the constraints that were being asked to be dealt with from the quarterback position as far as Geno is concerned, 32nd rate in the NFL, targeting the middle of the field, an unimaginative offense that we can now fully confirm as we look at Waldron, look at the Chicago fans ready to toss him out after 2 games. A defense living on the football field, an inconsistent run game. Where have we seen that? Have we seen that recently? Pass protection that doesn't hold up at all. You guys, as they did last night, you can point to me skill position players all you want on that side of it, but that's a whole lot of stuff to deal with from the quarterback position to try to overcome and play well within. And I asked them the question, which quarterbacks in this league are playing well in that environment in this sport right now? Who out there would be shining in this environment, out there throwing for 4,500 yards? And they couldn't even come up with an answer. Like, yeah, you go maybe Mahomes and an Allen and not but anybody else. Which the fact that he's not put up that quite production, but he's been kind of close too, shows how good he is. And the fun part, as I said last night, will be today. We're going to get to watch Geno go out this year and ball, in my opinion. I've seen enough data from him early on here to know he isn't going to be operating in this offense like he don't know what's going on. It's not like he doesn't look kind of comfortable within it. And I very much have trusted in my evaluation of this situation, as I just talked about with those other factors involved, that you start to remove those other factors, you will get an even better Geno Smith. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, it's still early in the season. Can we pump the brakes on the Cards, Vikes, Saints hype? 100% we can. 100% we can. I mean, Cards, look, they gave the Bills a tough battle in Buffalo, but you still lost, from their standpoint. I mean, I guess that's the Cardinals doing their we take moral victory thing. We can't win championships, so we're big on moral victories. And the Vikings, yeah, they're another team, Sam Darnold. Are we going to believe in that? Well, look, I mean, they got a relatively good constructed offensive line, and Brian Flores, I think, as you look at who are the impressive coordinators in this league that are standing out and showing you that they've got, maybe a future in this league as far as being a head coach in the future. I think Flores is doing that with what you're seeing him get done there with the Vikings and that defense. And so you get a bit of the combination where it's smart offensive head coach, smart defensive coach, a guy in Sam Darnold that's been in the league a long time now and has a good offensive line in front of him. So that's going to give him some time to kind of work with there. But yeah, I don't think the Vikings are necessarily, I don't think any of those three teams are really legitimate necessarily. The Saints took down the Panthers, who are probably the worst team in the league. And then the Cowboys do what the Cowboys do on a yearly basis. There's always 2 or 3 wins on the Cowboys schedule or losses on their schedule every year that they lose, that you go, and you can just see it. They don't get it. They don't get up for the games. Micah Parsons talked about it. And this last year happened with the Cardinals on the road. They just didn't get up for the game. So I think the Cardinals, as I said in my preseason, would be improved to like 6-7 wins. That's not getting to 12 wins. And I don't see, when it's all said and done, either of those other 2 teams, when it all does shake out, the Saints will be 3rd or 4th place in their division. And the Vikings probably have an outside chance to get to number 2 just because Chicago absolutely does not look ready. And I don't know. I'm not sure with that division right now. Not sure still what to think of the NFC North. But yeah, pop them brakes, William. Pop them hard. That's what I say. Well, Maggot says Kyler requires more containment discipline, force him to throw from the pocket. That's a little bit of, I would say, the error I saw too from the Rams team, right, y'all? And it's a very great point by you in pointing that out, because I think it's no small thing when you're going to go against these twitchy quarterback scramblers. You've got to employ the mush rush, which this is the nice part about the McDonald scheme, is the McDonald scheme has a lot of these guys kind of mush rushing naturally because he's pairing it up with the front, who's sometimes running games. So he's just already kind of naturally doing it. But you saw it with guys like Verse, who's just trying to rocket himself out of his stance and get to the backfield and go get his sack. And that leaves you sometimes out of control when you do get to the quarterback, even if you do get a direct line to him, where he can use your leverage against you and be able to break out of as we saw in that one real magical play, for instance, break out of a tackle and then go throw it down the field. So I think that's where you got to play him a little smarter on that. The Rams, I think, were more trying to they knew defensively we've got to, manufacture and figure it out. And so they were like, we'll just take the risk of it. We'll take the risk Kyler beats us on that. But then they did leave themselves vulnerable then to the improvisation stuff, which really was the stuff that I thought most hurt them on top of the rushing attack of the Cardinals. Thank you for reminding me. Please do hit that like button. But thank you, Kevin. Jamarcus Hawksnest, any concern about how badly the O-line can limit our ceiling? I know it's only week 2, but it doesn't straighten out within the next few weeks, then I'd be extremely concerned. Well, we've got Cross on point, that's for sure. I'm going to be a bit patient with Connor Williams because Connor Williams didn't have a whole training camp and he's coming off of a torn ACL. But if we were to come to find that Connor wasn't really back to really at his full strongest until halfway into the season, that wouldn't be shocking to me. So my patience will be pretty strong with him. So that leaves the other 3 positions. When it comes to the guards, they're a worry right now, but I don't know if there's a lot we can do about them. As I showed on that play with Phil Haynes, I'm not really sure that he is would be an upgrade right now over what you get from Bradford at right guard. Would he be at left guard? Maybe, maybe not. The coaches got Lakin out there for a reason. And so I would probably say that you got to kind of roll with what you got unless there is really a trade to be had. I dropped a Clips channel video on this, Jamarcus, talking about this, where the want to go get another lineman or find another answer out there is very great within the fan base, but when you look across the league, there's not teams that are selling those linemen on the side of the street, just, $4 for $1. They're very hard to come by. And so you are stuck in this. It's a league-wide issue too. We saw that from the Rams. You get these many injuries and you're going to be having to kind of put some bubble gum on it, a little bit of tape, get that duct tape out. But I think you're going to just have to be patient with it a little bit and ride it out. And some of this is just kind of getting down to close to the deadline to where maybe you can make a deal there if there's one to be made. But I don't think there's anybody off the street you can sign that's going to improve the situation. And so you're just going to have to ride with it. I think with at least Bradford out there, you also have the hope that the more time he gets out there, the better he should get. Because that's what he needs, I think, above all else. And I'm on record of this, of saying he just needs the playing time. He needs the maturation. So yes, how many sacks do you think we will get against Miami and a second-string quarterback? Well, Tua gets the ball out of his hands insanely fast, like 2.4 seconds at times. He is renowned for just that ball getting out of his hand absolutely as quickly as humanly possible. When Thompson's been in the game in recent years past, that's dipped all the way down to like 3 seconds. So the Dolphins do seem to run a little bit of a different offense out there with Thompson than they do with Tua, which would then allow Seahawks to get some more sacks in this game. But I would have to think that McDaniel, knowing what he's going to be walking into with the crowd noise, is probably going to try to really limit the amount of throws they have, which is going to hurt getting the sacks. And then there's probably going to be more shorter throws baked in because of the pressure rate he knows he's dealing with, the crowd noise, all that. If I'm McDaniel coming into this game, I'd say, well, I can't be doing 7-step drops and trying to have him push the ball down the field with this team because we're not going to have the time to hold that up. So it's got to be a lot of just bubble screens, 10 fly sweeps to Tyreek this week, maybe, 10 carries a piece between a chain and Wright, Jalen Wright. But I think it's going to be hard to get a lot of sacks necessarily with what you're dealing with, because McDaniel's going to be in a little bit of a protective mode, I would say. 3 Hour, is B going to be on the roundtable weekly? It's nice seeing someone actually defend our Hawks on there. I will be, as long as I don't piss those guys off too much. I was feisty last night. But no, I believe I'll be doing it in the future now and in the future. So yeah, that will be the intended plan. Be going back on to the Bleacher Report this week as well. So if you folks have not downloaded that app, please do download that app, because I'll be doing my post-game show for a half hour over there directly after the game this week, right over there. So if you guys can get that downloaded in advance, I can get that link posted when we come to game day, and then you can just click the link and get right to the video post-game on that. So please do download that Bleacher Report app, as I will be going back over there this week and next month a few different times. Gibson, biggest issue, our O-line is generating a rushing attack and building some continuity. I like it. Yeah. Continuity is another good way of putting it too. You're not going to get that unless you give them the time through the fire and flames to figure it out. Certainly a guy like Connor Williams, who's again not had any chance to communicate with these guys, center, so big a part of that is in the position, the communication angle of it, and getting guys on the same page. I think they'll get there. I think it'll get better with time. Phoebe says, they made a lot of I think and I feel statements that aren't fact. Garza has got to stand up for Geno because the narrative is too absurd and devoid of facts. That's it. I can get it if we're like slightly off the spot with maybe our outlook of him, but they're in the outlook of him that he's bad. I mean, that's where I would sort of pick at the edges on some of their feeling where the guy to say at first no, Geno's good. I'm like, okay, where does he rank? He's in the 20s, and so he's not good. I go, well, then that's, like you said, that becomes, as you put it, Ricardo, that becomes absurd, and you got to push back on that and go, okay, look, I can understand if you don't agree with me on that he's a top 10 guy, but, put up such good tape the last couple of years to still be on that spot. I don't get it. And Grenade, what happened to the other Hawks dude on Roundtable? I'm not sure. Maybe just busy. You got a lot on the table here come to season, so. Eric said we should almost run a 2-man running backfield to protect for Geno. Might have to at times. Might have to do a lot of max protect stuff. Don Grubb targets the middle of the field. That's a huge difference this year. He does indeed. I was showing Don the heat chart here at the start of the show here. Show it again here, but you can see, like, to your point, Don, look at that heat chart, baby. Look at all that green in the middle of the field. Look at all that green between the middle of the hashes. Look at that hash green. Look at that green hash. So much green hash in this offense. Oh, it feels good being 2-0. Yowlin says, Saints are legit, both offense and defense. If you sleep on them, you'll be mistaken. Carr's just not looked good the past couple of years, and maybe that is all just Kubiak's magic wand is going to fix him, but I mean, he was on his way coming into the season of just about being on his way out the league. Maybe it's all coming along right now, and Saints do have some players on that team, and the defense has been good under Allen for the most part. It's about getting the offense right, and they've got some weapons. Shaheen, and you got Olave's having a really good start. Kamura's having a resurgence back to his self. They always got Taysom Hill to work in, and they do invest in their offensive line. Ricardo says, Geno can't beat the Niners. Geno can't win the playoffs. Geno isn't considered consistent. Geno isn't clutch. Some tired arguments that are not provable or fact-based. Very much the truth. Yeah. That's what they will often go to. The one they can't do, the clutch one's harder to do now. You'll find them saying that one less because there's such direct, refutable evidence in regards to that one. Joshua Bennett, hey, evening, Hawk. How you doing today? Man, I'm feeling great. Great start to the season. Channel's doing well. Team's winning. And we're just getting warmed up. Haley, I want Geno to get a ring, if only for the amazing story that would be. Could you imagine how their collective minds would fry if we made it to the bowl and won? Oh my God. It would be, Haley. It would be so, it's that extra layer, and it is part of the why I've become more with time, more and more. I was already the Geno supporter from the jump on this one when he started day one, but it's only increased with time off the back of that. And this, as I've said, and you say here, this is the story that you would root for in football. This is the not the 5-star guy that everything's on a golden platter given to him throughout his NFL career. And here's another ring. Here's another ring. No, this is a guy that's had to fight and grind and scrap. He had to go to the underworld fights, the illegal fights. He had to fight in there and just to get himself back up to the main card. And now he's got the main card and he's doing everything he can with it. You can see that. He has taken advantage of this opportunity to the utmost, from how he leads to how he works to how he goes about his business to how he talks. You can see it. And that guy is the kind of guy you do root for. That's the kind of guy you do hope can go and get that bowl, as you put it. And you're right. They would. I think we'd have like a Scanners issue, Haley. Anybody seen the Scanners movie? I think we'd have like all NFC West fans as Geno's winning the Super Bowl. Don says Geno isn't clutch, is debunked, doesn't have the most comeback victories. No, he does. Yeah. And Ricardo was saying it's just more of what they say than it is. He's not saying that, of course, too. He's just that is what you still hear, what we were hearing last night. Ray Erickson says, imagine if we had Geno starting years ago. What a different world it could have been. Hand Grenade B, Jags off to a bad start. Depending on the situation in the near future, we might be able to get Lawrence. We might. You know that's been one of my things that I've been kind of counseling the 12th man on, and the possibility is that we think about this being sort of binary in the decision making, where it's, Geno or quarterback of the future in draft. Maybe Sam Howell, maybe not binary, maybe there's a 3 on that. But I've said that there's that extra angle to this one where there's the other method out there to go get it, which is maybe to go find a quarterback at a place where it's not going quite right, but maybe you could also pinpoint within that place they're at that they have not exactly handled the situation right with that quarterback there, that it's not his talent or his inability, but in actuality, it's a little bit more at play going on there. I'd say it's a possibility. The troubling part on this one, Hand Grenade, with him is that he is so early into that contract. Jaguars, if they're going to try to move Lawrence in the future, they're going to have to spend, are going to have to eat a lot of dead money to make it happen. And I think instead they'll probably hang in there tough for another couple of years before they would do that. But a couple of years down the line, maybe. Catalyst says, I agree. All the Geno slander is based on the past. It's all feelings and no facts. Agreed. And that's where I start to push back, as I did last night on the roundtable show against those gentlemen, because you can't expect to just go off of your feelings and expect that's going to be converting anyone over to your argument. And that you got to back up what you say with it. And if there's so much information that runs counter to your gut feeling, well, then maybe your gut's not right. Maybe it's just indigestion. Nicholas, so they must have terrible lives with all that hate built up towards one guy. So I said last night on the show, he does drive some divisive opinions for whatever it's like. It's a love or hate thing there with it, isn't it? Don, is there a better valued contract in the NFL right now than Geno? I don't believe so. No. Show me a 17th highest paid quarterback in the NFL last 2 years. He's giving you pretty good value for that. Mick, thanks, Brandon, for defending Geno Smith last night. You killed it. Giving your facts and reasoning to all the Geno haters. I knew I was going to have to come on there probably pretty hot. I'd watched the show a few different times before coming on, and I knew about a few of those opinions out there that existed in there, and I knew I was going to probably end up coming in having to, I was going to try to be nice about it, but I was not going to let, I thought Geno was going to be benched mid-season. What? Oh, it was Sam Howell by week 6. What? I had to do it. Haley says Geno's a legit top 5 quarterback in the NFL. His ability to handle pressure is maybe the best in the NFL ever without mobility factored in. I'd say ever. Ooh, Haley going hot. Let's go, Haley. Love it. Tried to go top 10 last night. Those guys were ready to put me on a stake me up. Give me the Prince Vlad treatment. Don says all that hate built up towards one guy sounds super familiar, like a derangement syndrome. Chris says, I can't believe how much they talk there was on the NFC West podcast you were on about Geno Smith. They were going hard. That's why I had to push back. I had to come back at it so hard. I was coming on there just to be nice, but like, you guys are going to take it here? Y'all know I'm not being silent. You're going to go here with it. You can go, I think he's a good quarterback, but maybe just not quite good enough to take you to the top, but he's a bad quarterback. We're going to have to trade some verbal blows. Robbie Red, you should do an interview with Scott Kennedy with the Falcons podcast for Behind Enemy Lines. Very underrated guy like you. Scott Kennedy, I'll write it down. I have gotten kind of all of my guys in advance for the upcoming season set, but I'll see what I got going on. I'll double check in with my stuff and see where it's at on that. Make sure my Falcon guy's responsive, but I'll write it down there, Robbie. Thank you for the suggestion. Haley, beyond being a Seahawks fan, I want Geno to get a ring just to shut them MFFers up. I do too. Catalyst Geno carried this team the last 2 years. Inconsistent run game, no O-line, bad defense, and questionable play calling. Geno has had everything stacked against him. Love it, guys. You know I'm in the same place. You know I'm in exactly the same place. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for the $5 donation. They made a lot of I feel and think statements last night on Geno, not facts. That's right. This is what I was getting as well. And you guys know this about me in general and any kind of discussion we've had, because we've had a lot of emotional arguments here in the Hawks Nest over the last couple of years, because it's been a trying time. It's been a time of change and disruption and the old going out, and should the old go out, and we got to keep the old here, and the old earn the right to stay as long as they want to stay. And there's a lot of that fluctuating where it became back to more of emotionality and sentimentality. And these are not things that should guide NFL decision-making or an outlook on what an NFL team or what a player is, because you're looking at it wrongly at that point. And I do go back to saying with this quarterback situation as being the most important in the sport, for all the talk there is of this from people about how important it is and get your guy and just go get your guy. I think that there's more than ever now, as I listen to some of the people talk about the QB position, market opportunity, because there is a stiff lack of understanding about what makes a quarterback good and bad, and who is truly a good quarterback and what makes them that good of a quarterback versus the others. I think it's a position that's really, really misunderstood, not just because of the Geno situation, but just the more you kind of hear people talk and the way they talk about the position, how they talk about it, and the things that they overlook. You go to a Bryce Young right now as you hear it, and I'm not a Bryce Young guy. I don't think Bryce Young's a franchise quarterback, but I also think that the Panthers just drafted a guy to do what everybody says, just go take a guy. And that's not the proper path, and that's a path to failure. But then when it fails, they come back and go, well, it's the quarterback's a bust. Hold on. Was it that was the bust, or was it the organization that fired the coach that was there when you drafted him, like 6 games into him being there? Maybe part of what's doing it. Maybe it's the bad ownership part of it. But there's definitely, to me, Phoebe Moore Seahawks, there's a market opportunity here when it comes to the quarterback, and kind of discussion last night where you hear them talk about Geno, I think illustrates that, where people just don't have a really good footing on that part of this game. And it's the hardest one to have, because maybe there's so much on their plate to do, and so many things that they have to kind of rely upon to work as well onto what they have to do, which just makes it eminently complicated to try to figure it out. But the best part on this is going to be, as I said now, maybe there's a bit of uncertainty with him coming in with Grubb and coming in this new offense, but as you now get through training camp, where he's one of the stars in training camp, as he has had the start to the season that he's had now, you start to go, okay, he's going to fit this. He's going to have what I've said is probably the best season of his NFL career. And then what do they say? Probably, I'm guessing there won't be a lot of change of opinion unless it is quite literally. As Haley put it over there, he's going to have to raise that bowl up. You're going to have to raise the trophy up over your head. And that's the only point in time you'll finally get that change and movement. Thank you, though, Feed Me. I appreciate that donation. Kevin Love Nice, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you as well for that. Very kind of you on the big dono. I thought it would take 6 to 8 weeks for our defense to gel. Glad I was wrong, and they will only get better. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Kevin. And I think this is something that both sides of the ball, it's pretty fair to expect that this is the direction that this will go, being that this should only get better with time. We should see only improvement here as we go forward. And I'm surprised to see that McDonald has gotten this defense instituted in the way that he has to the degree it has. I don't think that he's even onboarded everything. He's not even running like the same number of games up front that he ran with the Ravens. I think there's keeping a lot of this relatively vanilla to start things out as they're trying to figure out the details. He spoke to a couple of plays, even in this past game, where he said, yeah, I called a couple of these plays and, we hadn't even have run that stuff much in practice. So I was calling it, but we hadn't really tried it out much. Speaks again to the fact you haven't really layered everything on this. You got your base layer, then you put a little bit more complication, then a little more complication before you finally get to the full stack. And it is only going to get better the more he's able to really make this defense go at the full level, put the pedal all the way down to the metal, as they would say. And I do think that is going to be coming this season at some point. And the fact that he's got it here day one, Kevin, that they're playing this well day one. The past defense has been so good day one. Very impressive. Because like you, I expected there to be some kind of early need for that onboarding process. It'll come out an opening week where, you gave up 250 to blow Knicks and you had a couple broken plays on a couple 60-yard touchdowns over the top where you're running some blitzes. Something broken down like that, but it hasn't occurred. They've kept it tight. They've kept it in front of them. And then they've been stout on top of it. Yeah, very surprising, Kevin, but all the more reason to believe that it will get better with time. And I think that's both sides of the ball, offense and defense. Go Hawks, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. Mo Maggot Yallin, thank you for the $5 donation. TDS are down. Field goals and power running is up. Early year trend? Or is the old pendulum swinging back to ugly and physical? Great question. I believe that the defensive trend is real and that the defensive trend is going to continue. Your Seahawks may be on the real great benefit end of this in that they have one of the brighter defensive minds at a time where defense is swinging back into that forefront position, like you said, Jan. And the NFL is a little bit cylindrical in how it can go. And what can work today doesn't work tomorrow, and then comes back and works the day after that. And what is happening is the Fangio defense comes in a couple years ago, and it really takes away from those passers like a Mahomes, like a Russell at that time that was bombs out. Says, we're going to just take the bomb away from you. You're not going to beat us deep. We're going to remove that as a way for you to beat us. You're going to have to earn this up the football field. We'll be creative with our coverages on the back end. Coaches have grown this with time. I think McDonald has sort of taken, sort of the Ryan concept of defense, and he has sort of paired it to a little bit of what you get with the Fangio defense, and that this is the amalgamation that you get on the other side of it. And it's one that just makes it terribly hard for offenses. They can't pre-snap read anything from the defensive line to the linebackers to the secondary and come to any sort of conclusions with anything that's close to a resolute understanding of the situation. You have to be with a question mark above your head right up to post-snap. And the game comes fast. It's hard to process all that in that moment that quickly. And so you fall back as a coach to saying, well, simplify it. Let's run it then. Let's go back to the run then. Well, some of it's the defenses and the fronts that they've been running out there when it comes to the running game, I think, in addition to this, where you have those fronts I talked about earlier on this, like the Rams will run, where it's a 3-4 defense, but they go to nickel, and then they'll run the 1 and the 3 tech next to each other, and then they'll run wide 9 on the outside with their edges. And so you'll have these huge gaps that are left there, which if you're going to run 2 duo blocks at the point of attack, you have a center and a guard, a center and another guard, and they hammer at that point of attack on 2 dudes, your 1 tech and your 3 tech, those guys are probably going to get moved. There's probably going to be some space there. And it's going to be sometimes maybe even just a 3 yards in a cloud of dust type space that's created off the back of that. But there will be space. Because you don't have enough beef down there to hold up. Because you've lightened it out to stretch it out and to give yourself more defenders on the back end to cover against the throwing game. So yeah, there is the push and the pull with this. there's also, though, that layer of complication that's been added into this. When so many teams wanted to go on and adopt the Coach Carroll scheme, the cover 3 scheme 10 years ago, defenses were then doubling down on simplicity in an era where offense was driving to ultimate complication and pre-snap motion and flood zone concepts and every kind of route you can run and all of that. Defenses were going the other direction at that time. And so there's really been kind of a stagnation of 10 years where defenses hadn't developed as far conceptually, I think, in their ability to do more in disguising and to do more of the window dressing you get from the offenses. So there's a lot of ground for them there to be made up, a lot of easy room to be made up, I would say. And that's, I think, now being undertaken where what is going to be the next things that offenses can do? Have they topped out all of the stuff that they can maximize within the rule book, like they did with motion, for instance? Motion, I think 15 years ago was, probably run at like a, 15% clip. Now you got up around 40, 50% of the time, 60% of the time, depending on the team we're talking about, they're going to run pre-snap motion. So that's a big change. And is there a change the offenses can find within that? I don't know. And that's maybe some of the reason too, y'all, and they're going back to that running game and keeping it simple where we can't find the complicated answer. So let's go to find the simple one instead on this one. But it's going to continue. The running game is going to continue to rise back, I think, a little bit more to prominence. This may not be a long-term issue because I'm very sure the NFL after this season is probably going to come back with some crazy rule where offense can now be moving forward at the snap, something like that. They're not going to want to be sitting on this tampered down scoring thing for a long period of time because this has been a recent trend. But it's real and it's understandable as to why it's here. It's not a complete shocker on that, yelling that it's occurring. There's a lot of room for this to happen. Catalyst, how scary is A-Chain? The Dolphins have 4 guys on their offense that you can give the ball to, and they can score from any place on the football field. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, and Jalen Wright, and Devon A-Chain. All 4 of those guys have that ability. And it doesn't have to necessarily be blocked up perfectly, that you just give them a lane, you give them a crack. They're legitimately very explosive and very fast. All of the lot of them. And that's a tough combination to have to keep bottled up, especially when you have 3 of them on the field at one given time. That's the way the Dolphins challenge you. But he is not necessarily a guy that's going to be a very strong runner. He's not going to, I think, break a lot of tackles. If you can get your arm on him, you can get him kind of down to the ground. He's added some weight this offseason, which I do wonder a little bit if maybe has kind of hurt him a little bit on the front of that speed. You get 10 pounds on, are you as fast? Are you as explosive? But he's trying to get, I think, a little bit more weight to get a little bit more durability because he was injured last year after just a few kind of carries. But he's tough. He's tough to deal with. Now, the Dolphins don't have great blocking right now, but like I said, whenever you have a player on the football field that can legitimately take it and house it at any moment, that's somebody that you got to account for. 1 second here, folks. I'm going to make a little more coffee. Be right back. Oh, sorry, kitty. Claremont Construction, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Kevin Low Nice coming in with another $10 donation. Kevin, you're the man. You're the man. Thank you for that, Kevin. I really appreciate you for that. That's very kind of you support in that way. You guys are allows me to do this, man, is that kind of support. So thank you for that. Kevin says, we could win the Super Bowl. Geno throws for 350 and 3 touchdowns, but we won because of our defense. Go Hawks. Yeah, it'll be Kevin, it'll be, well, it's the brilliance of McDonald that really got this done today. Yeah, but Geno threw for 350 there, Bob. Yes, but it was obviously the defense. No one would ever say that Geno Smith got you the Super Bowl. Yeah, but he also ran for an additional 47 yards on the ground, Bob. Yeah, but those were broken plays. And, Geno is, it's like a broken clock, twice a day. Am I right there? Bob, I mean, he had an MVP performance. They're going to give him probably the trophy. I think you got to give the MVP trophy this game to the coach, Mike McDonald. That's who we got to give this. I've said it's that way, Kevin. It's a weird thing with Geno where maybe it was the whole betting story thing from the Jets day and getting punched by a teammate. Maybe it's just they don't like the look of his face. I don't get it. I really don't get it. And that's part of my frustration with it is it's like, is there something personal against the guy? Do we have with him, on some of these folks where it's like, do you have something against him personally? Is it just, it revolts you in some way looking at him? Like you see a page and just, no, again. It's a feeling that you get on this. And that's where it does get to that ridiculous point of the discussion with it. You're like, where you got to start to peel back it a little bit on people and you go, well, explain this one to me. Walk this one through with me. Because I understand players will all have certain reactions too on it, but there's nothing Geno's done in his career that should derive that type of, dare I say, Kevin, hate. Dare I say, starts to feel like that after a little while. I don't know if it's that, but it does start to feel like that. Thank you, though, Kevin. I appreciate that donation. And you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Everyone just thinks of Jets Geno, and then their brains turn off. I think it is that. Wild. Don says that last drive, it looked like Geno completely took over and called his own plays. Grubb realized very quickly with Geno how much control he can give him at the line of scrimmage. And it's been good on Grubb because I think he's been very smart at getting the play call in, allowing Geno to run the up-tempo stuff, trusting Geno with the up-tempo stuff that he's going to come up the line of scrimmage and read everything true and right prior to the snap. And Geno also seems to have a really good feel for when he can run up-tempo. There was a time in this game where they had him in 3-4. I think he might have been on that final drive in a time where they've got him in a 3-4. They hit him with a passing attack, completed ball. Geno gets right back up the line of scrimmage because he wants to keep them in 3-4. He doesn't want him transitioning out into nickel there and able to pull another play off. And that's just little things like that he also is always on with the P's and the Q's. Ricardo says, Brandon, I couldn't do what you do, Brandon. I would cuss out the Rams guy that said that he'd rather have Kirk Cousins, the one-legged, over Geno. Yeah, it's going to be, I'm sure we're going to tangle a few different times there doing this weekly roundup. And, it helps doing this show and having so many, over the years and how we've done this, we've had quite a few battles in here and quite a few, really great debates on this. And I think you guys have prepped and helped me up on these type of things to when we get into these kind of discussions where, I can really quickly get to where the substantial part of the argument exists, whether it's pro or against. Not to say that I'm right on it, but that we can get going to be pretty good at targeting in on how we can get to kind of the meat of the discussion. I can quickly get to whether or not it's emotionality driving a person's personal perspective on something. Because if you don't have anything to back up what you believe, it's very easy to see that your argument's empty. You start using the same old kind of techniques and means and ways to try to win your point. And they're tried and true, but those are techniques. They're not tangible, substantial arguments you're providing. And that's what we do get on this discussion quite often. What I was getting last night all the way around, quite frankly. And how fun it's going to be to go through this season and see how those guys react here as week in and week out. They're saying he's performed well. And they're going, yeah, I guess he's maybe a little better this year, I guess. But yeah, Kirk Cousins, one-legged, coming off performance with the Falcons, were barely able to scratch out a score except for basically a last minute drive. Yeah. Don says Michael Bennett on Good Morning Football today was awesome. I'll check it out, Don. John, I love how you clapped back at Jake Ellenbogen. The guy is too full of himself and his team laughing out loud. Spicy Brandon. We're going to have some probably difference of outlook on stuff with him, and I can see that already with some of the takes that he has on his outlook of things. I mean, it was fun watching him as well, just trying to go through the Aaron Donald thing, where I tried to have him walk me through how you guys thought you were going to be better after you lost Aaron Donald, and it was like he was trying to so wild. People will take certain points with it, where it's like Aaron Donald's the one guy you'd say was a generational player. He had been a generational player. You don't want to lose that guy from your defense. There are 31 NFL teams that would take that guy and start them as their 3-tech immediately, and they would give him all the money to do so, even where he is at right now, 10 years into his career. And this guy's like, yeah, but we've built all this defense around him, really, and it's just a lot of commitment around him, So it's all like, yeah, he's generational defensive player. That's what you do. And then when you lose that, that's something now you have to figure out. And I didn't get through on that one, I don't think, too much last night, but it will be a point that I'll continue to hammer home with him on that Rams team this year, being that, that's not how this works. You don't. And then he's like, Ernest Jones, he's like, I got inside information as to that Ernest Jones thing. And it's like, you're coming back at me with Troy Reader. I was like, yeah, but Troy Reader right now, Troy Reader? In his second stop with you guys, he was so good you had to let him out the door in the first point. Yeah, we're gonna probably have a few tangling, Sean. Me and him, I imagine there'll be a few. This is why just football season gets suspended for a war draft while we're like 12-1. Like the baseball strike in 97, Don. Weren't the Mariners in first place at that time or right around there? Sean says you need to get Jesse from Last Second Sports back on the channel. He's the only likable Niners YouTuber. Agreed. Very much agreed. And we'll be doing 2 shows this year. So we'll be doing the off-season show too. But he'll be on a couple weeks here when we're facing the Niners. And we'll be going back and forth between our channels on that side of things, for sure. He's on that roundtable show too. So we'll be chopping up weekly over there. Mr. Allo, Geno has the most game-winning drives and led the league in completion percentage too. What's better than clutch and accurate at quarterback? I don't know, man. That's what they told me prior to Geno starting, that what really determined what's a good player or not, and that Geno wasn't that. Now that he's been that, you think they go, okay, well, then I guess he's a good player. That ain't what you hear, though. Nitro says Patrick Mahomes is the best deal in the league, if we're being real. Yeah, maybe that one. I mean, the one thing is with that is that they're doing a lot of having to kind of push money around on that deal, which, they're kind of into the depths of it, which makes it hard to get to the spot of quite being a, discounted deal, because you're starting to rob off the cap of into the future to make it happen. And not that you shouldn't for a guy like Mahomes, but it does make it less of the value-based model. But it is good value, and he has taken a little bit of a discount for that Chiefs team at times. Yalin says, I wouldn't take Dak over Geno, and that's a hot take. Not to me. It really pisses me off that people will put Purdy in the top 10 and not Geno. Like, if anyone should be there, my Lord. Again, that thing of how much does the supporting cast matter? How much does the coaching matter? How much does the defense matter? How much does an offensive line matter? How much does having the playmakers on the outside matter? How does it all much matter together to then elevate any given quarterback in whatever skill set and ability they have? That seems to be the part, as I lock into it, that becomes the part of the equation that gets left out, that front part. All of that doesn't matter. And this is that thing I speak about, which is the Brady Mahomes factor infecting people's mind and how they look at the quarterback position. Because it's turned people's mind like a virus into believing that, the quarterbacks are basically the star player on the basketball squad. Throw the ball out in the wing, let him one-on-one it, and he'll save the day for us on his own. And it's more about that supporting cast. And when you don't have the supporting cast, it's not going to affect you to just a small degree from the quarterbacking position. Gallus does. Jesse broke down Niners-Vikings film, and he put a lot of those sacks on Purdy, throwing the ball late and choosing not to throw at times. Could be on that. I haven't looked at the tape with that. I know the Niners receivers are having some problems at times generating much separation on their routes. But I'll check that out. I haven't seen for sure on that with what was going down there. What's the grade B? When you show up next time, bring up the PFF stats. That'll shut them up. Now they'll probably go, it's only 3 games. But who have you played? Nitro, are you going to do the behind enemy lines with Jake and the Cardinals guy? I've got Jo Peo Time, another Rams channel I got kind of connected with last year, and I'd feel bad about, kind of bailing off him, and he does a good job when he's come on, and he's a real likable guy, and you guys have liked him quite a bit, so I would imagine that he would come back in and do it. Mike, I'm open to doing it, the Cardinals guy. I worked with Mike's partner, so Mike and AZ Seahawks fan, are the other two guys. They're kind of together on that one channel they do, so one of those two guys I'll definitely be syncing up with. Yeah, Mike. Don says Prime Russ equals Marshawn Lynch. Donnie, how you doing, man? Swedish Shinobi in the house. Hello. Gino Smith, thank you for the $2 donation. Says we should extend Geno, but how many years? Well, I think that you got to wait till after the year for the extension on Geno, so you can make and put the money right. And some of it has got to be a little bit based upon what kind of deal Geno's looking to be paid, because I don't know if the team really wants to get into the boat of paying a guy 34, 35 years old at that $55 million mark. He's got to come back around and I think take what would be a good deal, what would be a deal that pays him, but also a deal that still makes it economical for the team to be able to still, sign these young stars that they're going to want to sign, as they also are coming up for contract here very soon. So if you get to after this year, I would imagine that it would be a 3-year extension on the original deal, so that you have 1 year remaining, and you'd probably tear up the final year of that deal to lower down the base hit to like $1 million. And then you would probably give him a 3-year extension. Where that amount would be at, I guess, $40 million. So you're probably looking like a 3-year, $120 million extension after this year. That'd be probably in that sort of realistic place of things, if you could pull it off and get Geno to accept that, give or take on that. So I'd put it around there, somewhere in that neighborhood. 120, and then you get 40 million guaranteed or something. But you could lower down the cap hit pretty far at that point. Fun part about that then is you can lower down his cap hit off of what it's currently going to cost in the books right now if you do that extension. But thank you, Dono. I don't think you can quite do it right now. You just have 2 years of bonus money. And the team doesn't renegotiate with 2 years remaining. A big part of that has to do with that bonus money. And you can't pay bonus money twice and then be paying bonus money on top of bonus money on the same books. Or we got this bonus money from his prior contract, and then we got this bonus money from his current contract. That's a good way to get yourself into troubled territory with the books. And even when you go into the final year of the deal with Geno, you're still with a final year of that bonus money from the prior year. Only at least it's just 1 year instead of 2. So you're willing to do that, but you're not going to be willing to do 2 years of the bonus money, especially when it's a lot of bonus money. Don says Cardinals radio in Phoenix is hilarious. They're emotional like a hen house. Ethan has just got here. Said in the comments on a video earlier, nice shave. Thank you, Ethan. I can only do it's too much maintenance for the goatee. Even the beard's nice. You just go, the goatee's too much it's too much navigating and precision for me. Brandon, one thing that was frustrating was the Miami guys scoffing at the idea that the scheme getting implemented after the off season. I was thrown off a little bit by how ardently he suddenly got real. I don't know what the word to use here, but he got almost like frustrated at the thought that would occur. And I didn't really get it, Jan. Like his take on that's the one that's much more of the outlier to the general consensus and understanding of this, is that a new coach comes in house. If I poll 32 NFL coaches and I say, are you going to have your system as well in place in year one as you will at the beginning of year 2? You're kicking off season 2. Is it going to be as good? Are you going to have all of your players on all of the finer tuned details by year 1, as good as you did in year 2? And his whole thing was, yeah, that's absolutely going to be the case. All the offseason studying you're able to do and all that. And my whole thing is, no, it's not. No, you're not. No, you won't. There's no way. Especially in this day and age where the CBA over the past 2 negotiations has taken out the practice time. it's taken out your ability to onboard things that fast. But yeah, he was very much like, and he didn't want to even like get into it too much. Like, oh no, we got into this. And I was like, okay, we don't have to talk about it, but you're the one that we're just so certain that it was not. I'm like, and I do disagree pretty fundamentally. And I think that most would. Sam says they forgot Geno was him. He's always been him. He will continue to be him. Let's go, Sam. Let's go. Nicholas, the Miami guy seemed like a clown to me. He had a fun previous. He had his cool, interesting personality on it. He was. he was kind enough to do the channel, which I appreciate. Bailey says, if Geno's him, and Spoon is him, and K9's him, and DK is him, and Reek is him, and Dodson is him, and Love is him. Let's go, Haley. JL says, I kind of like Mo picks. The alliterations on his name are never going to stop now, too. People are just having fun as hell. TJ says, I think the simplest answer is maybe the correct one. The reason so many people are consistently down on Geno is because they never actually watch Hawks games. That's why they are out on Seattle. Great point. Great point. I think that's definitely got to be a part of this puzzle. And it would explain it. That's for sure. Mick, I can't wait for the DK versus Ramsey matchup again. This was a fun rivalry when he was on the Rams. Oh, yeah. They're going back and forth in this one. And they've had some good battles. Nitro, it was pretty funny when you were using your hands by saying putting everything together and then asked if you were making bread. Jordan says the Ravens took 10 games to get the defense fully down. You will get the basics down, sure, but they add more throughout the season. Exactly. Jordan says Miami's offense does this. It gets more complex as the season goes on. Mm-hmm. Especially with the complexity in the modern era, too. Just it's going to take you longer to get all that in there. Catless says, one play that pissed me off was Boye Mafe trying to arm tackle Antonio Gibson, and then he breaks away for 40 yards. Frustrating. Had him right in the backfield, and Gibson doesn't really give him any move, juke, dead leg. He just slides kind of off of him weirdly. And I do think probably at that point, Boye was probably getting a little gassed out as he's played a lot of snaps through the first couple of weeks of the season. But a frustrating play nonetheless. Y'all, and I found the lower scoring games makes much more interesting. The Eagles-Cowboys game a few years ago was back-to-back scoring. It becomes boringly predictable. No, I don't mind it either. I'm okay with a little bit of this push and pull. I like seeing the offense come a little bit back. I like it better when it is a little bit more of an even balanced keel thing there between offense and defense. I know the NFL likes scoring, but I like that balance. Haley says, after setting the record for game-winning drives last season, people still say he's not clutch. They do. Yeah. As someone else said, Bub, they're not watching. They don't know. They're going to learn. Oh, they're going to learn. He says there's more hate for Geno Smith than Deshaun Watson, and that's effing crazy. Kind of feels like that at times. Yeah. That's a bit of the sense I get as well. And to me, it's the same thing. It's kind of crazy. This ain't 2019. We're in 2024. We've had a couple of years of new information coming down the line. Brian says, I'll never get it. He's talented, got a lot of miles left on them legs, genuinely good dude off the field, learned a ton after the episode in New York, which is a dysfunctional organization to begin with. Absolutely it is. There's a couple of quarterbacks right now out of the New York organization that are actually performing pretty well, like a Sam Darnold. And they've mucked up and messed up a lot of different situations out there. So you got to take that into account, especially when you have years of it going on over there. And yeah, agreed. Very easy to root for this guy. Carter says, I'm going to say it. Geno looked like Brady on those last drives. He did. He's doing the same things you would have seen from Brady. The complete control at the line of scrimmage, running up tempo, getting everybody aligned in the right positions, the throws right on time, accurate. Not one throw of any of his attempts from this past Sunday were off target. That is a pretty amazing stat when you especially consider how much duress he was under in this game. Gibson says, winning silence to the critics. I believe we can win with Geno, but like any quarterback, you need to have that talent and put him in the position to be successful. Amen. And that's the part that we got to see this year if they're going to do. Because with Geno so far this year, you've taken care of a couple of the things that have been factors holding him back. The coaching, lack of targeting in the middle of the field, better offensive scheme. But can you remove more? Can you get him that offensive line? Can you get him the consistent running game? We'll see. The more you give him, the better you're going to see of him. The best version of him you will see. And that's a version that can be one of the better quarterbacks in this sport, I think. But we'll see if they can pull that off. Don says it's not about extending Geno. It's about guaranteeing his contract like Trent Williams. Very well may be that. It's going to be a tough contract to pare down because, the team, can they find common footing with Geno? Can they bury some void years? Can they get Geno to allow for them to stretch out some of the money of the deal? Can you factor in a little bit more guaranteed money, but less overall payout at that point, lowering down the cap hit? There's a lot of room for being creative here. The thing I will say with the Geno contract extension moving down the year from now is that he has shown a willingness to take a discount on a deal. And if a player does that once, I've learned in NFL history that the quarterback that's willing to do that once, they're going to be willing to do it twice. It's all about whether they're just willing to do it. And most aren't. 99% of the quarterbacks walking this earth won't take one less red letter cent than they can get. Geno has already once. That's why he's stood as the 17th highest paid quarterback the past 2 years, is he took that discounted deal. So if you can find this common ground all across the board on that and how you put this deal together, you can absolutely get something together on an extension with him, and it can make sense for both player and the team. Yeah, Haley, that's why I asked him last night, Haley, I'm like, I still didn't like the answer I got back from him when I said, how did you think you guys were not only going to not miss a beat losing a generational player like Donald and then losing Jones, who was at least your third best defensive player last year. So you're losing 2/3 of your best defensive players, one who's a generational player. You don't miss a beat, but you actually take a big step forward. Like that math doesn't track. That math doesn't add up. And I didn't get much of an answer back. He's like, whoa, Stafford, run game, some young names on defense. Okay, you have 4 young names on defense, 2 guys who had a pretty good rookie year. That does not make a defense. You're relying on Tre'Davious White to be a lockdown corner coming off an Achilles tear. It's probably not going to work. And you can see how that wasn't going to work. Brian Myers says, maybe you already mentioned, but why release Blair? I'm not too sure on that one, Brian. They feel good about the safeties they've got running along right now. Maybe they get him back on the practice squad eventually on this, but hard to say on that one. Hasn't played much. Erickson, for me, Geno's entering game 1 ready to rock. Totally fit and mentally focused. I know he wants to make a run. Hell yeah. Brand the Cut says, when he said I have inside information I can't disclose, I threw out everything he said. Yeah, that was his response to my Ernest Jones deal. He's like, well, you don't know about Ernest Jones what I know about him, but with the behind the scenes. I'm like, well, okay. But he's a great player for you. He played well for you last year. Like, what does that have to do with the Preds in China? Nothing. Yeah. But yeah, he hit me with the I have some inside info. Don, Sunday was was Geno's best game of his career, right? Yeah, it was. Because he put the 330 up, but it's easily with a couple of those throws that get completions, the 25-yard throw to JSN. He's got a couple throws in there to DK Metcalf on top of it. Could have been a 375-yard day easy. The penalty yardage he draws to Tyler Lockett on 2 of the PI calls. I mean, he basically is responsible for 450 yards of offense at that point. That's probably his best day at the office, I'd say, yeah. And the fact that it wasn't easy, the fact that you didn't have a running game, the fact that you didn't really have great pass protection, let me show you guys something. Check this out as well. So this is the PFF rank for Geno right now. I showed you guys this earlier, where Geno Smith's your third highest graded quarterback in the NFL. And if you guys remember, I went back and did an exercise before the start of the season looking at pass protecting units for PFF over the last 5 years. And those pass protection units that have been bad, 27 to 32, the worst pass protecting units over the last 5 years, year by year by year. Okay. I did this exercise to try to take a look at and see, how much does this affect the quarterback? If I pull this thing off here and I look at this thing, how did the quarterback seasons go for that 5-year period individually? How did each of them individually perform over that 5-year period? And what I came to find was that only Geno and Burrow, dealing with that kind of duress, were able to put those kind of performative seasons out there where they were really good. They still were able to play really good despite that. And for Burrow, it was only 1 year, by the way. So I want to show you this as a representation of this carrying over, that data carrying over to this season. That trend continuing on now to here, okay? So look here at the PFF scores. Look at the rank and the guys you got. Here's your top 10 PFF rated quarterbacks. Kyler, Derek, Geno, Sam, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers, Brock Purdy. There's your top 10, okay? Stay with me on this. I'm going to show you something now. Now, the number that's written in like a little child's pen, because I had to kind of handwrite it in, is going to be the pass protection rank of PFF for those quarterbacks. So Kyler Murray has the 7th best pass protecting unit in football. Derek Carr has the 4th best pass protecting unit in football. Sam Darnold, not the best, 24th ranked pass protecting unit. Josh Allen with the 8th best pass protecting unit. 10th best pass protecting unit for Aaron Rodgers. 17th best pass protecting unit for Brock Purdy. 14th for Justin Fields, 19th for Patrick Mahomes, 18th for CJ Stroud. You guys want to see one of those pictures that say which one of these is not like the other? You ever heard that term? Look at those numbers, and do you see one that might not be like the other on that list? Geno Tiberius Smith. 31st is the rating of your pass protection right now for Geno Smith, and yet he is performing like a top 3 quarterback. Only Sam Darnold comes in the vicinity of having as close to poor as pass protection as Geno has. And he's still 7 spots away. You're nearly league worse as a pass protecting unit right now, and still he's 3rd rated by PFF. Whereas when most quarterbacks would crap their pants and cry for their mommy if they were having to deal with this kind of onslaught. Yeah. He's a great quarterback. He deserves his props. It's not easy to play the position this well when you're dealing with that. And that's what he's doing. And the chat started tuning out when the points started making sense. Catalyst Purdy had several clean pockets, but on one play he threw the ball away late, allowing Cashman to break on it, deflecting it, and intercepted by Josh Metellus. I think that's some of the pre-snap confusion you get from Flores, too, because I know that Purdy went to Flores after the game and congratulated him on a great game plan that he had drawn up against Purdy. And this has been the game plan we saw last year from the Vikings. They gave Purdy fits. It's also very similar, I think, to the game plan that Mike McDonald drew up for Purdy when the Ravens were able to put Purdy on lockdown last year as well. He's gotten very good as Purdy at processing in the pocket quickly through those reads. So it's not as much to me that he's going through a read and he's going, oh, my dig route, my short 5-yard dig route, it's not open here. My George Kittle stop route at 7 yards isn't open here. And now I'm going to hit the 9 route on the backside. It's more of dig routes clipped, in-cutting tight end routes clipped, and I can still get to 3-4 on short routes on the backside. And they still end up keeping the routes pretty short along the line. And so if you have a defense that can creatively disguise it, you essentially, a lot of times will show them stacked boxes and you'll be showing them a blitz and you're making Purdy think it's coming, and then you're going to drop out of it. The Niners don't necessarily pass protect great. That's not the strength of that offensive line. And so you can start to make them uncomfortable with a little bit of that and the running the games then in the secondary, and you start to confuse some of his processing. He can't go through things as quickly like he likes to go through. because that's, his ability to kind of scramble and get away from things, his quick release, his processing. These are ultimately some of his best traits, accuracy with that. But when you still come back to talking about arm strength, pushing the ball down the field, being able to really challenge defenses in that way, I would still maintain that that's the place where you're able to kind of box him up a little bit. Nick Guzman says, OB, doesn't it feel good to be validated about Geno after 2 years? It feels great. I'm not a big, I was right guy. I don't like doing that game a lot because it's always, it's a little bit of the old, you're sort of sniffing your farts a little bit. That's how I always feel a little bit on whenever I try to start do that. But for the sake of celebrating Geno, for the sake of a guy who has earned the right, it's not about, for me at that point, really about me going, look how right I was about Geno 2 years ago. It's more about saying, this is a guy that earns the right for us to celebrate him, to root for him. That's what I'm really trying to drive for in the fan base, is not for you guys to go, look how right Brandon was, but to say, this guy should get that same kind of support that you used to throw behind Russell Wilson. I know he hasn't earned you the Super Bowl, so maybe he hasn't earned all that great will that Russell did to get that kind of goodwill, but he should be backed in kind of a similar fashion here with how he's played. And it's not been a flash in the pan moment, and it's not been made easy for him. And if you put a checkbox list up of things you'd want from your quarterback, he has hit every one of those checkboxes. I want a hard worker, check. I want him to take a discount at contract time, check. I need a guy with some mobility in the open field, a guy who can get away from some pass rush, can move in the pocket, check. I need a little bit of size so he can see over the offensive line, so I don't have to throw out whole plays of my playbook just because he can't see him open, check. I need a guy with a big enough arm to push the ball down the field and make all of the NFL throws, check. I need a guy with a quick release and with accuracy. Not one off-target throw this past week, check. You keep going down the line, and he checks all these boxes off, and eventually you should get to the spot as fan and go, that's my quarterback. We all should be Terrell Owens in it, We should all be doing this, Wait, hold on. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. That's what we should all be doing right now for Geno. We should all be Terrell Owens in this thing. Brian E says, does NFL got to wait till next CBA before instituting a salary cap on quarterbacks? Yeah, you can institute it, but you're going to, I believe, need to get the Players Association to sign off on it. So I don't believe that you can just come in like dictator style and say, now the quarterbacks will only be getting $10. Ryan, are we worried about DK missing practice? I mean, it's a little bit of probably being protective, maybe. I think it's hard to say, though. McDonald's shown he's going to be pretty tight to the vest with the injury situation. He's not going to let us know a whole hell of a lot. Taste Buds says, made it. Go Hawks. What's up, man? Will says, have McDonald and the Vikings shown the Niners can be beaten by being schemed to death? A little bit. I mean, I don't think that the Niners are necessarily having a fatal flaw that's been waiting to be taken advantage of where you can simply just scheme them to death and you got it. You need the personnel. You need a good enough defense to execute this team. You need certain smart enough coaches to be able to pull it off. I think in Flores and McDonald, you have two of the brighter defensive minds in the sport able to make this game plan work. A lot of guys might be able to draw it up. Not everybody's going to be able to execute it or have that personnel. I think as well with the Niners, when they're missing Christian McCaffrey, since he's been traded to the Niner team, that's the guy that took that offense to kind of another level when he arrived. And so when he's missing, I think that does take them down a tick from what they can generate offensively. Not that they're bad offensively, but just from their top end fully where they can be as explosive as any offense in football with McCaffrey in that offense. Him gone, I don't think it's in the same place. So it's a combination of those factors at play, Will, but there's definitely, I think, a little bit of a blueprint in place on if you want to take down Brock, to me, it is a little bit down to you're going to have to stop the run with them first and foremost, but also don't give him the easy completions. Try to make him think as much as possible post snap. Try to run those blitzes, and run those games up front with that pass protection of the Niners, and you're going to get some guys home. Seahawks team's definitely a little bit banged up right now. Jarrell Ross, hi, Broncos fan here again. What's up, Jarrell? Good to see you in the house, man. Hang in there with your Broncos. You've had a couple of tough defenses out the gate. That's going to relieve out, I think, a little bit. That's going to ease up. It ain't going to be that hard every week. On Cornelius says, Mike, Mafia's got weak hands. Mike Bennett even talked about it. Got to get on those grip machines. Brian says, thinking we are a Super Bowl team with this much turnover and change is a recipe for disappointment. Yeah, I think we're just going to enjoy the ride this year. Enjoy the ride. Flying Blind, how's it going? I'm here for the Mo Picks jokes. There's no end to the alliterations, Flying Blind. Auburn played Arkansas in 2020, and Nix threw a backwards spike that Arkansas recovered, got called back for an inadvertent whistle. Haven't forgot. The Nix Auburn version was a pretty brutal version of Nix. That was a version of Nix that did not look like an NFL pro in any way, shape, or form. He definitely turned himself around going to Oregon there, Flying Blind. Sounds like he was playing a little more like Will Levis out there. Zach Johnson, what is your ideal starting offensive line this year? I think ideally, long-term, by the point you get to the end of the year, I'd like to see Charles Cross, Haynes over at left guard, Connor center, Bradford right guard, and then Lucas back at right tackle. I think that's when it's all said and done, that's your best starting unit. I think it's smart to not necessarily have Haynes starting day one out there. And maybe by midseason, you look to more inject him in there. Maybe Lincoln as a kind of an older player starts to slow down a bit at that point, and you feel a little more comfortable that Haynes is ready to go out there. But it's probably long term what I'd be looking at on this one, even for this year. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Randall says, what it do, Mr. 17K? Thank you very much for mentioning that. Indeed, you guys have been doing a great job on that side of it. I want to thank everybody for hitting that like button, for subbing on up. We flew right past 17,000 subscribers. You guys know I'm on the road to 20K this year, and we are not even through September, so it's looking real good. But you can help us get there today. If you're not subbed up already, please do get subbed up. And if you haven't as well, please hit that like button. Helps this channel out, helps me grow, helps me show up on the algorithm. See, Pumpkin saying, she's saying, tell them. Like, she said, hit the like and sub. Should they sub up? Yeah. Yeah, they should sub on up too. So, I mean, she's telling you. She's telling you what time it is. Thank you for that dono, Randall. Seahawks Gaming, Trey Brown's going to get the bag. Mm-hmm. Very much set up in a similar fashion to DJ Reed a couple of years ago, who was able to go out there and get a very nice contract from the Jets. He's played pretty well for the Jets over the past couple of years. Probably very similar. Very similar. He just says, I didn't understand the inside information comment about Ernest Jones. Wouldn't something like that be known by now? The Rams trading Jones continues to boggle my mind and has for weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's maybe he's really got the inside source and he doesn't want to let that source be given up because it's a good source and it gives him the goods. Could be the way it is. I mean, I think that's what he's kind of inferring by that. But to your point, what's the bad part about letting out knowing what it is that is that thing? And even if there is, let's say it's a thing like this, CJ, where what I know from my inside sources is that he's got a medical problem with his knee. His knee's a ticking time bomb. It's going to blow up at any time. You know, you can hear it when he's walking. Tick, 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 right? Let's say it's that. Okay. Why not let that out now, number one? But okay, number two, that still does hurt your team. You're still losing a guy that helped your team out last year. Maybe the smart move isn't to pay him in the future, but it then doesn't make your team stronger than that year. And that was the part I think I wasn't able to quite get across my point to him on it, where he's more, I think, was locking in on about whether or not it was smart in the future to be paying him on that. Y'all, and Ernest Jones is the same thing I heard about Judon out of New England, locker room cancer. That could be a part of it here. You know, I hear you. I hear you. Nitros is the insider information comment. Felt like a way to get out of the question. Brian, he said, that's the part I appreciate about Geno, is he was willing to take that hometown discount for the sake of building a good team around him. He was just grateful for the opportunity. That's it, man. I mean, that's such a big deal, too, because there's so few quarterbacks who make that choice. And so many of these guys are so greedy, in my opinion. I would never call any NFL player greedy. You know, you're in a sport that you can get battered and bashed at any time, and you can have you highly affected after your career and CTE and all that other stuff. But these QBs, man, they push that line on it, in my opinion. They push it a little too far. And the Rams kid just rambled. Haley says even the other B was thinking Rams would be a much better season, which I think is nuts. He did, yeah. Ryan Ball says next year's Geno's cap hit goes up to $38.5 million. If we extend him, we could lower that back down to like this year's $26 million. I would argue you could go. So yeah, you're going to be at $12 million. No, you're right. That's about right on that, Ryan. Your maths. And you're talking about $26 million at that point on what, a cap of 250, 260. So still the hit is very small on the overall percentage basis when you compare it up to other quarterbacks and their percentage of their quarterback cap hit, especially if they do find a way within it, Ryan, to massage those numbers out even further. Let's remember, like Geno's first contract extension off the last contract, they got that thing down to a $10 million first year cap hit. Could you, it wouldn't get down to a similar place now, but again, could you get it pretty low? Yeah, you can get it pretty low. And certainly, like you say, much lower from that current projected hit of 38.5. Says Jake does ramble and doesn't stick to one point. Brandon gave multiple reasons while sticking to one point. Thank you, y'all. I was trying to stay in that pocket. J.O., I had to fight hard not to turn it off when the Rams dude was talking. I just kept thinking, I'm here to support B. I'm here to support B. Thanks for hanging on in there, J.O. Casey, awesome content, Brandon. Thanks. My pleasure, Casey. My pleasure, man. Bloody Grimoire. Geno needs his flowers this season and a ring. Go Hawks. Let's get it. And I agree. Gibson, if Geno can consistently play like he did last week, he is an elite quarterback. He showed leadership skills and made plays throughout the game. Amen. You guys are on it? 100%. Terrell Owens meme, that's my quarterback. That's right. That's my quarterback. That's my quarterback. Nitro, maybe the Jets aren't bad at drafting quarterbacks. They just can't develop them besides Zach Wilson, but he sleeps with moms anyway. Could be with them. I mean, it's a fair thing to ask about, and it's a fair thing to say, is there something organizationally that's causing us to not, make the right selection with these guys, to target the right guy? And I think there's got to be some soul searching from the Jets organization when it comes to this quarterback position when they go in the future on this, because they've gotten it wrong for so long, much like the Chicago Bears, where you got to come back and go, gentlemen, let's look at ourselves in the mirror here and say, this is a little bit far past sample size. We've got a trend here. We got a problematic trend, and we probably need to find a way to fix it. Mr. Dog, man, I want that Boz shirt. I'm jelly. You can still find it, I think, on Amazon, Mr. Dog. I bet it's probably the Boz, by the way, that does the shirt. He's such a good marketer still that I bet it's actually goes to Boz, too. 1 second, folks. We'll be right back. DK out of practice, a little bit spaced. I bet it's probably as much just kind of a vet rest day. Ben, looks like Pete wasn't just holding the Hawks back by schematic standpoint, but also the Hawks Nest from an analytical standpoint. Grubb and Big Mac Daddy are finally giving you something to dissect. 100%. 100% on it, Ben. It's absolutely a 9-day difference. And as you know, with me trying to break down tape or even when me and Brendan would try to, for instance, break down matchups coming up, and we'd say, well, the Hawks should try to be doing this week, or try to find something like this week to adjust to the opponent. And we would not be adjusting to the opponent. We were going to do what we were going to do. And so what's to break down? What's to analytically go back and forth between the different styles at play there? It's like, well, they like to throw short and we like to cover deep. What do you think is going to happen? Probably going to give up a lot of short completions today. And that is a lot of times how it would play out. And so, yeah, there is a lot there. There wasn't a lot that was holding us back, but I go back, Ben, to the artery metaphor that I've often made. It's not that the whole body was rotten or that you were, on death's door as an organization from where you were going. It's that you had places that you had a femoral artery cut, and you had this artery was cut, and they were just spraying blood from the places that they were sliced. And you were just losing it every week, all of that blood every week from those spots. And once you get somebody in there to stitch those up, and now you're not just shooting blood out like a dam that's popped a leak. Well, now how much is that benefit going to directly now bring back its returns to you? Because the rest of the body is healthy and good. The rest of the body is in great shape. And that's very much the case. These things, they get cleaned up. I don't think many, but the few things that they are going to be really maximally impactful. And it's just part of the reason why, Ben, you're starting out 2-0 with this new coaching staff, with them onboarding such a complicated scheme, both sides of the ball, and still getting it done. The quarterback will get the dollars. Gibson, I feel like Walker brings the explosiveness we need at the position, but the injuries are an issue. He's been ruled out this week versus Miami. I would estimate the coaches probably, if this was a playoff game, could have Walker play, but they look at it with Miami coming in, they're like, we can probably get this done without Walk. The injuries are a problem, though, with him. He has been beaten up quite a bit here early on in his career for a guy that hasn't exactly been used at a supremely high volume of carries. So his health and maintaining that health as we go in the future is something to watch, and certainly Gibson something that's going to impact this team when it comes to the time of whether or not to be paying Walker, as so few teams are really choosing to pay these running backs, and this is a big part of it, is of course the injury situation that would loom over a potential back of whether or not you would sign them. Nick, with Earl and Marshawn eligible for the Hall of Fame, I just want to say it's a travesty Sean Alexander is not in. I know he isn't a fan favorite, but he's the reason this New Yorker is a Seahawk fan. Well, hell yeah, Nick. And we'll see with Sean Alexander. He's at that spot where there's just a little bit of a log jam there with running backs right around that 9,000 to 10,000 yard rushing mark. And he's got a little bit more touchdowns maybe than some of those guys at that spot. Some of the other guys got more yards than he's got. And those guys, there's a lot of them in that area that aren't in the Hall of Fame. The good news I think that's going to help with Sean is that, Nick, there's so few running backs that are really putting together those careers. I think they get them up to around 10,000 yards now, that where this was starting to look like during Sean's era, kind of a dime a dozen thing, where there'd just be generation after generation of 10,000 yard backs coming through. He will look more, hold on. I got to blow my nose. Sorry, folks. Allergies have been kicking my ass here for a bit, but maybe that'll make him look at that point a little bit more, Nick, like rarefied air, because there isn't going to be as many guys getting to that area, and he'll eventually, get in there. Have to see. Mr. Kane, what's up, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother? Is just stopping by to say hi to the family. Loved you representing us in the NFC West Roundtable. Didn't catch it live, but wrote a small essay taking a little S. Me. Go Hawks. Get it, Mr. Kane. Let him know. I had to. I had to. Daniel says, if you're already subbed up, feel free to create a couple more accounts and sub up again. Let's go, Daniel. Love it. Please do. Hand grenade. B, what's the cap situation for the next few years? We're not in bad shape. Depends on the year you're talking about. So for 2024 right now, obviously the current year that we are currently in. Your Seahawks have $13 million of cap space that they can theoretically roll over into next year's cap. I think they're going to try to at least roll over a partial bit of that cap for 2025 because currently your Seattle Seahawks are sitting on $6 million of cap space for that 2025 season. Things are a little tight there. Now, I've long pointed to the fact, we just talked about this with Geno Smith and where his cap hit is at versus where it would be if you wanted to rework this deal into next year. So I think you're going to be able to still lower down Geno's cap hit. I think that the Tyler Lockett deal would be reworked. DK Metcalf's deal would be reworked. I don't know if Draymond Jones would remain here where you can save $9 million with him. You could save 12 if you want to post June 1st him. Uchenna Nwosu, we'll see where that's at. I'm not anticipating a cut there, but there's flexibility to do so. You could cut Noah Fant, save another $5 million here. Just the key is I want to have people lock in on is that there's a lot of flexibility and you might be rolling money into this year's cap. So you can still make things happen into 2025, the way things are kind of, standing out a little bit. So 26 is where it gets really good. So if you look at 2026, as you'll notice right here, your Seattle Seahawks have the most cap space in the entire NFL in the 2026 season with $175 million, almost $175.5 million of cap space. So remember on 2025, if you needed to create any money for 25, right, you got next door sitting right there. And you're second in 2027 as far as cap space. So first in 26, second in 27, our cap situation is beautiful. It's wonderful. Daniel, Trey Brown's good, but I'd still like to see Kobe Peanut Punch Bryant try to get a shot at cornerback. Anything to get him over that turnover machine on the field. Anything to get that turnover machine on the field. Sorry, let me say it right. Probably is going to have to wait till next year, but you might have a fight by next year with Nehemiah Pritchett and Kobe for that other outside corner spot at that time. Chris says, didn't realize Olu was a healthy scratch just before the game Sunday. Didn't hear why. Are Seahawks losing faith? Hard not to see it as being a little bit of that. He's not the first guy you're calling on. Then if you have an injury to Connor, and that's telling in itself, I think. That is telling on that, I think. Don says, didn't the Hawks restructure DK to free up a bunch of money? Yep. You got over $13 million right now sitting on cap space if you want to use this season. Randall McDaniel. Hold on, let me make sure I'm missing. Okay, I'm good. Sometimes I miss some donuts in there. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, brother. You know that. And thank you as always, man, for all your support to the channel. Of all the players who are excelling, most excited about Cross. To me, all pro level play at left tackle can help the team more than any other position, not quarterback. Plus, he came with a Russell Wilson trade. Beautiful thing to get a franchise left tackle off the back of the Russell Wilson trade. And that's just where it starts, Randall. That's just where the bennies begin. It's like you walk into a new job and they're like, here's a signing bonus package and we've got your 2 months of vacation pay. You're going to get a month of sick pay every year. You'll get a month of, personal days if you need it too. It's a bit like that with the Russell Wilson trade as an equivalency. And you're absolutely right about the impact of having a franchise left tackle, a legitimate one, not just an average middle of the road one, but one of the ones that's one of the better ones in the sport, what that brings to your team. We see it with the 49ers, who have at times here the last few years had almost nothing across the rest of the board of that offensive line but Trent Williams, and that was enough. We saw the impact of this a couple of years ago with Dwayne Brown and him coming to Seattle when that offensive line was in disarray and how he was able to stabilize things down almost single-handedly a little bit coming into the house and his impact at that time. So I agree with you. I think that you don't want to undersell an offensive line and what they can do for not just a quarterback, not just an offense, but for the team as a whole. I thought that Harbaugh, the Chargers coach, did a very good job of talking about this at the start of the year, where every other position on the football field is kind of dependent on somebody else. And the offensive line position is the one position really that's not dependent on anybody else. And so its impact, this is just one of the reasons I, time and time again, with me, Randall, have said, this is why its impact to me is so important and why I think that making it a strength of the team is such an important thing to put in the sight line of this team into the future. Because the benefits are so huge on the back of it if you can go down that road. Radio says Jake's prediction for 13-4 Rams over 49ers was absurd. What a casual. Thank you, though, again, Randall. And he's having a great start. Highest rated left tackle in the sport by PFF right now, Randall. Legit. John Naylor, thank you for the $10 donation. John, I really appreciate that support as well, man. That's a very nice, big, fat dono of support. Great work last night on the West Conference show with the Cards, Rams, and 49ers. Today I heard Jesse 49ers start to give Geno some love, albeit begrudgingly. They're going to be hard to pull over, I think, on this one, John, but when the data is going to continue to be week after week, and it's with my big, fat, smiling face looking them right directly at them in that camera saying, well, what about this week, boys? What's the excuse as to how Geno balled out so hard this week? And I don't think they're going to have a lot to give me on that side, and they're eventually going to have to come to this side of it, I think, John, and it's going to make it an even a little bit extra funner part to doing the show. I'm already going to enjoy it. I always like talking with other content creators and getting their perspectives on their team, but to be able to also have ones who have taken such a strange stand on a given player like Geno, and to be able to then show them through the year like, okay, watch this, right? Okay, well, watch this now. And so I'm really looking forward to that part of it. But thank you, John. I was really happy they reached out to me to do it. I love doing it. We'll be doing it every week on that side. And John's referencing right now. I went on last night and did appearance on the NFC West Roundtable show. It's a weekly show. They do a preview, a post-game discussion on the prior week, and then a preview at the same time. So it's kind of back-to-back shows on Tuesday. I will be doing that on Into the Future with them, and had a lot of fun last night chopping it up. I came in a little hot last night. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I came a little hot. You know, I might have chosen violence yesterday when I woke up. Maybe, yeah, a little bit. But thank you for that, John. I really appreciate that donation, and appreciate you watching over there as well. Daniel says, what is the Rams analyst content you guys are referring to? Did I miss something? Oh, yeah. So the NFC West. That's on that NFC West show. NFC West. It's called the NFC West. I got Roundup in my head because I'm thinking my show right now. So Roundtable. There we go. Ryan Ball, Shane Waldron isn't helping his case so far. No, he's not. We had a little bit of question of, okay, well, was Pete holding back in what you were doing, or were you just not good? And I think it's less about now maybe as much Pete holding back as it is we're learning with Waldron here. Their team was supposed to be ready to go. You got a rookie in Caleb Williams, but it's got a lot of starting experience who's supposed to be relatively ready to go if he's got the supporting cast around him. And he doesn't look close to ready to go. The offense doesn't look ready to go. Shane looks in over his head. They had one shot of him over there on the side during the game where it almost looked like his hand was shaking. It's been a tough look here for Waldron. Moonman, good job representing the Hawks in the NFC West pod. The Hawks slander was gross. Besides Jesse, he's all right. Yeah, Jesse's cool. They need some Geno Smith knowledge for once. By the way, I might be wrong on my Kirk Cousins take. Well, thank you for that, man. It was a lot of fun, and they're definitely anti-Geno over there on the round table. They were. I was very surprised a bit. Kind of almost caught it off guard by the level of. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's disrespect, just the level of. Not in the vicinity being close to sold, or even in the bad quarterback is their outlook. If you really just kind of parse between the words on it, it's like they might tell you, well, I think he's an okay, but you start driving down the details of where they're really standing on, and they're like, no, he's bad. I was like, okay, come on now. You don't have to say great, but not the bad, you know. Jack Baloney, yeah, the Card fans were definitely feeling themselves after that win against the broken down Rams team. Nick Guzman, Rocket Sanders is running back 3 next year. Day 3 pick who could give us explosiveness that Charbonnet lacks if K9 is ever out, which is often his given running style. I would imagine when you have 2 second-round running backs on the roster, Nick, that you're probably not going to go for a third second-round running back. Sanders is a fun back, scouting him for a couple of years. He's kind of a Darren McFadden kind of running back to me a little bit. So I don't anticipate that they're going to be drafting a running back high in this draft. Something that could change this, Nick, is if you come to this year where you are through 3 years of Walker and you're not necessarily intending to pay him, but you look at it like, hey, we can go flip Walker here for a second or third round pick, and then we'll just go back into the draft and go get another one at that time, and then you could end up with Sanders like that. But I would not expect them to put that much assets into the running back position at that point with already 2 second rounders on there, unless one of those two guys is going. Three hours says, isn't that the wrong numbers? If Lockett retires, which I think he will, he's cut or saved $18 million to $26 million, depending on who's right, Sports Track or OTC. I guess it depends on who's right, but according to Sports Track with this, and I don't know if they have the Tyler Lockett contract renegotiation in there, because it does look a little weird from how it prior looked on that one. I will be honest with you, but you can still post June 1st him and save $13.5 million if you can't just outright do the release initially. So you can split it up if you need to split it up if you wanted to go down that road. But I would guess that it's probably right on the over the cap. I don't know though. Could be off. Regardless, the Cardinals were feeling themselves, but at least they did something worth getting hyped. Yeah, I'm all right with them, celebrating that win. And nobody would have thought at the start of the year they're going to win that game. So, it was indeed the injury situation is a big part of what allowed him to do it. But Nick says, yeah, but we have Cross, Woolen, Geno, DK, K9, Mafia all need to be extended. Lucas as well. They can stay healthy going forward. You're going to be using up a lot of that cap space. So that's not going to be freebie cap space. That's cap space to go to a lot, really your own players in house. But when I do point to people like Brendan, I did a week ago on the B&B show, and I said, Brendan, we can afford all of these contracts. The reason is you got to look at the 2026 and 27 cap situation, because that's what general managers do. General managers don't just look at this year's cap. They're looking at 2 to 3 years out and when they're deciding to do these deals. So you're not going to be restricted on if you think these players have earned these contract extensions, you can give them that money. And the players can't just hold the team over the barrel and expect to be paid top-end market off of a rookie contract when they still have that 1 year remaining, when they still have the 2 franchise tag years sitting over their heads. So the common ground point will be had, I think, between all of these guys. And you'll be able to, you could fit all of them underneath. And maybe K9 might be the one that you're stretched to maybe not quite get in there, but you got a lot of space. CJ says, Brandon, towards the end of the Monday Night Football game, the Falcons defense intentionally encroached and the Eagles declined. What would happen if Falcons just kept doing that and the Eagles kept declining? I think you can, theoretically keep doing it. That's for sure. But you're not really accomplishing anything. Obviously, it's in the Falcons' benefit at that point, try to keep time on the clock. So, I think I forget if you're not going to get. So you can keep doing it. I think theoretically. I don't think there's anything in the rules holding you back from that. 3 hour, understand that, but he was showing the cap for this year, not next. All right, I'll go back to the cap here. So, and you can bring it up on this too on your end there, 3 hours. It's overthecap.com. So we'll go back to it again. I kind of thought I'd shown it there, but all right. Here's your cap space, 2024, 2025. You've got $6 million of cap space. Sorry, you couldn't see it here. Boom. $6 million of cap space at the bottom. So you've got $6 million of cap space. Let's go back to 2024. You've got $13 million of cap space here. Okay, so you're going to try to roll over as much of this $13 million of cap space right here. That's cap. You're going to try to roll that into this 2025, where you got the $6 million. So we've got money you can create right there off the jump. When you go back and you look at the caps, everything over in your far right-hand column, your post-June 1st designation, you can maximize out the cap space there. Again, it's something that is it's becoming one of my bones to pick with people, is that people are getting caught up so much on 2025 and not have enough money. And how are we going to get these guys? And how's this going to, and I see some spin out going on almost. The key is coming back to this again. 2026, the Seattle Seahawks, I'm showing you right here on the screen, right there at the top, number 1 in cap space. 2027, number 2 in cap space. right there. So go back to 25. Yeah, you're down low on the list, but it's the future of the cap space. It's the flexibility of the given season there, 3 hour, which is what we're talking about with this. It's that collectively. And I think what fans end up doing too much is just getting caught up on this baseline cap space thing. And it's a little bit of what we do here, where we can't go to simplification. We can't go to how do I just get the easy answer to the thing to tell me just the bottom line on this thing? Because that's what we always want to do in life right now. We're all really busy. We're all looking for that thing. And it's all about putting it all together to get the full picture of what you're looking at. So this right here, if I just flash this to you and I told you guys on the surface, Seahawks have no cap space. They have the 4th least amount of cap space in the entire NFL. Doesn't tell the whole story. You're going to be rolling over money from this year. You got contracts you can rework, and your top 10 contracts given out on the board for next year, many of them can be reworked. Many of them can be changed. Your future cap situation is in great shape. So we've got all the room in the world to make whatever deals we want to make and make it happen on that. But yeah, you got $13 million this year right now. You've got $6 million in cap space for 2025. And then 2026, you have $175 million in cap space. And somewhere very close to that afterwards. I don't think it becomes unsportsmanlike. I'm not sure. I'd have to go deep into the rule book on that's a deep cut on that rule book one. Don, $13 million a year, sign a superstar or two, really good studs. You could. I think that there's definitely an eye here towards potential of a trade deadline deal to bring on somebody that you could add some salary with. I think, though, that there's a little bit of a pull from John on this as well, of having an eye towards after this season and understanding that you do only have that $6 million of cap space. You are going to want to try to roll over this money if you really can hope to do it. That'd be the ideal, because you want to try to make sure you fit as many of these contracts in that you want to give out here. You're going to have 5-6 guys of major contract that you're going to want to sign after this year. So having that extra bit of cap space and money will help to make that happen. I think that the team's going to be less likely to be on the outside looking in on this one, or on the inside looking out. I think there's more about rewarding those guys in-house, like a Mafe, like a Charles Cross, like a Tariq Woolen, getting the extensions done for a Geno and a DK. I think that that's going to be more at the centerpiece of what they're going to do with that money. Jack says, Broncos gave us 3 potential all-pro players in Russ trade. Spoon, Mafe, and Cross, plus other pieces. Yes, sir. They've injected us, and they pulled from them. You know, why are they so talent-deprived and we're talent-laden? We drafted right, but we got the extra picks. We got artificially juiced. We got that Bronco steroid. You know, they like to give the horses the steroids. We got the steroid on this one. Nat Q, I missed this video with that Rams man. Sounds epic. I have to see it now, laughing out loud. People have been very kind to me on it. Nitro, the Brandon Jake relationship might be destroyed before it even starts. We'll play nice. We'll play nice. But I will not sit silent. Jack, I was watching the roundtable yesterday, just seeing the chat. It was probably the most toxic chat I've seen in my life. Was dying laughing while we sit at the top. I couldn't look because I was hearing too much even from the the MC of it, the guy who's kind of guiding us through. He was just laughing constantly as he kept looking over there. So I was like, oh man, it's got to be probably pretty bad. I can only imagine. Jordan says, in Waldron's defense, the O-line is awful in Chicago. Now that may be because of the play calling, but Caleb has no time to pass. It's true. I do think some of that is a little bit of the issues you get with Waldron, though, which we dealt with, and I think we're still dealing with, Jordan, which is those protection issues. Because I thought that I saw a lot of Houston running a lot of the stack boxes and playing the games up front with them on their offensive line, and I think that that's the place you would go after with Waldron. Teams went after with us. And then he doesn't have very intricate protections. He doesn't have a lot built in to be able to counter when you're going to run those stacked boxes. Nick says, seeing Bears fans go through what we did for 2 straight years is pretty satisfying. I can't lie. A lot of Seahawks fans in the Bears Twitter timeline talking about, we tried to warn you. It's a lot of the Bronco thing going on a bit, Hey. Yeah, it's getting feisty over there. Yeah, it's getting feisty. Yalin, thank you for the $5 donation, Yalin. I appreciate you on that. Says New England media made a segment of why the Pats are a better organization to be between Seattle or New England because they have the quarterback of the future. Well, this is the one of the, I think, hot debated items from my standpoint of things as it stands right now, y'all. And you know that. I mean, I'm on this. This is one that I'm very much on, and I become more further ingrained on my opinion of this as I go with time, because I think that the quarterback position has a very lazy attitude about it in the way that people view it. And that it's one that they're viewed as being kind of a bit all the same as long as they fit these markers. Were they a high pick? Are they really talented? Okay, well, you've done what you need to do then. They're an end all be all, Have you built up a supporting cast? Doesn't matter. Do you have the right coach? Doesn't matter. Do you have your quarterback? That's the only thing that matters. I think this is such a lazy, silly way of looking at it, but it's out there and it's proliferated everywhere, y'all. I think it's creating for John Schneider a market opportunity because everybody else is going like lemmings over the top of the cliff, right? Miami Dolphins with the Tua contract. Trevor with the Jaguar contract. Cowboys going back into Dak, $60 million. Right over the top of the cliff. Over and over and over and over again. And they don't recognize or change their ways or realize this might not be the way to do this. It's just, no, you have to pay him. You have to have your guy. You have to have your guy. That's all it is. And so I'm not surprised to hear that that's a take that they had on this, Yolland. I think it's more pervasive than it is just small minorities of people in their thought of it. But I think that people have had their brain broken by Mahomes and Brady when it comes to the quarterback position. I think it's broken people's outlook on the position, broken what the expectation is of the position, broken how much credit the position should or shouldn't get, how the players are viewed and what makes a good quarterback and what doesn't make a good quarterback, how much the supporting cast factors into matters to versus how much it doesn't, because those guys appear to be above their supporting cast. Why should supporting cast matter? Just get one of those guys. They're growing on trees. Of course, we know they don't, but I think that this is what makes this thought process continue to be one that we see running rampant. Holy Sand Grenade B, no shade to Pete, but I believe we'd be 1-1 or 0-2 if he were still here. Agreed. I don't think it's any shade. I think it's accurate. Old Fish Guy, Walker's a great running back, but if he ain't playing, then... Yeah, indeed. Indeed. I don't know if I want to extend Lucas, says Herbicide. Dude can't stay healthy. I certainly am not looking to throw a contract extension his way right after this season, unless he's able to get back on the field and turn it on and show the team that he has gotten over this knee injury. So, there's more to prove there with Lucas. Marcus Brandon, that debate versus the NFC West guys and the Dolphins podcast was better than anyone we have to choose in November. Salute. Thank you, man. I had fun going back and forth with both of them yesterday. I was a little feisty yesterday, I guess. I was wanting to tangle a little bit, Marcus, You get some of those days like, let's go. Let's go. I had a good time though. It was fun talking with Alan, Dolphins, all about Dolphins, YouTube content creator out there, longtime journalist down there in the area. And good, cool talking with him. And a lot of fun on the NFC West show. I'm going to be going around, I think, quite a bit with them this season, I imagine. Quite a bit, Marcus. Appreciate you. Thanks for watching that. You guys showed up in full force last night, too. So I appreciate y'all for popping in there and checking out that show. Always good for the numbers on that side with them. 3 Hour Hawks Nest. I seen the team cap space part. I was just talking about the Lockett deal. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I think the Lockett deal initially got announced as something else at the time, 3 Hour, but I think the numbers are accurate to what they're showing us on over the cap. So I have to go back and take a look at what the restructure was with that and how it was going with it. Because I did think that it allowed us to get out of the contract after 2025 with ease, but indeed with the dead hit you're looking at, you'd have to do a post June 1st to make this happen with him. So I'll have to look a little deeper about what they did at the time with him on that. But kind of different than how it looked before. I think that's kind of what you're kind of referencing a bit on that too. Rockman Drums, how you doing, man? Tim Schumi, I think repeatedly committing a penalty that is being declined would be covered by the unfair act rules. That makes sense. I mean, the NFL wouldn't want that kind of situation to go down like that. So, I mean, there would be maybe something they would bring into play on it. Just as you're out to hot take for you, we don't win the last 2 games if our players never played for Pete Carroll. It's a good point as well. I do think that there's a residual impact to Carroll that I'm going to try to keep noting throughout this year so that we don't get this lost in the shuffle where the success that this team does have this year is going to benefit from that residual and those fingerprints of Coach Carroll. You know, while the schematics and some of that stuff was leaving us wanting with Pete, there's something to be said about his ability to develop and foster an environment for these young players to develop fast and quickly. And that's something that we are going to still be able to benefit from this season. I do believe that if you did have Pete here on that schematic side of it and the way that he would have coached these 2 games up, there's a really good chance you would have been potentially 0-2 if he was that. But I think that's a fair way of putting it on the other end of it too, J.O., and that you get these wins as well for the benefit that he helped to provide to set the table in the way that he did set the table here for McDonald. CJ, this might be just my own opinion, but is it wrong to think we should have a little more clarity from the team by now on realistic timetable for Abe Lucas? Will he even be good to go by week 5? Be nice to have. I don't think the team is under any sort of judiciary duty to inform us of it. It is at their discretion, I think, a little bit. It would be nice to know, but there's nothing that presses them to have to tell us either. Yeah, Pumpkin and Feisty started chasing her sister around here for some reason. She's got her pinned back right now for some reason. She gets bully-like sometimes. I don't know what's up. Problem Child, aka The Truth, says, as a Bear and a Seahawks fan, I saw this coming myself. Indeed. Slow motion car wreck, man. Your Bear fans are all around you. We got Waldron. He's been really good there with you. You're over there like, no. Younged, thank you for the $2 donation. Younged. He says, congrats on 17K, B. Well, thank you. We indeed did just pass by 17,000 subscribers. We're rolling this year. Feels good. Always a good, nice, little bit bigger number. Always feels a little bit better. And let's see if we get that to that round 20,000 this year before the season's through. We're on track. We're tracking well to hit that goal this year, and I'm loving that. So thank you, Younged. Really good year here so far. I appreciate all the people subbing up, all the new folks that joined up on the channel. Thank you for that. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Young, for that $2 dono. Very kind of you. AI Waldron was a horrible choice to train a high-profile rookie. Yeah, indeed. I would have been on the outlook for somebody with a little bit more of a certain background in doing that too, AI. I think they were just kind of leaning on, well, he's been productive in Seattle, so this will be a pretty good fit. Yeah, I don't know what the thinking was really like. Well, he'll be able, I don't know. But this is what the Bears do a lot with, they do it with their quarterback position, how they pick quarterbacks. They do it with how they pick coaches. There doesn't always seem to be a lot of intrinsic thought into Chicago's process. It's kind of like, all right, on to the next one. All right, on to the next one. Nitro, Bear should fire Waldron and hire Jay Cutler. Quarterback position for the Bears, man. That thing is cursed. Jack says, it's funny with everyone trashing Geno, it seems they have glossed over our nasty secondary and most pressures, even with Nwosu out. This is only McDonald's second game. Just wait till the playoffs. Playing God. Good, I think. Playing good God. It's only going to get better, Jack. And you're right. You've got these pressures already. I pointed to it a little bit at the top of the show. Here's the chart on that again. But you have your Seahawks leading the NFL in pressures with 50 right now. And like you say, Jack, you've done that without Uchenna Nwosu out there. You've done that without really doing a lot of the blitzing stuff, really. It's really off that front four creating that pressure mainly. It's that you have so many good guys down there to create pressure. That's why it's been so significant and consistent. But it's impressive. It's impressive how you've been able to pull this off early on, because you're just starting to get these players on board into the process. You're just starting to get your system in place. You haven't even brought all the bells and whistles out that you will. You're doing very staple stuff, I think, off the jump here as it stands. D Nugget says, "Go Hawks, loving all the content." Thank you, D Nugget. I appreciate that. Angry B, the Ravens are 0-2, and fans are calling for John's head. This is just cementing that Mike was a great hire so far. You do learn the impact about a coach, not only from what the team was prior to his arrival, but then when he arrives, and then also when he leaves. You get to learn a little bit of the full story of what that impact of that coach was. And it is not just McDonald here. The Ravens, I think, did lose a couple of defensive coaches this offseason, which has made things harder. But indeed, there's a lot of fans there that are looking at Leon. We should have just let go of Harbaugh and then kept Mike. That was the move. Which I don't think Mike would have done that to John in that way, but that would have been pretty cold. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation, Chase. I appreciate you for that. I saw that our offensive line ranked 20th in pass protection. If ours is 20th, I don't even want to know what the other teams are dealing with. Indeed, we are not 20th. So I'm not sure, depending on where you're coming from on the metric of that. We're not 20th. I'll show you right here. All right. So here's your PFF grades on pass protection, pass blocking. Let's sort by that. The Indianapolis Colts are the best pass blocking unit in the sport. Eagles, Packers, Saints, bop-a-da-bop-a-da-bop. Excuse me. And what do we see here, Chase? We've got at the very bottom of the list, you have your Seattle Seahawks that are 31st, Chase. So 31st in the NFL in pass protection, according to PFF. And my allergies are killing me lately. Thank you for that $25 dono, though. I appreciate it. It is one league worse, though, so there's nowhere to go but up from here. Oh, man. And folks, too, we do have a lot of internal discussion in the chat. So just as a reminder to you guys on this one, if you've got a question for me or you want me to reference one of your comments directly, please do put Hawks Nest or Brandon in there. It's sometimes a lot to parse through when we have so many people talking amongst each other. And we've got some great discussion regarding pizza right now in the chat. But I just make sure if you do have that on there that you do put Brandon or something. So I know that you're actually referencing to me on it, because I can go through. Daniel, I was at the big game on Sunday, B. It sucked having to eat it with the constant Super Bowl 49er. Okay, let me get through. Sorry, it's a kind of long sentence there. It sucked having to eat it with the constant Super Bowl 49 reminders. They went all out. The win was glorious. There were Seahawk chants in the tunnels post-game. Let's go. Taking over a stadium all the way back out in the East, Daniel. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. And the Patriots were trying to do that voodoo thing. They were trying to do that voodoo, let's make the energy in the room work this way thing, right? A lot of Super Bowl replays. Malcolm Butler out there ringing the stupid little bell. Ding-a-ling-ding-a-ling-ding-a-ling-ding. The hell with your dinging bell. What a little pissy little bell, too, by the way. Come on. I thought you guys had the big bells out in the East. A little tiny little small little bell. That's like the little electric car of bells out there. That didn't get anybody hyped. It's like, let's get hyped. I need a big bell, right? With a big old rope, okay? I need the Liberty effing bell out there. And I need it to be both hands that you're going like this and it's going dong, 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 right? Instead, they got this little like a little bell you'd ring coming into a hotel to try to get the attendants' attention because they're in the back watching Orn. Ran the cut. Wiseman Waldron using his tight end boot game that works so well for us. Free completions for a struggling rook. He did the first game, and then he got hammered on using it too much in the first game because he didn't have anything else to go to. He was the guy doing the dice dance move on the dance floor, and that's all he's got. Just doing the dance, doing the dice move. So he did the first week, but I heard a few people talking about the fact that you can't just run boots all day. One sec, folks. Sorry, my allergies are killing me. I hate when the seasons change. Oh, it just destroys the algers. Brian E. says 31st in pass pro, and yet Geno ain't the guy. Where are these people coming from? I don't know. I showed this as well. You can see this is Geno Smith's PFF rank on the year. He's third overall. If you look on the left, that little handwritten childlike scribbling you see to the left is the rank by PFF of the pass protection units for those quarterbacks. Kyler has the 7th best pass protecting unit in football. He's the first overall quarterback ranked by PFF. Carr's got the 4th. He's ranked 2nd. Geno Smith has the 31st ranked pass protecting unit. He's ranked 3rd. And as you can see down that list, he is an anomaly on that list. Only Sam Darnold comes in the vicinity, and he's still 7 spots away on that list. So he's dealing with not just, it's kind of bad. No, it's like the worst in the NFL. And it has been that way now for a very long period of time, which makes it all that much more impressive with Geno Smith because of the fact that we know with these quarterbacks that tend to get hit on the often, week after week, year after year, what happens to them? They get broken. They get battered. They get beaten. They get bruised. They become a shell of themselves. They start to feel ghosts. They start to get jumpy in the pocket. They start to fumble on hits they used to be able to hold on to the ball on. Their decision-making starts to go in the toilet. They start to not trust their pass protection. They start to become much lesser of a quarterback in their effectiveness. But instead, Geno's remained effective through this time. Remained effective again this year. This trend right here, I'm showing you over the top of my left shoulder with this PFF mark. I could show you the same exact thing from last year with him. And the same thing with the year before. It's not anything new. It's been going on. And it's very impressive. It's very impressive. Catalyst, Ben Johnson's play calling was bad versus the Bucks. Goff threw 55 times. Yeah, I think that, and especially that's a close game too, right, Catalyst? I think that there is a little bit in Johnson where maybe with him you see him getting a little too enamored at times in throwing the football. And he's got Jamison Williams in there for the first time really running full go while he's got Amon St. Brown at the same time. And that's probably pulling him as a play caller to want to throw the ball a lot. But you've got 2 really good backs there. You invested in Jahmyr Gibbs. You got to lean on that part. The Lions are at their best offensively when they're balanced. If you got to have Goff throwing 45, 50 times a game, that's a game I'd say if I saw that on paper, that amount as a box score, I'd say that's a game they probably lost. Geno's belief in himself right now is off the charts. Bro was dressed like James Bond in post-game conference. I like that energy. Yeah, he's feeling it. He knows he's done the work. When you put the hard work in, when you've grinded this long, when you've gotten yourself prepared in this way for this opportunity, then you're confident. You're ready to do this. There's no question in your mind. You're not in that nervous mode as much as a young player going, man, I'm still trying to figure this out. Ryan says, I was happy John went with the defensive head coach again because I don't think we would have found a better offensive-minded coach than Shanahan or McVay. Agreed. Yeah, definitely seems to be that way in retrospect on that. I will say, I know people are anti the other Harbaugh, but I told you guys Harbaugh's going to do good with the Chargers, and he's got that Charger team rolling pretty well out the jump down there in the South. I saw a video of Abe in stance and doing turning, counter pull. He should be back within 3 weeks, I think. They did have him out there and showed a video of him. Maybe that was a little bit of a soft video to AI's point. That's a little bit of a soft video to show you he is working. This is coming around. You're not going to hear news 3 weeks from now that, hey, we're just going to have to shut him down for the year. but they're just being careful with him. And he looked good. And to my eyes, I saw the same thing on that video. He looked good, was moving well, was moving fluidly. And hopefully he comes back because that gives us the best version of this offensive line. Yalin, Brandon, did you notice Sunday Night Football had the players' PFF ranks on the players' banners under their names in the beginning of the game? Yeah, they've been doing that for a couple of years now, Yalin. I like that they do it. It's cool, isn't it? It's smart on their part. Hand grenade pumpkin on the hunt for something. Well, she was chasing her sister around a few minutes ago, chased her under the bed. Gatlas Rough Nose. Yeah, the last 2 weeks have been it's that season change thing. You guys go through it in Seattle too, where it's just like the season changes and my allergies do not like it. Not like it. Rockman Drums. I'm the same way, Brando, like clockwork, the allergies. They are. Every year it hits about this time. It doesn't matter whether I get to sleep, I'm eating right. Like it's going to hit me upside my head for a couple of weeks and then like my body adjusts and then it's like fine for the next 4 or 5 months till it's going to hit me in the spring. Air conditioning, drink lots of water. Oh, for AZ, yeah. They hydrated down there. AI, Maffei's a problem now. We need to extend him before he costs too much. I think they will be this offseason, AI. I think him, Charles Cross, Tariq Woolen are all going to get a contract extension. Nicholas's best part is Geno is aware of the Geno haters, gives him more fuel. I love it. Yeah, let's go. Give me fuel, give me fire, give me that which I desire. Nitro Brando, what would your NFC West quarterback rankings be? Ooh, great question. I would put Geno. Well, I mean, last year, I think that Matt Stafford had almost an MVP level season for the Rams. I think he played the position that good from the quarterback position. And so I got to give him that props. He was like a top 4 quarterback in the sport last season. And I thought Geno played really good. I don't know if he's at quite the top 4 quarterback level of things. Now, this is a new year, but it's also a harder year to assess on Stafford. You know, is that offense just being held back by so many of the injuries that are dealing with it at this point? But to your question, I got to take off of what we've seen so far this year. Geno's played the best, I think, in the rankings to me. I know Kyler's above him, but I think, as I showed there with the chart, Kyler's had a little bit more to work with in the running game and in pass protection than Geno's had to work with on that side of it. I would put probably Kyler as your number 2. I'd put Purdy as my number 3 and then Stafford as my number 4, but it would be very close. And I don't think any of those quarterbacks has played badly to start this year. I think all of those quarterbacks have done what they can to help their team. They're not holding their team back. But that would be my pecking order. Big Zox, Brandon, come on. You know the Seahawks should have kept Locke and traded Geno. Bad joke. Seriously, Geno's start this year is pretty amazing. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people were wanting the Locke train. Give me Locke. Nick Guzman, Aronde Gadsden is another guy I'm looking for us. Fan had some terrible drops, and I know we extended him, but this guy is explosive at the tight end position. Even lines up in the slot and can win. I've been watching Gadsden for a little bit of time. Good Nick, and definitely a good little H-back tight end potentially at the next level. You can't get out from under the Fant contract after this season, and that's going to be a contract where if he's not producing like where we're at so far this year, it's probably one that they're going to move off him at that time. So he does need to produce this year to keep rolling with this contract moving forward. Chase Stern, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, Chase, for that. It says, do you think Quinn Ewers is going to get his job back? Probably, because Sarkisian probably doesn't want to set a standard there where you as a quarterback are going along and you're playing real well and you get an injury and then you're just going to lose your job forever on that, especially as that now might affect your draft stock into the foreseeable future. Big part of where quarterbacks choose to go in college is going to be on what coach is going to help my stock out the best. And that's not a feather in your cap to do that to a QB in that way. I would expect that probably Manning comes back and is able to, or he probably comes back and does regain his job. I will say I haven't quite understood on the surface of this with knowing what we kind of saw as a little bit of a sample size from Manning so far, And me being as down as I am a little bit on Ewers, I don't understand what dictates Ewers having that job over him in the first place, outside of Ewers being a little bit older than him. Because to me, Manning is the better prospect. Now, I haven't seen a lot of Manning, so this isn't an opinion I have with certainty. But Ewers even showed in that game where he went down, where, a lot of scripted throws, comes in with one nice little over-the-top throw that's a real wow NFL kind of throw, and then comes back with the decision-making and an interception where you're like, that's god-awful. That's horrible. How do you make that throw? It's, same old kind of Ewers in what you get, in my opinion. But hard to say on that one. Thank you for the donation, though, man. American with a $10 donation, dropping their first super chat on the stream today, and I appreciate you for that support and that donation. Really, really kind of you for doing so. Half of my family is from New England. I cleaned up this week, taking straight bets from my cousins. God bless the Hawks. Money Mike McDonald is his new nickname. Money Mike. Money Mike. Well, thank you for paying it forward down my way on it. And good job on you to take advantage of some of that New England emotionality when it comes to their football team. You got to do that sometimes, And let's face it here, American. I know they were talking trash to you. I know you were hearing a lot of this. It's probably what ended up driving you to do the bets. Like, oh, okay. They probably walked into your trap, didn't they? You're like, oh, you saw the phone ringing, you picked it up, and you're like, here's it's gonna come. But you probably were like, you know what though? I know we're gonna win, and I'm gonna hit them with a bet. I'm gonna make them stand on it. So they're gonna be sitting there and be like, yeah. So I heard you guys are coming into town now, huh? You're gonna come up in town. You're gonna take us down, huh? Out here in New England, eh? Like, yeah, we're gonna play pretty good. We feel good about the team, Yeah, we're gonna beat the hell out of you. We're great. Yeah, we are. We have won one game. We're better than we were with Brady now. We're better than we were with Belichick, really, if you think about it. And you're probably over there just like laying low in the weeds, American, You're probably like, yeah. I actually think we're better than you guys. Probably just sort of throw it out on the slide to them. You're like, what'd you say? What'd you say? What'd you say? Like, yeah, I think we're better than you. No, we're going to beat your butt. You ain't got nothing against that. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? He's like, oh, okay. Yeah. You got off the phone with that one, then you probably had the next cousin up on speed dial. Let's get Billy in here now. Hey, Billy, New England. It's devious, American. That's devious. I love it. Well, congrats, man. Money Mike. Big Balls Mike. Big Balls Mac. Money Mike. Just a couple of nicknames that he's already started to stack up here, man, after 2 games. He'll get a nickname for every win this year, maybe. Thank you for that donation. Y'all, and Archie Manning was slinging 5 touchdowns. I didn't see what the final outlook was on it, but, I mean, he was looking good. He looked good. DJ Brandon, only 2 weeks in, but what would you say is, in your opinion, the biggest surprise across the league so far? For me, maybe the amount of huge injuries. Good question. I think the fact that the biggest surprise for me is the scoring being down, continuing to be down. I'd almost thought that the league was going to find some way to artificially make sure this doesn't continue to go this direction. And not only is it going this direction at this time of year, CJ, but it's going even more. It's like picking up speed in that direction. And that's throwing me off a little bit in looking at it, because I don't understand how it's going this fast in that way. Usually at the start of seasons, offenses will tend to be ahead of defenses by the time we get to the regular season. The conditions are perfect, right? There's not a lot of wind, not a lot of rain, there's no snow, so you get the conditions that are real nice for an offense to be able to execute all it wants to execute. And it's later on in the year that the defenses can start to kind of finally now take their steps forward. The weather starts to affect the offenses a little bit more heavier, but instead you're seeing the defense start out kind of out the gate struggling. So I think that that's really the big part. I think the struggling of the quarterback play across the sport is the second thing that's the biggest surprise to me. So many of these guys that you just watch the position being played, and there's a lot of quarterbacks that are playing at a really rough level, and these young guys especially are really struggling. And maybe we're going to start to see a change from this too with this, that we start throwing these guys in the deep end of the pool and ask them to swim in a piss poor environment with a piss poor supporting cast. And instead, maybe we take a little bit of that trek that some of the greats have taken, like a Brady, like an Aaron Rodgers, like a Patrick Mahomes, who actually waited to play. This may be also something we start to learn going forward. Writing says, there's always Zyrtec, but chances are you wouldn't stay awake for these live streams. I can't do any of the drug stuff with that. It makes me loopy. I hate the way I feel when I take those drugs. I just got to tough it out, man. I'll just stuff some Kleenex up my nose, and you guys will just have a little white stuff out my nose like this the whole stream. Marcus Coach McDonald literally said that he only installed about 10% of the defense, basically saying that it's a work in progress. That Dolphins podcaster said that the team is supposed to learn everything in the offseason, but the coach adds wrinkles. He did not understand the wrinkles in his claim are a part of the whole scheme. It was like he just wanted to disagree. He jumped so fast on that one. We had it was the donation that was on it, and I was like, I thought it was a very even keeled donation on what the comment was, and it was on point with it. And yeah, he went like from 0 to 100 on the take too. Like it was like something that was stuck in his craw almost, that he had heard very many times mentioned over, that he doesn't buy any of. And I go, this again is not a controversial. Your opinion on this is the controversial one. Most of the people on this that you'd go and you'd ask about this would say, yeah, oh, definitely you're not going to get that thing installed in that way. And there's a lot of information, but even like you say, referencing it to our recent McDonald and talking about this offseason having only 20% put in play. McDonald talking about in his press conference after the game about some of the plays that they had issues with, or maybe been on 710 where he's talking with Brock and Salk, where he was bringing up the fact that he had made a couple of play calls that they hadn't had as much time to practice. That's another representation of, that's not a wrinkle. That's a play call within my scheme that we hadn't had enough time to practice, and I made the call of, but the guys don't know the details of how to run it quite right. And that's part of why we didn't run the play properly. And yeah, so it wasn't, it was Jeffrey Thistle was dropping the dono on that one, but Jeffrey was right on that. And he was weirdly a little angrily aggressive on that almost a bit, wasn't he, man? Tim, yes, Manning looked great versus an unranked opponent at home. I'm excited to see what he will do next season. There was zero chance Ewers is benched for him this season. Agree. I don't think he's going to get benched, but I do like Manning a lot more than I like Ewers. I'll say that. Always Dan Grenade. Arch Manning is the future Hawks quarterback. Probably more like future Denver quarterback. Probably more like future New York quarterback. Something like that. I don't think the Mannings would let him come to Seattle. Daniel Pollock, DK's hurdle was underrated. It was. I thought he should have got a better spot on the play, man. Should have gotten the first down. Got kind of ripped off on the spot, I thought. You grew up on Whidbey Island, Yalin? Carver? That would have been an interesting youth to grow up on Whidbey Island. It's like its own world out there. Nitro, Brando, if the guys on Roundtable figure out your NFC West quarterback rankings, they will kill you in a medieval style. I might get it. Yeah, they might all attack me at once and gang up on me on it. So, hey, that's fine. Don't mean I'm not right. Nick, I know we need offensive line, and I'm always someone who wants to protect Geno. However, if Harold Perkins is on the board when we draft, I would love if we drafted him. McDonald could have him as his next weapon. Perkins is awesome. A lot of fun. Hyper athletic guy. Good size, good build, moves really well. Would be a fun player to potentially target, and I do think he'd be a good weapon in this defense, Nick, and potentially one that you do look at. One thing that you have as a benefit, and if we are in the 20s, let's say, where we're drafting, or in the 30s, is you might have your opportunity to be able to go get that inside linebacker then at that point who falls because it's not a position of value in the way the rest of the league looks at it. They're like, yeah, you take that in the second round, but you're like, well, we can afford to take this guy here because we like him so much. I do wonder if Perkins would last to us if we're in the 20s or 30s where we're picking Nick. He strikes me as a guy that's probably more in that tween teen territory and where he'll probably be selected, because there's a lot of other teams that are going to value those weapon kind of players. And he is a guy that gives you both that sort of, he gives you kind of that inside, that sort of Micah Parsons skill set where he can give you the inside linebacker play and then he can rush off the edge as a pass rusher too. So I wonder if that allows him to drop to you. But I like him. Good player. Sign me up. Running Ace says Money Mike is doing well for the punter as well. Yes, he is. Trent Sadmots has been celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that, Trent. I appreciate that support. Hey, Brando, just noticed that you shaved that stash of yours. What's the next beard style? If we win the Super Bowl, will you commit to mutton chop? If I could grow a mutton chop, I would do it. As you guys saw with me on even growing a beard, I can grow here. I can kind of grow here. Not so much here, more right here. I'm going to actually start trying to do a couple of Mike McDonald skits for you guys here. So I'm looking to try to angle. I've been looking for my angle to find a way to inject a little bit more humor into the channel. I know I get very straight edge with you guys and very serious all the time. So trying to find some ways and means here to maybe kind of flip that up on you guys a little bit. And so I've been having some funny ideas about doing maybe kind of like a funny Mike McDonald press conference where I just come out all belligerent and have fun with it. You know what I mean? And so, of course, Mike's clean-faced. I got to get clean-faced on that. But just cleaning it up too. Just kind of need a little beard break. Y'all, and I've got Seattle covering 5.5 and the over at 41.5. I would definitely take the over on that. I'd go with the over before I would do with the Seattle and the point coverage, y'all. This game could be a little bit of a weird one. So the over would be the one that I'd more want to be hammering on that, but I could see them covering too. I could see this game kind of sliding off the rails for the Dolphins quick. You know, you got to wonder about where their energy is going to be. You know, where's their head at? You just lost your basically starting quarterback for potentially most of the year. You're beat and battered. You don't look great as a team necessarily. You know, does that have them a little bit less from an energy standpoint than being at their best, you know, hungering as if they had started 2-0 and Tua was rocking and rolling and, you know, that kind of energy you'd be getting coming there instead. American Brandon, that was unbelievably accurate assessment of what happened with my cousins. I know. Hey, American, I know how those nor'easters are. You know what I'm saying? I know how those nor'easters go. Okay? I saw the George Clooney movie. I saw how the boat flips. All right. So good on you, man. You took advantage of East Coast belligerence. That's not an easy thing for us to be able to do. Okay. They're very cunning. Those East Coasters with it, you know, with their belligerence. They find a way to be belligerent, but you can't step on their toes with it too at the same time. So you found your way on that one. Get him, American. That's awesome. Daniel Pollock, how about the Cougs winning in Seattle? They didn't deserve to get left behind. No, they didn't. In the Pac-10 situation, the way that it played out shouldn't have gone that way anyway. It's high mismanagement and a kind of a destruction of a bit of an institution because of it. But congratulations to the Cougars. You know, you're in a very small place there that's hard to recruit. You think about how hard it's even more now to recruit these guys, you know, with the fact that you probably aren't sitting on millions and millions of dollars to throw around for NIL type stuff, Daniel. So it's going to be hard to bring anybody in on top of the fact you had these teams leaving your conference and kind of you're left holding sort of the bag on that one from the Cougars' perspective. But they played a great game. They showed a lot of heart in that football game. The Huskies did everything they could to shoot themselves in the foot with all the penalty situation. The play call at the end was completely ridiculous, but you're on the road, a tough environment to win in, and they were able to pull it off. It's a legit win, and very impressive. Cardinals like Nussmeier from LSU. I hope Seattle gets him. Haven't watched a lot of him yet. I got to take a look at him. Alex, I wouldn't feel bad for Bryce. He's sitting on about $20 million. I think he's doing okay. Yeah. Oh, Elias asked that above, so I missed Elias. Sorry, Elias. Hawks Nest, what are your opinions on Bryce Young? I feel really bad for him, and I think I feel the cards he was dealt was really unfair to him. Yeah, I would agree with you in the respect of, he, like a lot of these quarterbacks, is being held hostage to this tired thinking. And it's the same one we've talked a lot about, Elias, throughout this stream, in the way that not only fans, but owners, but general managers will view the quarterback position. And it's viewed as a very expendable one. It is vitally important. You need to go get it. You just go get it if you need one. Doesn't matter anything else. Just go get it. This is what they'll say. But at the same point in time, when it doesn't work, they throw them away. And none of it's about maybe your process was broken. None of it was about what you put him to and the environment you put him into. All of that gets thrown out the window. It just becomes, go get the next one now. There's this like automatic thinking. There's this disposable mindset to these quarterbacks. And Bryce Young is definitely a representation of that with the situation going on there in Carolina. There's no doubt about that. The timing wasn't right for them to go get a quarterback. They had none of the rest of the team put in place, in position. They should have traded back. They should have collected picks. They should have been patient in their approach, but they have an impatient owner. And this is why ownership matters. Because when ownership is driving these decisions, he is going to mess things up down the line, as you're seeing. And so it is a blatant mistake by the Panthers in drafting him in their timing of the process and when they drafted him for where their team was at, because they weren't ready to go take a young quarterback who they were really looking to throw out in that football as fast as humanly possible. And that's not the right approach. But it's the approach everybody says you got to take. Just throw him out there. Just throw him out there. See what you got. Throw him out there. See what you got. Don't give him any time to, develop and sit on the bench. No. Just throw him out there. I think some of this does also come back, though, to, Elias, to my scouting report of Bryce Young. And I think that anybody in here will attest to that who was in here when we were talking about Bryce Young coming out in the draft. I was not a big Bryce Young backer. I don't quite understand how it is Bryce Young gets to the place of being a number one overall pick with his skill set. I understand there's the Heisman Trophy. I understand there's the Alabama pedigree. I understand that that's going to be worth something to a degree. But it's becoming worth too much. He is tremendously undersized. He is not only from a height standpoint, but he's very thin. At least with a guy like Russell Wilson, you got a guy that was legit sort of a 220 build where he had some of the beef to be able to take the pounding. I don't even think if Bryce Young was playing well that he has the beef to take the pounding. And do not take that in a dirty way. You dirty-minded folks out there that just heard me say that, I know half of you out there giggling to yourself. Stop it. That was not dirty. That was not meant to be dirty. So you got that. Then you got the other part of it, Elias. We're not upwardly mobile. He's nowhere near the vicinity of from a mobility standpoint of like a Russ was or a Kyler was. He's not in that neighborhood. He's more of kind of like a Baker Mayfield mobility guy. And then he doesn't have a big arm. What are we doing? Right? Like looking on retrospect, it's kind of easy to see why it wasn't a really good pick. And I couldn't understand why he was being vaulted up, why he was being talked about as a guy that they were saying, no, he's Patrick Mahomes minus 3 inches. No, he's not. He is not in the vicinity. He's not in the same stadium of Patrick Mahomes from an arm strength standpoint. But it also is, to your point again, Elias, on the other side of it, it's both things. It's a little bit of the lack of the talent there, but it's also the lack of putting the parts in place for him to succeed there, from coaching to the players around him. Tim says, yeah, that DK hurdle spot was some BS, man. Yeah, they showed it on slow motion. It's like he spins around, so the ball's, as it's going out, if they're marking where the ball goes out, he's still past the first down sticks. Daniel says, Geno's the only quarterback in this league that would be 2-0 with this offensive line. I believe so. I believe so. I was showing on this rank, St. Louis Rams. Do you notice how? Do you notice how if you got to go all the way to the 24th to get to a 2-0 team on the pass protection? This is sorted by pass protection here. This is the bottom end pass protecting unit teams. And do you notice that only Seattle and the Minnesota Vikings in the top 20 are 2-0 with that pass protection units? And Geno at 31st, Rams aren't close to being, I guess they had the lines kind of tight for a little while, but look where the Rams are at in there, dealing with the same kind of pass protection situation. 100% right. The Real Cheese, thank you for being a member of the channel for a month. Appreciate you for that, Real Cheese. Ring of Honor member. Which teams could be planning for Manning when he hits the draft? Kind of suck for luck situation. I'm always a guy on this Real Cheese that bases these opinions off of past history. And even with this, we get to be very specific on what we base the past history upon. The Chargers drafted Eli Manning to go to San Diego. The Mannings wanted no part of that ownership group. So the Mannings forced them to trade him to the New York Giants. If they've been willing to pull that card once, why would they not be willing to pull that card again, especially now when the Manning family wields way more power than they even wielded back then? So in certain respects on this, Manning is going to be able to be a bit able to go where he kind of wants to go. And the Manning family tends to want to stay out on the East. So I think that the New York Giants, for instance, stand out. That would be, an NFL would love that story. Another Manning going to New York. The NFL would, they'd just be basically constantly an orgasmic state if they knew that was going to be what was going down. So I would tend to say it's going to go to an East Coast team in the way it would work out here. So New York, Miami, Tampa Bay, I think something like that. Denver would certainly be on the table. But I don't think that he would go to Vegas Raiders, right? If the Raiders were up there real cheese and they're sucking for Manning, he ain't going to the Raiders. They're going to force their hand on that. I don't think he'd come to Seattle. I don't think that they'd want him playing out in Seattle either, even with McDonald out here, even with the good ownership. I think they want to keep him on the East Coast. John Meyer, thank you for subscribing up to the channel, John. I appreciate you for doing that. Random McDaniel with a $2 donation says, would a 5th round pick get Clowney away from Carolina? There's going to be a fire sale. Well, great minds must think alike, Randall, because I was indeed already taking a very keen, close look at what was going on with Clowney in Carolina, because I do indeed factor in that the Carolina is going to reach a point or time here where they're probably going to go into a little bit of a fire sale mode. And you just would have to think that the opportunity to be able to bring Clowney in, and could you imagine Clowney, Uchenna, Boye, and Derek Hall as your 4 stack? And you imagine you get Clowney for like a 5th round pick, and you imagine you get the Panthers to eat some of the contract for the remaining portion of this year, which you did once with the Texans when you traded for Clowney. He would be one of the first guys at the top of my list that I would be, especially if you can get him for a bit of that depressed value, 4th, 5th round pick. If I can get Clowney on that on a half year on an end year run, Randall, to reinforce the edge rank, to make sure that we're still strong on the edges throughout the whole year, I would do so in a heartbeat. And he would be one of my high priority guys on my list. He is not costing a lot. He signed only a 2-year deal there with the Panthers. They're not going to have to eat a ton of dead money to move off of him. I would jump all over that deal if it presents itself, Randall. Something to track, and very smart of you to notice that, is I think that's one of the places we can kind of look to there. So he's, I'm definitely side-eyeing him. I have for a while there, Randall, and I have to think that Mike would be too. He knows what kind of talent that Clowney brings to the table. Yeah, y'all, and there's only so much that Whitby can take. I'm not surprised it got a little overpopulated out there. I mean, it's a good sized island, but it ain't, that big, They've stacked it up, I heard. Trent says, I'm here for the Mike McDonald press conferences. Let's go. I'm going to get myself a hoodie. I got to get the hat. I'm working on my impression. He's kind of hard to nail because he's, he's so very almost military-like in how he'll describe stuff. So you've got to be, I got to find where I can kind of paint outside the lines with him a little bit, but I'm working on it. I'm going to definitely be working on it. Nick, if there is anyone who could ever give Hill some real issues, isn't it Woolen? Probably the only guy he can't just try and beat with his speed. Then consider the 6-inch height advantage Woolen has. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of that, of what Hill's going to try to do with a guy like Woolen would be more about stop, start, change direction. Because Woolen at 6'3", it's about the change of the direction, the stopping, the starting. And versus Hill, who's so small to the ground, he can do all that stuff on top of the acceleration really good. But that's where I've wondered too with this, Nick, if it might be a better day to put more of a Witherspoon on Hill rather than Woolen, because he might be better suited to kind of deal with some of that stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that matchup. But yeah, he can run from step for step, but that change of direction stuff can be real tough with Tyreek too. Because though he is fast, he stops and starts is probably good about as anyone in the NFL as well. Daniel says, that's crazy how we're getting this much pressure without our best pass rusher. Really hope Uchenna can stay healthy. Me too. Be great to see. Boys Dan Grenade. I'd heard Bradford never played football before or something. What was the deal behind that? Please light me. He had a few number of starts at the college level. I don't know if he was super new to the sport necessarily, but he didn't start a lot at LSU. So he just didn't, he's going to be able to, part of that the rough edges, the lack of refinement you were getting with him a bit versus other prospects you might be taking a look at. But he had that upside, that raw physicality and ability there. Daniel says, hot take, if Geno had a top 10 O-line, he's the second best quarterback behind Mahomes. Ooh, I like that take, Daniel. Let's go. You might just be right. Nicholas says, I was 50% on Dirty Mind when he said that. I knew as soon as I said it. As soon as I said it. Yellen, Bryce Young is so broken, he's jumping to throw the ball. He has no timing and no mechanics. No, it's tough. It's rough watching him play. He looks overmatched to me. I don't think it is, the boring cast is in the coaching and the environment. That factors in here too, but I think it can be that thing where there's many things sort of true at once in this situation in regards to him on that. Locke needs to get a chance in New York, says Brian. I agree with you, man. Haven't they kind of learned at this point what Daniel Jones is? Fun stat I heard about Daniel Jones this last week is that he's thrown more pick sixes than he has touchdowns since signing his new contract extension. Woo! Not going well out there in New York. DVD Forever. B, can we finally agree that both Locke and JSN have a better percentage at the 50-50 ball than DK? Maybe not JSN yet. Maybe. Certainly that's the place DK needs to improve upon, or be nice to see improve upon. And Tyler's been good with it so far. In recent years, I don't think Tyler's been putting on necessarily a show with the contested catch stuff, but he's been better with it so far this year. Yellen says, Giant fans are so psycho. They wait for Daniel Jones to walk out of the building to boo him and ask for their money back. Yeah, that's cold, booing him to his face too. It's like, oh God, you guys, come on. They don't, the New York type, man. They don't, that type is, they fit the type, right? Jordan, I don't know if Tampa would get him if Baker keeps playing well. Maybe not. That might be one to be a less likely one of where he would go to. Giants feels so right on that to me. That's the one that I keep coming back to. I'm like, Giants, Denver, the Manning lineage with those stops and locations. Maybe a Jacksonville. Corduroy Pillow, I want to watch the show after this live. What's the name of the show? Roundtable. It's the NFC West Roundtable. I went on. I'll be going on that every Tuesday. We do a pre and a post. We do a post game and a preview of the next game's weeks on it. Kind of two different shows on Tuesday night. And I'll be doing those every Tuesday. Corduroy. So definitely want to sub up on that. But it's called the NFC West Roundtable Show. Nick, I think the Rams is where Arch ends up. That's another good spot. Nick, great suggestion on your part. Right, you're on it with that one too as well. LA would be another spot that the NFL would love to get him in there over there because they want to make that LA market work. Stafford's coming near the end. So we just picture it, Nick. Stafford retires after the season, or the Rams move on from him. Rams come back next year. They're bad. Arch comes out in that draft. They have got the number 1 overall pick. Bingo, bango, boom. Arch Manning goes to McVay. A well-oiled plan. DVD, and I don't hate on Dake. He just doesn't have that body awareness like the other two do. Plus hands, no, not by his range, just position and hand strength. It's not the strength of his game. There was a lot of things he does really great, though. And it's there's things we'd like him to do maybe a little bit better, but is he tremendously effective as the player he is right now? Even with some things that we maybe would like to be a little bit better, sure, I think he is. And I don't think that the lack of the contested catch stuff will necessarily hold him back from still going out and having a 1,500 yard season this year. But we shall see on that. And it's fair criticism. Dan says, what's your read on Walker's injury? I'm worried it's going to be a problem all season. Abdominal injuries are the tough one to know with there, Daniel. Is it the hernia? You get the sports hernia, which is a real common one, which you can go back, get the surgery. It's going to knock you out for like 4 to 6 weeks usually, or you can try to play through it, which a lot of guys have, but it seems like it affects you pretty tough if that's the case. If it's that injury, I would be worried about being a problem all season long, but we don't have any information about the injury situation. The one thing is that Mike has shown out the gate here is that he is going to be very tight-lipped when it comes to the injuries, and he's not going to give us as much information as we might have had prior with Coach Carroll. Rockman Drums, Gibson reminds me of Clowney. I don't know. He's definitely long-armed. He is. Yeah. He played well last week, too. 7 snaps, but he played well. Nitro Brandon, what are your thoughts on teams like Chargers taking Joe Alt instead of receiver? I feel like it was smart because it's hard to find elite O-linemen. I do too as well, especially with a guy like Joe Alt that was a very clean prospect. There wasn't a big question with Joe Alt, and a lot of these linemen, it was that way, be it J.C. Latham, Marius Mims, a little bit more question because he hadn't played as much. But you felt very strong about these linemen, Fashanu, that they're going to be fine. Whether or not they're stars or not, they're going to be really good upper-level players in this league. Harbaugh talked about it at the start of the season. When you go through the NFL and you look at all the positions, there is only one positional group that is not reliant on somebody else. The receivers are reliant on the offensive lineman blocking, the quarterback throwing them the ball, the scheme. Quarterbacks relying on the pass protection, and the receivers getting open defensively. Same thing. Corners need your defensive linemen to get pass rush. Pass rushers need the corners to be tight in coverage so the quarterback doesn't have an easy throw to throw. Lineman is the only position that's not affected by somebody else. And that is the position that building it up then because of that into a strength can be maximally impactful because of that. So, I think the Chargers were smart for taking that approach. I wasn't surprised to see them take that approach. Harbaugh runs it old school. He values a quality offensive line. It's part of the reason why right now, when you look at Alt and how well he's played out the gate, that the Chargers are 2-0. So I think it's a smart approach. I do. And people get caught up with these receivers, but the problem with taking a receiver high, like we've seen, for instance, Chicago doing this last draft, is that there's so many receivers down the stream in the second and third round. And if you are picking high in the draft, if you're picking top 10 like Chicago was, can you take a lineman there at 9 and then come back early in the second round and still get a high-quality offensive lineman or a wide receiver? Yeah, you can. We're seeing a lot of this. These receiver groups are so deep, so stacked up that you can find good guys like Adonai Mitchell that the Colts were able to get in that second round. So I think it's a smart approach, Nitro. I really do. Trent says Clowney would be insane, but unless you think we go for a bull run. It's not a rush to do it right now for sure, Trent. It's one you would, this is a trade deadline deal that you'd look to make. And just kind of see what Carolina is willing to do. You're not overpaying. You're going to make sure the price is right to do it. But if you have a market opportunity to strike with Carolina, be it in fire sale mode, as was mentioned above, jump on that one. Daniel says, why do you think our run defense did so much worse against the Pats? We got great pressure on Brissett, but their running backs beat us pretty bad. I think it's as McDonald said, it was just kind of simple things. Setting a good edge, not allowing outside contain to get broken. That happened on a couple of runs where you had guys pressing down too hard to squeeze gaps. Just gap integrity wasn't great at times from guys. It wasn't guys getting fooled or misdirected. It was not the Pats running anything that was super creative. It was just them coming downhill on you with 12 personnel and then you needing to fit the gaps up right because you have the 2 tight ends at that point. So it's a heavier offensive line essentially going against. And you only have at times those 4 defensive linemen. So it's very, very intrinsically important for those guys that are coming downhill on the back end, linebackers and safeties, to be filling their gap responsibilities on those plays. It just takes one to mess it up. And I think that it was not just one guy causing the problem on that. There's a couple different guys that had their share of bad plays in there in the run game throughout the course of the day. Stevenson's also a very good back, and the Patriots run the ball really well. Gibson, good quality number 2 back. So that's a bit of a part of this, I think, as well. I think there's one other tiny thing I'd put on this too is, Daniel, I think that there's definitely an onus change here a little bit from the Seahawks model of things, in that modern defense does want to stop the run, but unlike other defenses back in other eras, it's not the number one mandated thing for the defense. Stopping the pass becomes the more important matter. And you're top 3 in the NFL in the amount of yards you've given up so far through the first 2 games, where I think there's a little bit of a give and take here where coaching says, we're going to stop the pass a little bit better, and maybe we give up a little bit more in the running game to do that. We're going to stop the pass as the thing at the forefront of this. So it's, I think, also a bit of a point of emphasis here by the coaching staff. DVDB, after watching Diggs get let go after only 1 down year, I was very upset after 2 years with 6 picks prior to a single down year. Now I see the reason why. It's Julian Love. But D. Taylor now, laughing out loud. Well, D. Taylor's having a good a start to the Chicago Bears and what he's doing there. And yep, you're seeing with Julian Love why you want him here. Quandre Diggs is more of a single high safety. He's more built to be in a cover 3 defense that's having him drop to depth and let him play center field and kind of read it from there. It's not going to be a defense that's going to ask him to come down and play down in the box. And that's where it wasn't going to be a fit for him in the new defense, being at Quandre Diggs. With Darrell Taylor, the team moved off of him, and the reason that you move off of a Darrell Taylor and you end up with a Travis Gibson is that you're looking for a Travis Gibson type more than you're looking for a Darrell Taylor type. Taylor's going to try to run around that edge, and he's going to try to whip out all these different pass rush moves and do everything he can in his bag to get to the quarterback. The problem is that this defense is less about now lining up 4 guys on the defensive line and saying, go hunt, go find your way home individually. Whatever it takes individually for any one of you guys to go and get pressure, go do it. I think that's a little bit how our front 4 was run prior. Now it's more interconnected. Now you're running more games. Now you have more of an emphasis on running mush rush and pressing down on the pocket. And what you need at that point is power edges to do that. And Darrell Taylor cannot power edge off that edge. He's going to try to run around you. Doesn't mean he can't find some value in other defenses and other schemes, but in this scheme, it just wasn't going to work with his skill set and what he brought to the table. It's going to be, I don't think the ends justify the means when it comes to Clowney. I mean, you're not paying a high price to bring him in. It's not a lot of future commitment. He only has 1 year left on his deal after this season. The bonus money would be bled out to the Panthers, so you're only on the hook for his base salary over the next 2 years. And he's coming off of a career best season in Mike McDonald's defense. I don't know, man. I don't think there's a lot of cost there to do it. It's kind of a low cost, high reward kind of move. We need some right side O-line help immediately, Nicholas. Oh, it's going to be good luck finding it, you know. Brian says, I said it from the get-go. Young will bust and get a coach and GM fired. Yep, I remember you said it, man. Strange one, that one, that they went down that road and they were so certain on that road they were heading down. CJ says, us trading for Clowney wouldn't be fair to the rest of the league. Maybe not. Don, even year Myers is a real thing. Super Bowl bound. Let's go. Yeah, McDonald's so much better to listen to than Pete. He gives you a little bit more into getting the details of the game and the thought process of that. And that is a little bit more welcome on that. Pete would just kind of sometimes say a lot and not give you a lot with what he was saying. Big Dogs, Brandon, NFC West Roundtable, subscribe. This should be a great channel. Thank you, Addicted. Appreciate you doing that. You're the man. Nicholas, I don't see that happening, B. I think the Manning family wants to keep Arch in the East Coast market. I think so too. I think there would be a pull though with LA and having Hollywood there and all that. I mean, that might be a bit of a draw there, but I think if I was putting money down, Nicholas, to your point, I'm still going East Coast team if I'm putting money on who's the most likely. Daryl, I do believe that Walker had an abdominal injury last year too. Yeah, I think he did. You're going to be just have Bobo play O-line. He can do it. He's already nerfed himself for others to shine. DDB, I'm late. They swapped some O-linemen in and out this week. Did you cover the stat differences of run and pass? Where there some might be better than previously expected? I mean, Haynes came in for a couple of series, and he run blocked really well, but he was a bit of a nightmare in pass protection. So, I mean, you had a touchdown throw to DK Metcalf that was wide open. Geno saw it. He wanted to throw it, but the instantaneous pressure that Haynes gave up destroyed the play from being complete. So you did move a little bit with that. That's the only spot that you flipped in and out on. And Bradford, I think overall played better when you consider the fullness of the game there with Haynes. Haynes was more impactful as a run blocker, but Haynes was really bad in pass protection. CJ, how much is Jerron Reed getting into the rotation? Haven't heard much about him. Aging player, but he was more than solid last year. He's getting fixed in there. He's obviously not getting the same amount of snaps he had last year, but that's probably for the better, as you're going to keep him fresh throughout the course of this year. But they're rotating that line through. Reed, Hankins, Murphy, even Mike Morris getting in there at times. You know, they're rotating them all in there through. They're trying to keep him fresh. Daniel, why do you think Cross is doing so well this year? Does Grubb deserve some credit? He's been solid, but this year he's playing like an all-pro. Yeah, I think it's definitely a bit of both. Cross going into his third season, he's healthy. He got a toe injury last year, which inhibited his year last year highly, and he's been healthy this year. He's heading into year 3. He's gotten stronger, bigger, badder. All those things are going to come along for a guy in his third year. Having Grubb here is going to help out a lot. I think Grubb's onus on the spread concepts of this system and getting the ball out of his hand faster this year, being Geno Smith, is going to help this offensive line out. Last couple of years, Geno Smith's been around 2.79 and 2.75 as far as his average time to throw. You've got that time to throw down to 2.49 seconds, which is the third fastest in all of football. And that's going to then benefit a guy like Cross and not having to hold on as long in pass protection. But it's all of that stuff coming together. Miami does have a running game, addicted to Hawks. Their offensive line's battered and bruised, but they have a very creative running game. They will do very little nuanced things within the running game in positional block, shield block, have a guy where you come down to barely slice this guy in the block, just clip him a little bit for a half second, and then our speed will get around the edge there so you don't have to fully block him up. It's more of a finesse run blocking kind of game in that way. They're going to run bubble screens and fly sweeps. They're going to attack the edges. Pulling guys every which way but loose, but it is a little bit more finesse based in how it goes. Even the backs they got are more of kind of your home run hitting backs than they are really your meat grinder kind of backs. But it is an effective running game, yeah. Sean Thompson, Brandon, I got my new Hawks Nest t-shirt. Let's go. Thank you for doing that, Sean. I appreciate you for that. He says, I love it. That's good to hear that it's coming out good. Of course, we got the store cooking right now. So if you're looking right here, it's connected to the YouTube account. Don't have to go look far off. Right here, you can just click below as I got the store up and cooking and rolling well. But thank you, Sean, for showing the support over there, getting some Hawks Nest swag. Let's get some people out in the Pacific Northwest seeing some of this beautiful logo on it. I'd love to see it. So thank you for that, man. Appreciate you for that. Oh, the Jets. I forgot about the Jets, too. Yeah, the Jets might be a possibility. Though I don't know if the Mannings are going to trust the ownership of the Jets with the way that thing's gone there recently. But, yeah, maybe. That's another one. Dak, I was so sad when Woolen and Spoon missed Jacoby on the rush. They could have had their first sack together. I know. Back-to-back weeks, you've had a corner come off the edge and had the quarterback right there in their sights, clean line, right to them, and just not quite able to finish the deal. They'll learn with time. They're just getting used to blitzing off the edge. We didn't do that in the old scheme very often. Oh, this could be nice. Huh? Oh. Tasha says, the guys on that roundtable show were so delusional about Geno. I don't know how you held it together as well as you did. I was fighting the urge to pull a lot of faces as they were talking at times. It was taking all I could do to try to keep myself a bit contained there. But even still, I don't know if I did too well there, Tash, because I started to go off about halfway through where I was like, okay, guys, okay, let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and start to settle a little bit of this out. But some wild outlooks there on Geno. I was not quite fully ready for that, and some of their outlooks of him, where universally, I think to a man, all three of them don't think he is any good. And I think that they'll kind of political it up and give you some, they were trying with me even to do that a little bit, but the more that I dove down to more of the details of what they really truly thought, it was, he's not very good. I go, man, I don't see how I can get to that stage of Geno at this point. I get it if you don't want to be on the, he's a quality quarterback, but to basically say he's kind of bad, which is where they were sort of operating from, I couldn't get there. Daniel, do you think we'll be able to keep Mafe and Witherspoon? Both look incredible and expensive on their next contracts. Yes. The Seahawks have the most amount of cap space in 2026. They have the second most amount of cap space in the entire NFL in 2027. So you have tons of flexibility in the future, Daniel, to be able to sign all of your young core. There's only guys that I could say would be like maybe a guy like a Kenneth Walker type who might be a bit of the odd man out here. But from Geno to DK to JSN to Witherspoon to Woolen, Byron Murphy's, all of these guys can be fit because you have so much space there to fit them. That cap space will be easily allotted to go to those guys. And because John Schneider usually plays this right and doesn't try to stretch this out too far, he gets the deals done quickly and early. It's going to allow you to fit them all in, I believe. DVN says 4 hours. I guess I'm a little late. No worries. Better late than never, man. Don says, I personally don't like Mike giving up all that info. He needs to shut up and stop giving away strategy tells. He'll learn with time. Daryl says, thoughts on Charbonnet? I'm not very impressed. He lacks explosiveness. I don't know what it does. It does seem a little bit to me, in my eyes too, Daryl, like this year there's a little bit of a lack of explosiveness from what we saw last year. The lack of using him to the edges a bit in this last game was kind of odd too. Grubb just hammering him in the A and the B gaps, kind of a la our old rushing attack. Seemed to be what we were trying to do, which didn't seem to be quite understandable in the way you were using him. But he's not impressed me so far this year. It's been pretty rough watching him on some of these runs. He had one play where he tried to cut it back across behind the line of scrimmage, and he got run down from behind, I think, by a defensive tackle. So I'd like to see a little bit more from Charbonnet, yeah. Elias Hawksnest, I just worry about us making a mistake like that with the new owner, but I'm a just worrier, laughing out loud. No, you never know what you're going to get with the new owner. And that's going to be, I think that's a valid worry, Elias. I do, because you don't know. And we've had some bad owners here in Seattle in our time. I do think that Jody Allen's going to work very hard to make sure she doesn't just put us in with a guy that's like a David Tepper type or Clay Bennett type, or, to insert the bad owner name here. I think she's going to take a long process to make sure she gets the right guy. And it's more about just getting all of the guy that spends the most money, but the guy that's going to guide and direct this team in the right direction for the future. Hand B, what are your draft prospects if you have any at the moment? I don't watch college, so you and Brendan are my links. I've admittedly haven't done a ton drop into college guys so far. There's some guys I've looked at from the prior year in this one, but I'm just starting to kind of collect my lists on that side of it and get, locked in on that. Harold Perkins, inside linebacker, somebody mentioned earlier from LSU. The Barrett kid from Clemson. Clemson's having a down year, but a guy worth looking at, Barrett Carter out there, because I think inside linebacker is maybe a position you might be taking a look for on that side of it. But I have been a little bit slower on looking at the prospects this year too, Holy Stand Grenade, just because the interest is not as much there on the prospect front. I found we tried to get out ahead of this last year. We did some draft preview shows even in kind of August, September, and the views just weren't as much there. So it's more of just not putting as much time to quite scout in season, and more, I'm going to keep that to the off season, I think. I'll try to look at a couple of these guys, but so far this year I've been slow in my process with it because of that. King Bomber says, loved your appearance on the NFC West Roundtable. Finally a great Seahawks rep. Hopefully you're going to be permanent. I'm set up to be permanent as long as I didn't piss those guys off yesterday too much, and I'm happy to do it, man. I'm going to have a good time with the King Bomber. I'm glad it came off well. The feedback's been tremendous, and I had a great time doing it. So it was a lot of fun chopping up with those guys and getting after it, and, I'm going to represent if I'm over there. I ain't going to come light. You know that. DVDB, I got to say this is my last. Grubb is the second best hire to Mike while counting players too. The changes and fixes he's made in the half is amazingly smart, as opposed to Pete and recent offensive coordinators. I think it's great thoughts on your part with this DVD, and I am right there in the mode with you on that. I think I throw Leslie Frazier in that, maybe as sort of the trifecta on that, because Frazier sort of gives you that safety umbrella over the top of it all, because there's so much young coaches and new coaches, and let's get some guy here that's going to keep things steady over the top of this. But Grubb was a great hire because it was a hire about taking the big swing. It was not about the typical A1 defensive-minded head coach making that offensive hire where he's going for safety, he's going for the running offensive mind, he's going for the Arthur Smith, just run the ball, just keep it close, just don't do too much, just keep us in it. He went for the guy that's going to go put points on the board. He went for the guy that's going to kind of light that scoreboard up if he can get away with it, if he can pull it off. And that meant that there's also a potential of swinging and missing on this one, but there's also the potential that you put it up in the second deck. And we'll see where it lands with Grubb when it's all said and done. But I agree with you. I've been very impressed out the jump with what we've seen from him. Grandizer, Brando, hope all is well. Thank you for having Alan Papar in your Behind Me Line segment. Super solid stream. Much appreciated. Always informing viewers with the correct info. Well, thank you, Grandizer. Very kind of Alan to come on and do that and take some time out of his day to come over and chop it up with me. And I had a lot of fun with it too. Appreciate you on that. Grandizer, the Hawks Nest does not have ugly swag. Buy yours today. Well, thank you, man. Do get your swag today. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. Not for sale. Very kind of you. What's up, Brando? This team looks legit. Go Hawks. Looking very legit. We thought there'd be an onboarding process, but in your onboarding process right now, you're winning football games. What happens when we get this thing to a well-oiled machine? If we can do so even in this year, what will that look like? How good can that team be? We're going to see. But very exciting start out the jump. That's for sure, man. Thank you for that donation. Daniel, did you see Geno's quote about picking up on the Pats blitz? He said he watched so much film that he welcomes the blitz instead of the two high safeties. He sees it coming a mile away. I didn't see that, but it does match to what you see from him on film, Daniel, which is that he sees the blitzes coming. And when you, as an offensive coordinator in Grubb, give your quarterback that much time up at the line of scrimmage where the play clock's not winding down to 4 seconds and lower, but he can be up there with 13, 14 seconds and take a long look around and have that patience to really assess. You've got a guy that's a smart quarterback like that who has watched the film and the tape like he has. I call it the lonely work. It's that lonely work of just grinding on tape. There ain't any, you can't put it on Instagram. Hey, look at me on Instagram while I'm grinding through tape. That's not going to excite anybody. It's not like being on the sun-drenched football field throwing 50-yard dimes down the field, right? That looks cool. Doesn't look as cool when you're in the film room and it's dark and you just but it's effective putting that work in. And I think Geno's put that work in to get himself in that position to do it. Femi says you can't blame it all on Charbs when you're run 80% inside with no penetration and keep hammering. True. It ain't just on him. Blocking and the calling on that was a little odd. Angry B, what's the beef with the Manning and the Chargers? Is it ownership? Yeah, it was the ownership issue. They were very well known at that time for being an organization that was not necessarily one that was having their eyes just to committed to winning football. That there were other things like profit margins and stuff like that that came into play on them a little bit. And I don't think the Mannings wanted any part of that. They didn't want an ownership group that was kind of looked at as one that wasn't interested in that. Not to mention they didn't want to go out to I'm not sure, going out to the West Coast was also something they were looking at wanting to do either. Nicholas, once I get back to work, B, then I'll be getting some Hawks Nest swag. Being old with a baby on the way is crazy, B. Yeah, no worries there, man. I know how that goes. And children are expensive. No doubt about that. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. We're going to try to keep the store and keep pumping up, keeping it rolling this year. So just getting it kind of recooked back up on that side. Dak, it felt like the people on the NFC West roundtable didn't actually provide any real evidence or any real reason other than the eye test. In my opinion, their eye test is flawed. Eye test, I've called it too, Dak, gut instinct. And people like in sports at times on their takes to have gut instinct be the thing that guides them. And I think that it's okay to have that as a factor into play. But you got to take all the data into it. You can't just cherry pick. Well, I'm going to just cherry pick off my gut instinct and nothing else. Because that will lead you to having an outlook or a conclusion that is fundamentally flawed and wrong. And I do think that Dak, as I went through and you saw me on the show trying to probe on how they got to this place in their thought. And the more I probed and the deeper that I tried to drill down on it, the more thin their thinking on Geno and who he is as a player seemed to be. And so I agree with you. I think it is that eye test thing, that just I'll take the shortcut to a player evaluation thing, is an improper way. And people are busy and they don't want to always go in and do the deep dives on stuff that doesn't particularly interest them tremendously. But if you're going to take such an ardent opinion on a player, you're going to say, and you're going to bury the flagpole in the ground and say, this guy's not good, then you better do the work on that. Or come out of it saying, I don't really have an opinion on him. I've watched him sparingly and, he seems fine, but I'm not sure about him. But that was not the opinion you saw, Dak, where you're hearing from them on the other side where, he's bad. He's not that good. Or if they'd say he's good, then I'd start to, pick at it a bit, and then they go, no, I actually don't think he's that good. King, they'll see Geno play, Brandon. That show has been pissing me off for weeks. Jesse's the only one that has a reasonable and good take. The rest are delusional or unaware about their own team. I'm in the house now there, King, and I'm not going to let anything slide on that front of things. You're going to have a take, you better back it up. If you're basing it on something that's wispy thin, I'm going to call you on that too, And I got a bit of the same sense of it too, King Bomber, watching the show coming out from the outside in. And it's one of the reasons I did want to cover that in that way with them. And let's address this off the jump on this, because this has been long-standing silliness. Tasha, I think McIntosh is going to get some touches this week. If Matt Sharp is the lead back, we'll need to change of pace back. Mac is like that. I'd like to see it, Tasha, especially if you're having a day where Charbonnet is not able to find any real holes. Try something else. Try a counter punch. Laviska Shenault. We've got to get a running game working. We can't just lean on Geno to throw for 330 every week. Yellen says we might be the last undefeated team in the NFC after this week. Might just. Tasha, Geno has plenty of time to impress upon people how good he is. The folks who can't see just don't want to see. Agreed, Tasha. That's that built-in bias, I think, that there exists there with Geno for some weird reason. I don't know if it's the time with the Jets just stuck in people's mind and they can't let it go, even though it was 10 years, 11 years ago. But I agree. There's been enough data at this point for this he's bad opinion to start to change. But shoot, I'm talking these NFC West roundtable folks, and they're telling me how they all thought Geno would be benched by week 5 this year. That certainly is not a representation of recognizing that. DVD, but the play calling for the run game late in the fourth totally made up for Grubb. Grubb's good. Oh, I see what you said. Yeah. He's still finding his footing there too, DVD. That's that transition that's going to go on where I think there'll be some ups and downs with him as he's trying to kind of learn what works from the college level. How do you have to call games at the NFL level? But he does show, to your point, some good adjustments in what he brings. Nick Charbonnet is a great pass blocker, but when I see Braylon Allen do what he just did, knowing I liked him is disappointing in a sense. Braylon was nice, man. Yeah. We'll see what happens in Charbonnet here. War Chief, I think this year we need to splurge on offensive line coming out of college. There's some good ones. A couple at Alabama that I know John has been keeping his eye on. He went to the last game. Let's go. As I say, you want to invest and go hard on the offensive line, you will find a happy man in me, War Chief. I am a believer in it. Tasha says Nick Wright finally started giving Geno respect and has him in his upper tiers. There we go. Well, Nick's a hard guy to get pushed over on that when he gets set on his opinion on something. So I think you're going to start to see that transition undertake this year, Tasha, as the year goes on in these guys. And you're going to see them just slowly try to float away from those old opinions that Geno sucks. They're going to just slowly try to act like it never existed thing. Because it's going to get harder and harder week after week as he puts these performances up to be able to take this stance. D-Nugget says, congratulations on 17K. Thank you, D-Nugget. I feel good passing it. Feel real good. Ward G. Brandon, thank you for repping us properly on the round table. I was there representing as usual, but it just felt awesome to have the Hawks Nest there. I made some chat room rival enemies laughing out loud. Sounds like the chat got pretty spicy last night on the round table, which I actually love to hear. It ain't my chat going crazy. They can go moderate that one. And they have to know how it's going to go, I'm sure, when you get those 4 different teams cross-secting into one place. But I had a great time with the War Chief, and I'll be doing it every Tuesday, man. So I'm looking forward to it. King Bomber says, hell yeah, glad you're permanent. Going to be much more satisfying to watch that show. I'm really looking forward to it, man. It's a great opportunity and gets me into an audience and viewership that I wouldn't normally probably get to. And I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, man. I'm going to have a lot of fun with it, And I'm having fun with those guys too. You guys know me. Like, I get some of these opinions. You guys know I'll have some creative ways of picking at some of the paper-thin opinions when they do exist and present themselves. Calm Cal, hey, Brandon, I watched the show with the NFC West guys yesterday. I was really surprised about the Rams and Cardinals guys discarding Geno. Is that how the whole league feels? His advanced stats are fire. Yeah, it's why some people, I think at times with me, Calm Cal will get frustrated with me, repping Geno and, having his back as much as I've had. But it's because there is this stifling, silly opinion that's existed out there that just doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. People that watch a lot of football that come to this opinion on him, he just took over for us yesterday. You're now well over 2 years of him putting tape out there and showing you what he is as a quarterback. And if you've watched any of him in any of these games, you can see he's under an onslaught. You can see he doesn't have a running game. You can see the defense just finally came forward. You can see he just finally got an offensive coordinator. And even problems from prior years are still leaking into this year, and he is still performing great. But they don't want to give an inch on this one. And it's been wild to watch. That's why I do sort of rail on it so much, is it's wild to watch on this given player. You don't see usually people dig their feet in this hard. And they're digging in. They're digging in like a batter in the batter's box, They're kicking that dirt in, trying to get that foot as deep in the ground as they can, that back pivot foot. It's wild to watch. But man, am I going to enjoy going through this year watching him eat crow with him. Because he's going to have the best year of his career. He's going to have the best supporting cast of his career. It's only going to get better going from here. As long as he can stay healthy, he will have fully proved those doubters wrong. They will have nowhere to go. They'll be out there in the ocean without any buoy to hold on to. Nothing left but to drown. Scooby, no one gives the Hawks respect. Didn't give back. No one gives the Hawks respect. Didn't back then. Still don't now. We are a championship football organization as long as we know that. Who gives an S what anyone thinks about our team? Amen, Scooby. Amen. Dak, the adjustment Mike made with putting Julian Love on Hunter Henry was something that we seriously lacked last year. Makes me happy. It feels like our coaches are putting in more effort. Adjustments are a big part of what both of these two coaches do bring to the table, it would seem. And yeah, I like Mike's adjustment on Hunter. I think he had 6 catches in the first half. I think he only ended up with like 2 or 3 more through the whole course of the game. So it shows that you're going to not just let him keep doing the thing that they were doing. Prior Seahawks teams were getting hit by this. We're getting hurt by this. This one thing is really causing us harm. Well, it'll go away eventually. No, you got to deal with it directly. We got to come up with a plan right now to deal with this one thing directly. Aaron Donald's wrecking shop. Coach, he's destroying us. Can we allot some double teams to him through the rest of this game? Nah, he won't keep doing it. It's a bit of how you'd kind of go about your business on that, isn't it? Just a little bit prior. Isaac Lipnick in the house. What's up, Isaac? Thank you for the $12 donation. Thank you for that, Isaac. I really appreciate you, brother. It's great to see you in the house. Bond intro music plays. Dum. I can't do it right. Isaac, I know which one you're talking about. Geno Smith, 007. That's my MNF name. That's my MNF quarterback. Put some respect on his name, y'all. Love the new era of the Hawks football so far under Coach Mike. Hashtag Go Hawks. Hey, well, thank you for the $12 donation. And indeed, Geno with that suit, man, looking very 007-like. I like it. It's a clean look for him. And I was laughing. I saw that video again the other day of somebody did a great little bit on a riff on that. Isaac, remember the GoldenEye video game? I was just watching the other day where the guy goes in and he's mocking it like a video producer's going into his artistic guy going, hey, we just need a pause menu music for 007. Can you just come up with something? I was like, oh yeah, I got something. He starts playing. It's just like this crazy banger. Very funny moment. They both start dancing to it. It kind of, your comment reminds me of that. But Geno's ready, man. He's been prepared. He's seen it. He's been around the world many a time like James Bond. There's nothing you're going to throw at him that he hasn't already seen before. He's going to have a plan of attack of how to deal with it. It does become, can you just not have the supporting factors be failing on him? Can you have an offensive line that's not going to be failing on him? Can you give him run blocking? Can you give him a run game to keep defenses honest so they can't just sit on our playmakers on the outside? That's going to be the key with him topping out this season to having that career year, which I'm expecting to have happen here when it's all said and done. But He's coming in like Bond Man. Smith. Geno Smith. 007. I love it, Isaac. Let's go. I might use that for a thumbnail, Isaac. Maybe we'll do a 007 motif with Geno Smith. I kind of am digging that now that I think about that. You might have just given me a great idea on that one, Isaac. Thank you for the donation, though, man. I appreciate you for that. Sean says he's cautiously optimistic about this team, but I'm still worried about the O-line holding up. Got to see the team hold their own against teams like the Rams and the Niners. For sure, Sean. Nothing's been proven yet. It's 2 games. You haven't been given the biggest of challenges as of yet with the opponents. So it's still to be determined about where this team's going. It's good initial steps, but we still got a lot to learn. Colin Cal thinking Howell's going to replace Geno midseason is wild. Yeah, multiple guys on that stream last night thought it. My eyes about fell out of my head. DVDB, I'm sure that we agree winning close games is huge, especially away. This is starting to feel like 2011, 2012, minus the rookie quarterback in 12. O-line is still hurting, but we've got John at the helm. We do indeed. And I like that comparison back to that old time. I think there's something to that there, DVD. And yeah, you certainly are in a lot of close games. And, you'd like to get out ahead of some of these games and maybe run out ahead of it. I think we're going to get some games here throughout the year at times, DVD, where we are going to be playing. We're going to get out ahead of certain opponents and we're going to run away with those games. I don't think that they're all going to be close, but certainly close games do build up a bit of that character and get you used to playing in games like that, understanding that you got to keep things tight and keep the mistakes down. And you're not getting nervous in those moments. You've been there, you've done that, you're comfortable with it. And certainly this team is very comfortable in late game situations over the past couple of years, because they've been so often in that situation and they've performed well within it. Ortiz Sharps does look a little sluggish. He's an excellent receiving back and his short yard game is on point. He gets the job done. Yeah, he's not a bad back either. It's just, it has looked just a smidge sluggish this year versus last year. That looked like a little bit more explosiveness to him. Trent says NFC West Roundtable NFL Week 2 recap comment section is the biggest glazing section of your career. Do you feel any accountability for knowing football? They were being very kind to me in the chat. You guys were being awesome to me in the comments on the video. It's good to see. The roundtable before Brandon got there was just a bunch of haters. I mean, seriously, Jesse was the only guy that was fair, which is crazy. He's our rival Niner guy laughing out loud. The Cards guy kills me. Jesse's good, man. He knows he keeps it pretty even keeled on it. It's part of why I've loved working with him for a couple of years on that. But yeah, the other guys kind of take it in a certain way that had me. I wasn't even fully ready for it myself. Kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, what? Have a good night, Nicholas. Appreciate you, man. Dak, at first I thought I was really annoyed that we didn't use Kenny Mack, but I think it's because Charbonnet was making some really good blocks. We need any help we can get on the O-line. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. DVDB, my prediction is Miami will run more, of course, but essentially throw a lot of deep balls to keep us shallow. Coaches have the right answer after seeing the Buffalo game. Makes sense if they try to do that a little bit, DVD, on, not letting us just squat down on those short routes, which I think McDonald's going to kind of try to do initially out the gate a bit with it. But I do think, yeah, it's a bit like the Pats game this last week, where I think you're going to end up with them trying to run the ball 30, 33 times and throw the ball 25 times. And that's not even if the offense is being really good at running the ball, that they just want to make sure that they can try to control the clock to some degree on the road and keep Skyler out of knowing passing situations, say nothing of, I think, 3rd and longs, which if I'm McDaniel coming into this game on the road, that's got to be like our kryptonite. We've got to stay away from that at all costs. 3rd and longs against this McDonald unit. King says, I'm telling you, man, none of them are truly aware of Seahawks, especially their own reps. This offensive line has been atrocious. Nobody calling Stafford a bad quarterback when his own line is injured. It's true. Yeah. What's good for the goose is sometimes not good for the gander, I suppose. Racial slurs were thrown around the table. Doing Bomber, by the way, the Cards guy just hates the Seahawks. He hates admitting anything better, so automatically discard his opinion coming from a biased perspective. Well, it just makes it easier for me to debate him on it, King. If you don't have anything as far as the meat on your bone of an argument, then you're going to get exposed pretty quickly for it having nothing there but emotionality, or your gut instinct feels it. And I think that was a bit of the case in what you got from some of those opinions yesterday. Carlos' birdie gets glazed when he's obviously mid, so does Cousins. Indeed, they do. King, the Rams guy seems like money man. He had Seattle blowing out Denver. Then he had us losing to New England. And then on his show after they got destroyed by the Cards was talking about how Seattle should be 0-2. Yeah. Yeah, some of the takes will be interesting on that one. DeMarcus, there's some really good guys on TikTok who break down film and actually know what they're talking about, and they all seem to love Geno and explain exactly why they love him as a player. I love it, DeMarcus. Yeah, maybe TikTok's where more of some of the smarter opinion might be going on some of this. Wouldn't shock me. I've seen some good vids coming out of there. Yeah, Daniel, Pat's defense still been legit the past couple of years. So throwing under 300 yards in that stadium is legit. It is impressive. JL Hawksnest, my mom doesn't think Geno's that good. My mom knows nothing about sports. Coincidence? I think not. He just draws out some of that, as I was talking about last night. There's no middle ground with Geno with folks on that, it seems. Either if they haven't seen him a lot, seen him a little, doesn't matter. You're going to have a very certain opinion of him on that. King says, don't even consider what the Cardinals guy is saying, by the way. He just hates the Hawks, jumps on crapping on them every chance he gets. Just look at his positional rankings. He doesn't feel strongly about anything. That's the part about it's going to be fun about this year, fun about going that show being 2-0. Is that all these guys have had such strong opinions about what they think on that, and they're about to be proven very wrong on it. And it's going to be fun. And Jesse's been even keeled with it. I know he had us at like 10 wins, so he's been in I think, a realistic place on it. But the other two. Y'all said the Homer Geno haters are just waiting for the next opportunity. Oh, they are. They're sitting there quiet because they have to be quiet. We've slapped the duct tape on their mouth. We've tied their arms behind their back. We've tied their legs together. The first second they get a chance, Yeah, Daniel, Jaron Reed's been good this year. I was showing a play earlier in the stream today of Jaron Reed helping out on one particular play where on when Leonard Williams' sack, he got single blocked in the play, and part of it was Jaron Reed really slicing down around that defensive line to the point. He did so hard to Jaron Reed on his picking up blockers. He picks up 3 blockers on the play, which then singles up Leonard Williams to be able to go out there and get the sack. So Jaron's had a good start to the year so far. He's in a different role from last year, but that's a good thing for a little bit of an older player. We want to keep him fresh. We want to keep rotating him through, and he's been good in that role. The Compton says, what's up, man? I'm a new member and still learning memes, but do you think that Walker will be back for the game versus the Dolphins? He has been ruled out, Ethan, unfortunately. I'm sorry to tell you. He's going to be out for another week. I think part of it is if he had to play, if this was a playoff game, he probably could play. I think it is that the team feels very confident that they can take on a very limping, weakened Miami team on the road, minus their quarterback in Seattle, that they can get that win even without Walker. And so why not give him another week, which is probably going to be very beneficial to him on rest and trying to get him better. So he will be out, but I still expect the Seahawks to be able to find some points and some yards against this Miami team. Thank you, Ethan, for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Members, people that donate to the channel, it is you folks that do help this thing go and cook. And I just lost one of the donations here. I didn't catch it through, I don't think. So sorry about that. Not for sale. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what's up, Brando? This team looks legit. Go Hawks. I think I said that one, but I might not. Just want to make sure I caught that. Thank you again, Not for Sale, for that donation. I really appreciate it. And Ethan, thank you for being a member of the channel. You guys allow me to do this. I get to do this full time. I get to stay up till 3 in the night, cutting up video like I was last night to get a play breakdown done for today. I love doing it. It's a lot of fun for me. And it means most people in this area that do this, even people that are much bigger than where I'm at, tend to still have to have a full-time job. And it's the donation support, it's the members, the patrons, all that comes together to allow me to really do this. And I'm really appreciative of it. It really is. You guys honor me in that way to allow me to do this in this manner. And so thank you, man, Ethan. You guys are what helps me do this, allows me to do this. Otherwise, I'd have to be going 9 to 5 and barely be able to go live and all that stuff. Would not be fun. He says, haha, we should be 0-2. Those guys should stop smoking crack. Maybe on the round table by the sound of it. Team Bomber, anyway, I'm glad they have you on the round table. Someone to call them out on their crap. Jesse is the only smart man, knows his team's weaknesses, and respects the division rivals. Indeed. Jesse knows his stuff, man. Part of why I like doing it too is having him on there. Because I know he'll be a fair balance. Maybe we can balance off the other two on some of those opinions and takes. Bomber, I'm still waiting for Christian Haynes to start left guard. I want Tomlinson out of there. I think by the end of the year it's going to happen, but might have to wait a little bit more time for it to happen, King. I think they want to still keep bringing him along slow but sure a bit. Calm Cal, thank you, Brandon, for your streams. Always super entertaining, my man. Thank you, Calm. I appreciate it, man. Always have a good time shopping up with you guys. Rockman, the thing with the O-line is they need continuity playing together. They just started with the new center in game 1, so let's just see where we go in 6 weeks. Agreed. I think you got to run with a little bit of this group initially, see what they can do, see if the cohesion can come together to your point. It's a great point at that, Rockman. And I think that's going to be the direction the team will take on top of it. Scooby, so if we get our offensive line that we have, there are teams you're telling me that either of the teams would be 2-0 right now. So if we put our offensive line that we have on other teams, you're telling me that either of those teams would be 2-0 right now? I highly doubt it. No, I don't think that would be the case at all. Scooby, I've been presenting this fun PFF stat that I'll show you here again on this, where top 10 quarterbacks as rated by PFF, the little hand-drawn number that you see written next to that rank of where they stand, and Geno is being the third highest rated quarterback by PFF right now, you'll notice most of those quarterbacks are either in the top 10 or the top 20 as far as their pass protection units are concerned. Geno is at 31. And that's back to your point. Would other quarterbacks be excelling in this environment? No, they would not. Throwing for 330 is impressive. Throwing for 330 without a running game and 31st best pass protection unit in addition to that makes it even more impressive. By a wide margin. AI, I remember 5K. Man, way back when, AI. Way back when. Daniel, any thoughts on why Mafe isn't getting home on more of his sacks? He's second in pressures in the league, but only 2 sacks. Maybe just bad luck. It's one of the reasons why sack isn't a good gauge for a player as far as a determination on their effectiveness as a pass rusher. Because sacks are oftentimes based on other things outside of the control of the player. Is there somebody breaking you open? Is our offense is throwing short more often than not, so they're not allowing you enough time to get home? I think that the sacks are going to come with time. Like that will all equalize out. That's kind of a 2-game sample size situation with the pressures. He'll end up at the season, if he's going to play like this, with 14, 15, 16 sacks. You know, it'll all end up bearing out at the end of the day. He's been this close on a couple of situations, just barely missing out on a few of other sacks. It'll come. Yeah, it's like a batter that's hitting the ball hard, and he's got a couple home runs, and he's put a couple that are right there at the wall at the warning track. He's had one of the other ones where the outfielder jumped over the fence and pulled the ball back. It was going to be a home run. As you get through the season, those are going to be homers. Those will be sacks. King, still concerned about AJ Barner. You think we start 5-0? I think we could possibly start 5-0. It's going to be hard to do that. I mean, the Lions game next week, especially if you come off 3-0, the team's going to be feeling pretty good about themselves. Are you going to be traveling on the road as hungry off of this start with that? Are you going to lax a little bit? You know, so it's going to be hard to get to 5-0, but certainly a 4-1 type start is readily there for us to go out there and grab. Get some breathing room here. Jamarcus Tomlinson's one of the worst pass blockers I've ever seen. I can't stand to watch it for much longer. And he's one of those guys where I don't see it getting much better. I like his run blocking, though. Yeah, he can push guys off the line. That's why he's in there for his run blocking, Jamarcus. He is what he is as a pass protector. And you're going to be holding on for dear life with him out there. He's older, can't move his feet as well as he once did. The game's moved for more mobile offensive linemen in the 12, 13 years he's played. Is what it is out there on that one. Yellen, I was excited for Shane Waldron hiring. He was one of the McVay tree and was going to... Trent, this is a deep question that can be answered in long video form. Who's the best OC in Seahawks history? I have no idea. Yeah, I think Mike Holmgren called the plays, Trent. So it's much like McDonald calling defensive plays here. He's basically an offensive coordinator at that point, and he put together the best offenses in Seahawks history. So it would have to be Holmgren. Salk asked Mike if Mafe was playing too fast. Mike kind of laughed. It seems like a dumb question, but it could be a thing. Yeah, no, I don't think he's playing too fast. Right? He's had a couple of times where he's had the guy in his grip and the guy's coming down the ground. The officials could have called it in the grasp and they allowed the quarterback to just kind of throw it out. I think Jacoby had like 2 of those moments this last week alone. I know the Knicks had at least 1. So those aren't going to happen by and large, you know. I think the sacks will come with time myself. I don't think it's an issue at all. Not at all. All right, well, we are 4 hours and 40 odd minutes into the stream, so I'm probably going to start to put a button on this. I got another stream tomorrow. We got 2 streams tomorrow lined up. I got to save a little bit of my voice on this one as we're really starting to pack up some of these shows. We've got now 3 shows on Tuesday because I've got the Behind Enemy Lines. We've got the NFC West Roundtable wrap-up from the previous week, and then we've got the preview show as another show right after that. A show today on Wednesday, we'll be doing the Roundup shows. I've got the B&B show on Thursday. We'll be doing a member show on Thursday as well as far as the Thursday night football game. So we've got a lot lined up here on top of all that we got cooking on Sunday up here. So you're getting more Hawks Nest than ever here. I hope you guys are digging on that, and I'm appreciating on that side of it. A couple other real quick notes here. I want to first just thank the sponsor of this show, which is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy right now has their 2-for-1 offer going on where they will match you up to 50% on your deposit. So you put $100 down, $50 extra back in your pocket, $200 down, $100 extra, $1,000, $500 free money back in your pocket from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app. They've got some great ongoing parlays that you can put together. I've got some season-long bets that are looking pretty good right now as it stands. You can get on the weekly action, you can get on fantasy football, you can still get on baseball. If you want to touch on that, you can combo them all together. And you can also show some support for the channel by using my code when you initially deposit NEST, showing the love over there for me with that. And go win yourself some money at the very same time. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show today like they have. A couple other quick notes. I do have a Hawks Nest Clips channel going right now. We've got almost 2,000 subscribers over on that side of it. I will be taking these live stream shows now and have been into the future and cutting them up into clips, easily digestible clips there for you on that side of it. So please do go over there, get subbed up. A lot of content over there right now to check out on that side of it. And then I just dropped a video before the show today. So a play breakdown from this last week of your Seattle Seahawks and an interesting play, I think, at that. So do check out that video. I put a lot of work into that one, and that's one really does show not only how great a play call it was from Grubb, but also some connections back to Bill Belichick creating the play call design, and then also how then it affected our Seahawks team of 2005. Kind of a time is a flat circle, Russ Cole, True Detectives type thing there. So go check out that video if you guys do get a chance on that, because I think you guys will dig that one. The Nugget Brando just needs to stream all day, 7 days a week. Seriously, I might just go IRL before it's all said and done at this point. Why even turn it off? You know what I mean? Do we even really have a DC right now? Yeah. Dirty's your DC, but McDonald's your real DC. Y'all says, thanks for chatting up, B. Hey, y'all, and thank you for all your support to the channel, man. And you know, it's always a pleasure chopping it up with you guys for sure. I love it. Later, we'll definitely be getting a winning after the Fins. Let's get it, Ethan. 3-0, baby. 3-0's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? It's been a while since we've been 3-0, too. Been many a odd year since we've been 3-0. Daniel, appreciate you, B. You're the best and most knowledgeable Seahawks fan on the internet. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate that, Daniel. That's kind of you to say. Kind of you to say, man. Holiest Hand Grenades behind enemy lines tomorrow. No, we had it yesterday, Holiest Hand Grenade. So I had Tuesdays are the behind enemy lines day. We had a guy from Dolphins on, so should be there on the feed. Or Chief B, as a linebacker edge coach, I tell my players that it's all about the quarterback pressure. Pressure shows your ability to use skill, power, and speed to conquer the first level of pass rush. Sacks are the prize earned. Amen. And you're right. I mean, that's really what it's about. It's offenses want to play on time. They want to be on rhythm. And when you take them out of off time and when you take them off rhythm, you start to disjoint an offense. And beyond getting the guy down to the ground and sacking him, that is more important. If you got to put the onus on one or the other, then you're going to put the onus on get the pressures. And what I like about the pressures is you can see, I'm sure, War Chief, from the early film that we've seen on the Seahawks team, is how so much of the pressure is interconnected. How so much of the pressure, is one guy coming in and doing his job. I want to show this one quick play one more time here as we'll kind of wrap it up here. On a Leonard Williams sack, you see it on a play like this, where it becomes as much about everybody working together. Your edges come off as hard edges. Look at how wide aligned they are. They're coming down to squeeze things, right? That's the first thing that they're looking to accomplish here. You notice that right out the gate. You force him up into the pocket here off the outside with the pressure from Derek Hall. So Derek Hall comes on in, forces that pressure, forces him to step up into Leonard Williams. Leonard Williams gets the sack. So you have Derek Hall working to force him up. Leonard Williams there and ready. But then you also have Jaron Reed on this play. Jaron Reed, number 90, right next to Leonard Williams there to the left side of your screen. Watch Jaron Reed as I slowly play this. Fires into the center, slants down the line of scrimmage, ends up taking up 3 blockers. So you end up with Jaron Reed being triple blocked, Derek Hall being single blocked, Leonard Williams being single blocked. And this is how you create pressure. Hall creates the pressure. Leonard Williams gets the sack. Jaron Reed does the dirty work. And it all set up by stacking the box up at the front, right? It's not pure AA gap mug pressure here, but it's kind of like AA gap mug pressure with the 2 inside linebackers who drop out post snap. What do those 2 linebackers do? They force the running back to pick up pass protection to the center, so he's not chipping Derek Hall now. I can't chip Derek Hall. I've got to take care of those linebackers. Oh, wait, they're dropping out. Yeah, but I already got told that I'm here to come inside, so I'm going to stay inside and help out inside. So this is how you keep Leonard Williams and Derek Hall single blocked. Beautiful play, great play design, great execution, team defense. Team defense is what gets you these pressures. It's what ultimately gets you these sacks, and it's everybody working together, and it's not just blitzing like hell. Great little play here. Shows a lot of why this pressure front has been so effective. You're not needing to blitz. Your front four is getting the job done, and they're doing a lot of very advanced kind of stuff here to get it done. A lot of fun little games in there. Will Valdez, thank you for finishing off right with a $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Will says, get the monster and cocaine, B. You have a full slate. I know, I'm going to have to start it. I'm going to have to get some Adderall or something up in here, I guess, Will. Start the Adderall habit here. A lot of caffeine. I'm going to be on an IV caffeine drip pretty much 24/7 throughout this season, I think. That's pretty much the way this one's going to go, I think, Will. But thank you, man. Appreciate the $5 donation, and I'm happy to have the full slate. It's a great opportunity this season. This is what I want to do, is that the more I can keep increasing this by the year, the better. And we get to eventually, years down the line, and we've got this thing jam-packed to the nines. So that's definitely the goal here. This is the intention. This is where we want to be. It's a beautiful place to be at that. All right. Well, we will, let me get the last couple questions. Does McDonald's performance last year against the Niners give you an optimism on our matchup and the Niners this year, or do you feel they'll make adequate adjustments? No, I think that there's a way of dialing up some things against Brock Purdy that's a way of making it a lot harder for him to play the position and for you to reduce down the effectiveness of the Niners offense. The Minnesota Vikings are also a team, Jamarcus, that have used this same styling. And you've seen this is why partially you've had the Vikings team that's not been tremendously talented, who with Brian Flores and running all the games that he runs, which are, though it's a different defense, similar type of games to what you will get from a McDonald, which is essentially we're going to vary everything up of what we show you pre to post snap. We're going to run the stack boxes. We're going to run games up in front for your offensive line. We're going to drive you into max protect situations. We'll drop back and we'll put a lot of guys in coverage. We'll squeeze down the tight in those zones, and we'll squeeze the zones up rather than preventing deep, Jamarcus. So it's the combination of all that working together, the flip coverages, the stack boxes, the squeezing of the coverages down. And that's something that I think McDonald did last year against the Niners. I think that's something that Flores has done twice over. And yes, I think it's a bit of a recipe for right now for how to deal with that Niner team. They're very talented offensively. You can shut them down. You can hold them up in that way, and they can still be very effective. I mean, look, Purdy threw still for 300 yards last week. Mason still ran for over 100 yards. So it doesn't guarantee success to do it, but it doesn't also, I also don't believe that they've got adequate adjustments they've definitely developed within to be able to account for Jamarcus, because at the end of the day, it's forcing Brock Purdy to have to do the things that he can't do, which is push the ball down the field, beat you pushing the ball down the field. He can make some throws from time to time. Guys will break open, wide open because of their scheme, and he hits those throws, and Niner fans will be like, see, he's got the arm. But at the end of the day, I'm forcing him into those throws. I'm making Brock Purdy throw a 40-yard out route and put it on a spot. I'm making him hit the 9 route on time. I want to see him do that. I want to see him do that consistently over the course of a game. Take away those short routes. Take away the easy stuff. That's how I'd roll it. Trent says Hawks Nest after I'd roll. I'd be crazy on that. I can only imagine with what caffeine does to me. I can only imagine. Byron Murphy on that play, War Chief. Actually, that's not Byron Murphy, my man. Take a look again. That is your guy. You can tell right here. See the 0 on the back? 90 right there. That's Jaron Reed. That's an old wily vet right there. But how confused do you have the Patriots offensive line where you have Boye Mafe, Leonard Williams, Derek Hall, and Jaron Reed? How much have you confused that offensive line that you end up with Jaron Reed as the guy that's triple teamed on that play of that 4 stack? How confused have you made them? How much is Mike McDonald in his bag when he's able to create this? And you're still getting, by the way, all 7 guys dropping in coverage, squeezing down those passing windows. But Jaron Reed, man, doing the dirty work. And in this defensive front, you got to have the guys who are willing to do the dirty work. That dirty work. Well, I thank you guys for watching today. Please, if you could for me, hit that like button. I would really, really, really appreciate it. It helps this channel grow. If you're not subscribed up, please do get subscribed up, as it does help this channel as well. I want to thank Will, Isaac, Not For Sale, Random McDaniel, The Real Cheese, American, Chase Stern multiple times over, Yallen multiple times over, Younged, John Naylor, Randall again, Kevin Lownights multiple times over. Man, so many donations. William Leonard, Feed Me More, Seahawks, Jordan. You guys are tremendous. Snail, I really appreciate all of you guys for your support. Thank you for that. It is, as I say, what allows me to do this channel. It is the heart of what allows us to do this channel. And I does not get lost on me, as I value every time I get a chance to go live in this way and to spend as much time as I do to try to prep these shows up. You guys give me that time to do that. And I really, really, really thank you for it. It's been a tremendous start to the season here for this channel. We are on track to have our greatest year of growth, and maybe by far. So I appreciate you guys doing all you're doing on that side, subbing up and hitting that like button. I couldn't ask for more from you guys. I never would. I thank you very much on that end of it. I'll be back at 5 o'clock tomorrow for members of the channel. We'll be doing a little bit of a short, quick stream on Thursday Night Football. Watch the first couple of quarters of that. We got the B&B show coming tomorrow night with a game preview of this Dolphins matchup. So more to come in less than 24 hours to you guys. We don't stop here at the Hawks Nest. We just keep on churning. You're 2-0. You got still the national media not quite still realizing Geno's as good as he is, but they're going to learn soon. They're going to learn real soon. And you're going to get the best year of Geno Smith's career, God willing that his health can hold up. And if that occurs, sky is the limit for this football team. It was never a matter of talent. It was a matter of how fast these systems could be onboarded. And by the looks of things, starting out 2-0, they're getting onboarded pretty damn fast. I've always told you, dream big this year. Operate within a sense of being okay if it doesn't quite go that way. Be patient with that. But don't be afraid to dream big, my fellow Seahawks fans, because this year's looking mighty fine to start things off. Let's keep the good times rolling this week. Let's go get that 3-0. Let's keep pumping this forward. Let's keep stacking those dubs up. Let's give ourselves a little bit of breathing room in this division. And hey, why not? Let's just go win the whole damn thing. My name is Brandon Kane, Hawks Nest. Hit that like button, sub on up. But beyond all else, don't you forget. Go Hawks.